in Lam Kok. I met him for the first time, the man I thought would walk with me for the rest of my life. Under the moonlight, we vowed to be together forever. Luo, take this chance to make a wish. Su Luo clasped her hands and prayed. I hope that In Shun and I will never change through life and death and grow old together. The emperor decreed our marriage, and I married him as I wished, the divine prince. Unexpectedly, on our wedding night, he brought home a strange woman. Fate played a cruel joke. In just one night, I became the biggest joke in the divine prince's mansion. I was framed for colluding with another man. The man I'd always loved didn't believe me, was cold and indifferent, and used extreme torture on me. My home, the Su residence, was oppressed by the emperor at every turn. My 4-year-old son was buried in a sea of fire. Manea, Su Luo was drowning in the pain of losing her son. Manea. But fortunately, she still had her master by her side. Luo, don't be afraid. With master here, no one can harm you. Having lost everything, Su Luo was determined. I must take revenge. I will, step by step, throw the men who harmed me into a cauldron of boiling oil. Then I will trample on their bodies, from the soles of their feet until their bones are crushed. I will trample on it all. I want them to pay a debt of blood with blood. That night, at the hibiscus courtyard, a strange hand gently pushed open the door. The sound woke Su Luo. She became alert and looked out. Who is it? As she put on a robe and walked towards the hall. Seeing a strange man, she questioned him loudly. Who are you? What do you want coming to my hibiscus courtyard in the middle of the night? The man immediately closed in. What do I want? A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. What do you think I want? Seeing this, Su Luo quickly backed away. Don't do anything foolish. I'll call for help. But he pulled out a knife and threatened her. Your Highness, be good. Someone told me to come and serve you. If you cooperate obediently, I won't hurt you, Your Highness. She realized the person behind this had ill intentions. It seems this visitor has no good intentions. So she threw powder straight into his face, causing him to rub his eyes in discomfort. She took the opportunity to cry for help. Someone help! Save me! Save me! Just as Su Luo's hand was about to touch the door, she was quickly grabbed by the man. She could only cry for help in vain. Help! MMPH! His expression turned sinister, his voice sharp and threatening. Are you looking to die? He then whispered in her ear, you think someone will save you? Dream on. You might as well save your energy and have some fun with your big brother here. He then tried to assault her. The prince's woman. Just thinking about it is exciting. At that moment, Su Luo could only struggle and beg, don't. Just as the man was about to make his move, a strange sensation came over him. It made him scratch his face in confusion. Strange. Why is it suddenly so itchy? She saw this as an opportunity not to be missed. A good chance. So she used all her strength to kick the man hard in the stomach. He clutched his stomach weakly. Taking this chance, Su Luo ran again. Help! Help! Just then, a man walked in. His face darkened at the scene in the room. Behind him was a green tea girl. Oh, my sister. His gaze turned harsh when he saw Su Luo with disheveled clothes and another man. The green tea girl took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Sister is actually with another man. In Shun, her husband, without knowing right from wrong, questioned her loudly. What on earth are you two doing? She wanted to explain, Your Highness, but was preempted by the man. Your Highness. He knelt before him and begged, Your Highness, spare my life. Then he turned to accuse Su Luo. It was the princess consort. The princess consort told this lowly one to come here. She wanted to be with this lowly one. Seeing him spout nonsense, she shouted, Don't you dare talk nonsense. But since he was planted there, he insisted, how would this lowly one dare to speak nonsense? Just now, the princess consort was begging me. Su Luo quickly clarified everything. Don't you dare make false accusations. Someone must have framed me. I have never done anything to wrong Your Highness. But In Shun glared at the man. Then he lifted her chin with a suspicious gaze. A man and a woman alone in a room, clothes disheveled, pulling and tugging. How else do you want to argue? Her eyes were firm. I truly have not done anything to wrong you. Seeing Su Luo's gaze, he was momentarily stunned. At this point, the green tea girl continued her act. Meow Meow really doesn't want to believe that Sister Su would have a private affair with someone else, But that man did indeed say it was the princess consort. With just one sentence, he completely lost faith in her. The truth is right before my eyes. What else can you deny? I only believe what I see. Not receiving her husband's trust made her heart grow cold. In Shun, disregarding their years together, ordered guards bring the torture instruments here. Yes, Su Luo still held a bit of regret towards him, so she reached out and tugged his sleeve. I wonder, I have been so sincere and devoted to you, yet you don't have a shred of trust in me. The guard, following orders, presented the torture instruments. Your Highness, the instruments are ready. He was utterly cold and dismissive towards her. Your hand touched another man. It must be punished. Then, the hand resting on his sleeve was taken to be punished. Su Luo's hands immediately suffered excruciating pain. The green tea girl was very pleased to see this scene. Then she pretended to plead for her. Your Highness, you can't treat sister like this. Seeing Miao Miao kneel, Yin Shun frowned. Miao Miao, what are you doing? Then he tenderly helped her up. Get up. You don't need to plead for her. Seeing her husband treat the other woman so tenderly was heartbreaking for Su Luo. I really didn't. Yin Shun, in agonizing pain from the punishment, she still wanted to proclaim her innocence. I really didn't. I didn't have an affair. Due to the extreme pain, she fainted, causing the guard to worry. Your Highness, the princess consort. In her dream, Su Luo remembered the starry, moonlit nights. What a beautiful night sky. How happy she looked beside Inshen. Luo, look, that star is so bright. Suddenly, she saw something amazing. Wow. Inshen, look, there's a meteor. A bright shooting star streaked across the sky. In that romantic moment, the two of them grew closer. Luoya, it seemed that night was overwhelmingly happy for her, while Su Luo was still lost in the memory. Her expression suddenly changed, because before her was not him, but a vicious wolf. She woke up from the nightmare. Beside her, her son's voice echoed, Mother, mother. A man looked at Su Luo's pale face with pity. Mother, what's wrong with you? Heartbroken, she wiped the tears from the little boy's face. Good Monad, don't cry. Although comforted, the little boy was still resentful. Which bad person hurt your hand? Manner will go and take revenge for Mother. To prevent a man from hating his father, she made up a reason. All right, it was Mother who was playing and wasn't careful, so I fell and got hurt. That's why when Manner plays, you can't be too mischievous either. The little boy, heartbroken, blew on her wound. Does it hurt, Mother? Your son will blow on it to make the pain go away. Although the wound was very painful, Su Luo still smiled and said, No, Mother is not in pain. Just then, a maid entered with a basin of water. Your Highness, you're finally awake. Chun Ying looked at her with great pity. You scared Chun Ying to death. Knowing she was worried about her, she called out, Chun Ying. Before Su Luo could say anything, she had already gone to call the doctor. Your Highness, don't say anything. Chun Ying will go get the doctor. The doctor was invited and took her pulse. Then he respectfully reported, the princess consort's hand is severely injured. Normally, the dressing needs to be changed to recover. Now that you are pregnant, you must get plenty of sun and take walks to nourish your body. After that, he prescribed some medicine. This old man will prescribe some remedies to calm the fetus. Su Luo was grateful that he came all this way to diagnose her. Thank you for your trouble, doctor. And man, hearing she was pregnant, was overjoyed. Mother, am I going to be a big brother? Seeing the little boy's happiness, she confirmed, yes, our Manor is about to become a big brother. About to be a big brother, the little boy was as happy as could be. That's great. I'm going to be a big brother. Chun Ying then wiped Su Luo's face and recounted, Your Highness, during the 3 days you were unconscious, the young heir kept watch here and refused to leave. Today, he finally smiled. Hearing how long she had been unconscious, she was startled. What? I've been lying here for 3 days? She gently cleaned her wound and affirmed, yes, the young heir and I were worried to death about you. But even a light touch caused Su Luo pain. Seeing her in pain, she quickly knelt and begged, Chun Ying deserves death. Seeing this, a man ran over with a worried look. Mother, what's wrong with you? Does your hand hurt again? She quickly told Chun Ying to get up. Chun Ying, get up quickly, I'm fine. Yes. Su Luo then turned to comfort the little boy. Look, why is our Manor crying? Mother just changed the dressing, see? But seeing the crisscrossing wounds on her hand made the little boy heartbroken. Mother's fingers clearly hurt a lot, yet you say it doesn't hurt. Afraid a man would worry too much, she gently comforted him. Mother will be fine after a few days of rest. Manor, be good, okay? Let Sister Chun Ying take you back to your room to rest, all right? so she wouldn't have to worry. The little boy obediently left. Mother, I will come visit you again tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Luo replied gently, yes, good manner. In her heart, she began to ponder. I've been in the Divine Prince's mansion for 4 years, never fighting or competing, just staying within the residence. Who on earth framed me like this? The next day, at the hibiscus courtyard, Chun-Ing brought food for her early in the morning. Your Highness, you haven't eaten for days. Chun-Ing has made a bowl of lotus seed porridge for you. Please eat it while it's hot. Several days had passed, but her wound was still very painful. It hurts. She worriedly put the food down. Your Highness, don't move. Then she quickly helped Su Luo sit up. Your Highness, your hand is injured. Please don't move around. Wait for Chun-Ing to help you up. But what she cared about most was still a man. Is man asleep? She put the food down and assured her, rest assured, Your Highness, the young heir hasn't finished his meal and is now asleep. You should care more about yourself. But the one to worry about the most here is Chun-Ing. Chun-Ing, looking at your haggard face, you're the most tired one. Hearing this, she feigned a pout. If Wang Fei keeps talking like that, Chun-Ing will get angry. Chun-Ing entered the Su residence as a child to follow Wang Fei. You have always protected Chun-Ing like a sister. Chun-Ing can't be grateful enough. How could I possibly feel tired? So she teased her. Chun-Ing is truly a petty person, which startled her. What? Then she gently laid Su Luo down on the bed. All right, Wang Fei, don't tease Chun-Ing anymore. You should rest now. Don't catch a cold. If you need anything done, just call for Chun-Ing. Chun-Ing will be outside. She had only taken a few steps away when she was called back by her. Chun-Ing. She seriously instructed, regarding recent events, don't let my father know. After hearing this, Chun-Ing nodded in agreement. All right, I understand, Wang Fei. Su Luo's eyes grew dim. Worried about her father's health, she wondered if her father's health had been good recently. Returning to 4 years ago at the Su residence, Su Luo hurriedly ran to find her father. Father, father. Seeing her run so fast, Chun-Ing quickly chased after her. Young miss, please slow down. Be careful not to fall. As soon as she saw her, her mother came out to greet her. Aya, Luo heir has returned from Medicine King Valley. But it seemed she had something urgent to discuss with her father. Yes, mother. Where's father? Luo heir has something important to discuss with him. Upon hearing Su Luo's request, her father immediately refused. What? An arranged marriage with Yin Shen? No, absolutely not. That Yin Shen is tyrannical, selfish, and cold. Luo heir, I, your father, cannot push you into a pit of fire. This matter is not to be mentioned again. Back then, blinded by love, she was determined to rush and head first. Father, Yin Shen is not that kind of person. He treats me very well. We are truly in love. Luo heir has listened to you in everything since I was a child. For this matter, please let Luo heir decide for myself. Her father was resolute in his refusal at that time. Luo heir, I, your father, will agree to any young master you like, but Yin Shen is the only exception. You must give up this idea. Su Luo was young then, her reason clouded by love, and she insisted on disobeying her parents. Father, Luo heir has already made up my mind. In this life, if it's not Yin Shen, I will not marry. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted loudly, shut your mouth. Then he ordered the maids, someone, lock the young miss in her boudoir. Without my permission, no one is to open the door. For disobeying, she was locked in her boudoir indefinitely. She wouldn't even touch her food, which broke her mother's heart. The young miss isn't eating? Chun-Ing looked at the food in her hands and reported the situation. It's been 2 days. The young miss hasn't even had a sip of water. If this continues, how can her body endure it? Overwhelmed with heartache, she turned to blame the father. We only have one daughter. Are you really trying to push our child to her death? If anything unexpected happens to Luo heir, what meaning is there for me to continue living? Seeing her so aggrieved, he could only give in to Su Luo. All right, my wife. This old man will agree. AI, this girl, why is her temperament so stubborn? After that, the Divine Prince Mansion held a grand wedding banquet. Many nobles came to drink and offer congratulations. Drink up. Another cup. I heard this bride is as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Our Wang Yi is truly fortunate. Of course, she was married to the man she loved. So happy she could fly to the heavens. Yin Shen, I have finally married you as I wished. But just as the banquet was about to end, Chun-Ing ran in. Wang Fei, this is not good. Hearing this, she was confused. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Her face paled as she stammered, Wang Fei, Wang Yi. Wang Yi. Fearing something had happened to Yin Shen, Su Luo decisively pulled down her veil. What happened to Wang Yi? Finally, she resolved to speak the truth. Wang Yi, you brought back a woman. Returning to the present at the hibiscus courtyard, she lay on the bed, tears streaming down her face. 4 years since the grand wedding. It turns out it was only my one-sided love. It's time to wake up from this dream. As she was heartbroken, Shin appeared, standing beside her bed. He stared at her intently, which Su Luo found hard to understand. Shin, why is he here? At this moment, he frowned in surprise, because she was trying to sit up with her heavily injured hands. Painful. Looking at those hands, a belated sense of pity arose in Shin. Her hands. He was about to reach out to help her, but she quickly brought up the old matter again. Shin, I did not have an affair with another man. Even at this point, he still didn't believe her. Enough. I came today to tell you. I want to take Meow Meow as a concubine. From now on, do not make things difficult for her. Su Luo objected without hesitation. No, I will not allow you to take a concubine, especially not that Lu Meow Meow. Even though she was unwilling, he remained stubborn. Su Luo, you can have an affair with another man right in front of me. So what's wrong with me openly taking a concubine now? Hearing this, she still wanted to explain. But knowing that no matter how much she said, he wouldn't believe her, she gave up. What can I do now? Shin's face turned stern as he issued a punishment. Su Luo, today you openly defied me. I will punish you. You're not to leave the hibiscus courtyard. At the Min Xiang Pavilion, in the inner courtyard of the hibiscus courtyard, Chunning brought in the medicine right on time. Wang Fei, it's time to change your dressing. She sat down beside her, caring for her attentively. Wang Fei, did someone come just now? Why do I see that the room door isn't closed? With a sad heart, Su Luo recounted the situation. Just now, this made her feel it was unbelievable. Really? Wang Yi. Since the grand wedding with Wang Fei, Wang Yi has rarely come to the hibiscus courtyard. Wang Yi didn't come to visit Wang Fei, who injured her hand. Not visiting is one thing, but he even wants to take a concubine. Wang Yi is too heartless. Back in Lang Valley, he held Wang Fei in the palm of his hand, but now he is so faithless. Indeed, all men are big pigs trotters. Chunning, then, finished removing the gauze from her hand. She still wanted to speak up and curse him to defend Su Luo, but was sadly stopped by her. All right, Chunning, don't say anymore. Half a month later at the Min Xiang Pavilion, she sat on a chair recuperating, watching a man playing in the courtyard. Seeing the little boy run so fast, Chun-Ing hurriedly stopped him. Ha, run a little slower. Then the little boy came to Su Luo's side, looking at her with puppy dog eyes. Mother, Man Air wants to go fly a kite. Mother, please go with Man Air. She thought this was a good suggestion and advised, Wang Fei, the wound on your hand has almost healed. The weather is very nice today. If you don't mind, going out for a bit to get some sun would be good. It's also good for the baby in your womb. Under the persuasion of both, she accepted. All right, Mother will go fly a kite with Man Air. As soon as they went outside, a man cheerfully ran off. We can go out and fly the kite. Su Luo worriedly followed, stopping him. Man Air, run a little slower. The little boy was an obedient child, so he turned back and replied, Yes, Mother. Before they could step out the gate, they were stopped by the guards. Hibiscus Wang Fei, please stay. The little boy, not understanding anything, still innocently shouted, Fly the kite, fly the kite. Seeing the two guards being so bold, Chun-Ing became angry. How audacious! You dare to block Wang Fei's path? The guard hurriedly clasped his hands and respectfully reporting to Wang Fei. Wang Yi has ordered that you must stay in the hibiscus courtyard today and are not to go out. Hearing this, Su Luo stopped her. Chunning, do not be rude. She obediently replied, Yes, Wang Fei. The guard, feeling apologetic, pleaded, This subordinate is also acting on orders. I hope Wang Fei can understand. She didn't answer right away, but asked, What has happened? The guard seemed to know something, but still feigned ignorance. Replying to Wang Fei, This subordinate truly does not know. So she didn't want to press the matter further. Chunning, let's go back. And Man, unable to go out with Su Luo, felt extremely wronged. Mother, but Man Air wants to go out and fly the kite. Seeing the little boy like this made her heart ache. Man, she secretly made a decision in her heart. This is the only way. She knelt down and whispered something in the little boy's ear. Mon air, oui, making a man's eyes light up. Really? So the little boy quickly took the kite and went to hide. Ooh, Man Air loves playing hide and seek the most. Seeing the little boy like that made Su Luo and Chunning laugh. Afterwards, Her expression darkened. What on earth happened that we're not allowed to go out? That day, the Divine Prince Mansion set off brilliant fireworks. Both of them saw it and seemed to have guessed what was happening. Chun-Ing, afraid that Su Luo would be heartbroken, comforted her. Wang Fei, please don't be sad. If it weren't for that Lu Miao having a face that looks exactly like Miss Roer, but how would she have had the chance to be pregnant with Wang Ye's child? Let alone Lu Miao staying in the mansion for 4 years. Even if she stayed for a lifetime, Wang Yi would never have taken her as a concubine. Hearing the name Roer, her face darkened. Then she instructed her, Chun-Ing, the sky is getting dark. Go to the kitchen and cook something for Man Air so he can rest early. Hearing this, she replied, yes, Wang Fei. She watched Chun-Ying's retreating back and reminisced. The first time I heard the name Roer was on the second night of my grand wedding. On that day, Yin Shun was dead drunk when a servant brought him sobering soup. Wang Yi, this subordinate has prepared some sobering soup for you. But he reacted violently, knocking the bowl of soup away. Get out for this, prince. The bowl of soup fell to the ground, making a loud noise, which startled Su Luo. She instructed, Chun-Ing, go see what's happening. Before Chun-Ing could go investigate, he burst in. Immediately, two maids stammered in unison, Wang Bangye. As soon as Yin Shun entered, he arrogantly yelled, all of you get out of here. So she pulled the other maid and left. Let's go quickly. He then approached her, quickly raising his hand, and grabbed her by the throat, placing all the blame on her. Su Luo, you are the one who harmed Roer. Today I want you to die. Being suddenly framed like this made her face turn pale. Who is Roer? Yin Shun refused to listen and pinned all the blame on her. Su Luo, even now you're still pretending to be innocent. But at this moment, she only felt pain. Su Luo, while suffocating, hurriedly corrected him. Yin Shun, it's me. I am Luo Ia. Hearing this name, he finally let go. Vot Luar, Guar? Letting you die would be too easy for you, wouldn't it? I want you to live a life worse than death. After releasing her, he quickly grabbed her again, determined to destroy Su Luo completely. Since you destroyed my Roer, I will destroy you. In that coercion, she struggled and begged. Yin Shun, no. She didn't understand what she had done to end up in such a state. Why had everything turn out like this? Just remembering those memories brought Su Luo pain. Why have we become like this now? While she was reminiscing about the past, and Man ran over calling, Mother, Mother. She hastily wiped the tears from her face. Then she returned to a cheerful and caring demeanor. Why isn't Manor asleep yet? The little boy took her hand and expressed his wish. Manor wants to sleep with Mother. Chun-Ing saw how good the mother and son's relationship was and felt truly envious. The young heir is really attached to the princess consort. No amount of coaxing would work. He just had to find his mother to be willing to sleep. So Su Luo immediately agreed. Manor, be a good boy and lie down in a moment. Mother will sing for you, all right? Upon hearing that his mother would sing a lullaby, the little boy was excited. All right, wow. Mano loves Mother's folk songs the most. Then she used folk lullabies to sing a man to sleep. Tomorrow returns tomorrow. What of tomorrow? I am born for tomorrow. All things will be accomplished. At Hibiscus Courtyard at this time, there were all dried medicinal herbs. Su Luo had personally cared for all those herbs. Seeing them get wet from the rain pained Chun-Ing. It had been raining continuously for the past few days. The princess consort had put her heart into caring for them, but they still got a little wet. At the same time, Miao Miao's voice rang out, older sister. She appeared with her maid Xiaoying. Younger sister has come to visit older sister. On the surface, she showed politeness, but in her heart, she was secretly sneering. My, Su Luo, are you living well these days, being neglected by the prince? Seeing her arrive without prior notice made her wonder. Concubine Lu, what brings you to my place today? Miao took her hand, stood up, and spoke hypocritically. It's nothing. It's just that I haven't come to pay my respects to older sister for many days. Miao missed older sister a little. Today I specially came to pay my respects to older sister. Has older sister's health been good recently? After hearing this, Su Luo replied rather unfriendlily. I've troubled concubine Lu to be so concerned. Right at this moment, she wanted to show off how much Inshin doted on her. Actually, younger sister should have come a little earlier. It's just that younger sister is pregnant. A few days ago, the prince bestowed precious jewels and valuable medicinal herbs, and he wouldn't even let younger sister walk around freely, saying he was afraid of disturbing the fetal chi. So only now does younger sister have the time to come and pay respects to older sister. Younger sister hopes older sister won't blame me for the late visit. Please don't blame me, older sister. After hearing this, she just indifferently dismissed her guest. Concubine Lu, if there is nothing else important, please return. Seeing her indifferent expression, she was indignant. What, all right, Su Luo, I don't believe you're not jealous at all. So Meow Meow continued with her terrible green tea act. Older sister, are you angry with me? Younger sister doesn't want to monopolize the prince, hurting the harmony between us sisters. In fact, I also advised the prince to visit older sister more, but the prince only wants to be by my side. Su Luo, upon hearing this, immediately seized on the key point. Concubine Lu just said she came intentionally to pay respects to this princess consort, so she should follow the rules and perform the kneeling ceremony. How can someone who got pregnant before marriage, before even entering the household, not even manage the most basic rules of etiquette and still talk about rules? Does Concubine Lu even have a princess consort like me in her eyes? After hearing this, her attitude immediately soured. She hastily knelt down respectfully, putting on a pitiful act. Older sister, my pregnancy is very inconvenient. It's just that younger sister thought older sister would be magnanimous and kind and would waive this ceremony. That's why I was so ill-mannered just now. I respectfully ask for older sister's forgiveness. Hearing the words older sister only made her find it ridiculous. Older sister, I am the one and only daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion. Where did this younger sister come from? You are a commoner who has repeatedly committed insubordination. Do you think you should be punished or not? So she continued to play her role perfectly. This servant wouldn't dare. It was this servant who overstepped the rules. I hope the princess consort will forgive me. In her heart, she secretly harbored a venomous grudge. Su Luo, one day, I will definitely make you pay double. Seeing Meow Meow lose so miserably at her hands improved Su Luo's mood. I hope Concubine Lu will think more before she speaks in the future, to avoid disaster coming from her mouth. Just then, Inshan's shout was heard. How audacious! Su Luo, do you treat this prince's words as wind passing by your ears? He had just arrived, and without understanding what was happening, he stood up to defend her. Meow Meow, what are you doing? Seeing him, Su Luo and Chunning bowed their heads respectfully. Your Highness, while Meow Meow sat on the ground looking pitiful. Your Highness. She tearfully recounted a false version of events. Your Highness. Meow Meow came to pay respects to the princess consort, but unexpectedly was punished by the princess consort to kneel here. Please think of the child in my belly. Your Highness, please help Meow Meow beg the princess consort. Having said that, she pretended to faint, making Inshan worried. Meow Meow. Xiaoying at her side was no less worried. Your ladyship. He then ran over, embraced her, and shook her. Meow Meow. Then he turned to order the guard. What are you waiting for? Go and summon a physician. Seeing the situation like this, he immediately condemned her. Su Luo, when this prince is not here, you bully Meow Meow and the child in her womb. Today, if anything happens to Meow Meow, this prince will absolutely not let you off. She still wanted to explain, but he had already lifted Meow Meow up and left. At this time, a guard came to report an order. Greetings to the princess consort. Su Luo saw the guard and wondered, what is it? The guard relayed Inshan's intention. Princess consort, the prince has ordered that Concubine Lu is pregnant and her movements are inconvenient. From now on, when she sees the princess consort, she does not need to perform the ceremony, and to withdraw all the servants from the hibiscus courtyard. Only leaving Miss Chun Ying and the wet nurse is sufficient. After hearing this, she didn't make a fuss. All right, I know. Which made Chunning feel indignant for her. Princess consort, the prince punished you without distinguishing right from wrong. Concubine Lu is pregnant, but you are also pregnant. Chunning truly feels wronged for you. Su Luo heard those words and put down the medicinal herbs. Then she sent her off to work. Chunning, quickly bring the herbs from the room out to sun-dry. The sun is so bright today, they must be dried completely. Yes, princess consort. With no one left, she looked at her reflection in the water. Inshan, between us there isn't even a shred of trust. Why has my body become so thin lately? It seems I must take good care of this pregnancy. In the afternoon, Su Luo went for a walk with Manner, do you like the daffodils in the garden? Hearing the question, the little boy replied with delight, yes. Mother once said that daffodils imply good fortune. Manner wants to put them in mother's room. hoping mother can have all her wishes come true and everything goes her way. Chunning heard those words and felt truly heartwarming. Our little heir is quite a chatterbox. She was no less happy because of her son's wishes. Mother thanks manner. Then she followed to keep an eye on the little boy. Young heir, run a little slower. Su Luo suddenly smelled a strange scent. That's not right. Normally the courtyard is filled with the scent of medicinal herbs. Why is there a strange smell today? Then she quickly remembered, oh my, this memory of mine is really... Today I was going to make some peach cakes for Manor to eat, but I forgot to pick some peach blossoms. She said that because she felt something was not right. Something is a bit off in the courtyard today. I should first arrange for Manor to be somewhere else. Prompted by the suggestion, and Man whined and pleaded, Mother, Manor wants to go pick peach blossoms. Without hesitation, she entrusted the little boy to Nanny's son. Nanny's son, please quickly take Manor to the flower garden for a trip to pick some peach blossoms. She received the order and replied, Yes, Princess Consort. The little boy, getting to go out and play, ran faster than anyone. He could eat peach blossom cakes. Manor loves the peach blossom cakes made by Mother the most. Chunning saw that scene and was extremely happy. The young heir is really like a little kitten, getting so happy just at the mention of food. After Man had left, Su Luo covered her nose and asked her, Chunning, do you smell a strange odor? But it seemed she couldn't smell anything. A strange odor? She followed the scent into the room. Just as she pushed the door open, she was startled to see a pile of snakes. Ah, they're snakes. Su Luo quickly moved away, but Chunning froze and stood rooted to the spot. She shrank back in fear. Don't come here, stay away. Just then, she quickly scattered snake-repelling powder on the ground. Then she went to her side to comfort her. It's all right, Chunning, I'm here. Now there are snakes running amok to other places in the courtyard. You go get some more garden balsam flower powder and sprinkle it all over the hibiscus courtyard for me. Chun-Ing let out a sigh of relief. Yes, Princess Consort. After gathering all the snakes, she was a little curious. Princess Consort, how did you know that these snakes are afraid of garden balsam flower powder? She looked at the snakes and explained, when I was young in the Medicine King Valley, I often encountered insects and snakes while following my master to pick herbs. At that time, her master had diligently instructed her, Look, this is the garden balsam flower. The roots, stem, leaves, and flowers of this species all contain sulfur components. The taste is relatively pungent, but it can be effective in repelling snakes. Master was worried that it was unsafe for me to go up the mountain alone to pick herbs, so he specially researched and prepared some garden balsam flower powder to avoid insects and repel snakes. After hearing this, she was relieved. It's a good thing you are here, Princess Consort. That really scared Chunning just now. Chunning has been afraid of such soft-bodied animals since childhood. Now Su Luo, being the one who creates medicinal materials and combat-ready medicinal powders, earned Chun Ying's admiration. When she calmed down, she became furious. Everything was fine and peaceful. For some reason, so many venomous snakes appeared in the room. Someone must be trying to harm the Princess Consort and the young heir. Before she could finish speaking, she was stopped by her, Chunning, do not speak of today's matter to outsiders. Although she didn't know what she planned to do, Chunning trusted her very much. Yes, Princess Consort. She then turned her curiosity to the snakes. Princess Consort, so how will these snakes be dealt with? I'm afraid they will scare the young heir later. She sat down, picked one up, and answered. These snakes have medicinal value. Let me put them away first. Then she didn't forget to turn and ask with a teasing gaze, What? Does Chunning want to help me? But it seems she has a deep-seated grudge against this species, so she hastily waved her hands. No, Princess Consort, Chunning should go water the flowers now. Nanny's son, accompanying a man, ran after him to stop him. Young heir, run a little slower. Your nanny can't keep up. Meanwhile, Inshin was passing by and saw the scene of the little boy playing joyfully. His footsteps stopped involuntarily. A guard stepped forward and pointed towards the hibiscus courtyard. Your Highness, it has been a long time since you visited the Princess Consort and the young heir. You are free today. Why not go in and have a look? But he was shouted at by him. Shut up. Being yelled at like that, the frightened guard hastily covered his mouth. Yes, Your Highness. As soon as he returned, the little boy ran to hug Su Luo tightly, calling, Mother, Manor has brought back the picked peach blossoms. Can Mother go make peach blossom cakes? Receiving her son's request, she agreed. All right, you truly are a greedy little cat. Manner and big sister Chunning, help mother put these peach blossoms in the vase. Mother's gonna make peach blossom cakes. We can eat them later. Hearing that there would be peach blossom cakes to eat, and Man was delighted. Yes. Even Chun-Ing was cheerful. Yes, Wang Fei. He heard the cheerful voices inside, but still left coldly. Let's go. That evening at the hibiscus courtyard, looking at the flowers and cakes made Su Luo recall. The peach blossom forest of Medicine King Valley must be in beautiful bloom right now. The time I spent in Medicine King Valley, those are my happiest days. Master would surely like the peach cakes I make. Master is only a few years older than me at most. It's just that the Medicine King passed away early, so Master had to reluctantly take over the position of Medicine King. Back then, after she finished making them, she cheerfully brought them for her master to taste. Master, please have a taste. Before they parted, he said with reluctance, Luoer, this time you're returning to the capital. I'm afraid we are fated not to meet again. Master wishes you a lifetime of peace and joy, and that everything goes your way. Remembering his words made Su Luo sad. Peace and joy. What peace and joy do I have today? While lost in her memories, Inshin appeared, startling Su Luo, who jumped up. He was completely drunk and ordered, Wine, pour this prince another cup. She quickly reasoned, there is no wine here. If your highness wishes to drink, I respectfully ask your highness to go elsewhere. But he shamelessly sat down, then reached out and picked up a piece of peach blossom cake. Elsewhere, the entire divine prince mansion belongs to this prince. This prince will stay wherever he wants. After speaking, Inshun took a bite of the cake and his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately held out the piece of cake and asked, Who made this peach blossom cake? Su Luo answered without hiding anything, I made it. Then he asked about the ingredients. What else was added to this peach cake? She didn't understand his intention, but still said, a little bit of jade cassia was added to counteract the coolness of the peach blossoms. For some reason, his expression darkened. A headache struck him. Su Luo worriedly grabbed his hand. Inshun, what's wrong with you? But he mercilessly pushed her away. Stay away. Inshan then swept the entire plate of peach blossom cakes to the floor. He left angrily, uttering harsh words. This peach blossom cake is disgusting. Don't make it again in the future. Then he rushed to the bedside and collapsed onto it, making her worriedly rush to check his pulse. Inshun. In his delirium, he snatched his hand away, which made Su Luo remember that if she wasn't mistaken, today should be the death anniversary of the prince's mother consort. A few months ago at the hibiscus courtyard, she had placed many herbs on the table and began preparing the ingredients. Then Chun-Ing spoke up from the side. Wang Fei, you say this prince is hateful, but sometimes when you think about it, he's also quite pitiful. Her words confused her. Why would you suddenly say that? She then recounted the rumors she had heard. Wang Fei, have you never heard the rumors in this mansion? She didn't understand. Rumors? So Chun-Ing began to recount what she had heard. Chun-Ing heard rumors in the mansion that when the prince was 10 years old, the grand consort committed suicide by drinking poison. Whenever the grand consort's death anniversary comes around, the prince's temper becomes especially volatile. The servants in the mansion are all extremely careful on this day, and one must absolutely never mention the grand consort in front of the prince. At the same time, a clattering sound was heard from outside, making Su Luo vigilant. Who is it? A completely drunk Inshun staggered into the hibiscus courtyard. Seeing it was him, they both stood up and curtsied. Your Highness. As soon as he arrived, he ordered Chun-Ing out. You, get out for this prince. Being dismissed, she didn't dare to disobey. Yes, Your Highness. After she went out, Inshun began to point at her and ramble nonsensically. You vicious woman, why did you harm Rower? Why did you harm my mother consort? Su Luo, being blamed for everything, retorted. Your mother consort? Inshun, you shouldn't blame everyone's death on me. You're too drunk. Please go back. But at that moment, his whole body became hot. So hot, making her call out worriedly. Inshun, and she also realized he had been drugged with aphrodisiac powder. Only then did he clearly see the person in front of him. Luoya. He rushed forward, wanted to touch her, Luo, but was uncomfortably pushed away by her. Inshun, sober up a little. Do you know you've been drugged with aphrodisiac powder? Being shunned like this pained Inshun. Luoer, you've changed. You don't love me anymore. Luo, I miss you so much. Can you not be so cold to me? This embrace made Su Luo let her guard down. In Shun, are these words from your heart? The next morning, Chuning ran in frantically, calling Wang Fei. Su Luo, who was enjoying tea, saw this and was curious. Why is Chuning in such a panic? Her face was pale. Wang Fei, the prince has just given an order to beat the maid Chun Chao to death. Hearing this news, she was also shocked. What? The teacup in her hand fell and shattered. She explained the reason. It is said that Chun Chao was audacious enough to do wrong and drug the prince. Back in the present, In Shun, in his delirium, called out for his mother consort. Mother consort, don't leave me. Why do you all have to leave me? Luo run why? Lua. Knowing he didn't want her to touch him, Su Luo quickly withdrew her hand. She clutched the child in her womb in sorrow. It was after that night that she now had this child in her belly. Early the next morning, he woke up to leave, but smelled a strong fragrance. What is that smell? At the same time, Chuning also brought washing water. Greetings, Your Highness. Out of curiosity, In Shun asked directly, what is that smell in this courtyard? It's so pungent. Hearing his question, she recalled Su Luo's instruction. Chuning, don't speak of today's matter to anyone outside. So she hesitated a little, replying to Your Highness, this is garden balsam pollen to repel insects and snakes. Early in the morning, a man was already playing hide-and-seek with the maids. Mother, big sister Chuning, are you two done hiding? Manor is coming to catch you. As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy turned around and quickly caught Su Luo. Haha, mother, I caught you. Being caught like that, she still teased him happily. Our manor is so clever. You found mother so quickly. Then the roles were reversed. Ha ha, mother, come and catch me. While Inshin opened the door to observe inside, Meow Meow saw everything. Your Highness, why did you come to that place? After playing, she led the little boy towards Chuning. Mother will go with Manor over there to find big sister Chuning, okay? And Man agreed excitedly. Okay. Mother go that way, Manor will go this way. She couldn't stand his concern for Su Luo and left. Humph, she must be using the child to seduce the prince. In Shun watched the backs of the mother and son. Chuning, Manor and I are coming to find you, which gave him a familiar feeling. Why does this figure look so familiar? Su Luo called out happily. Chuning, I'm coming. Just then, her foot tripped on a stone. Fortunately, he reached out and caught her, using his whole body for Su Luo to lean on. Moreover, their faces were close to each other. Be careful. In Shun's gaze at this moment made her nostalgic. In Shun's eyes, am I seeing things? From a distance, she witnessed everything. Her hostility quickly rose. Su Luo, even though you've reached this point, the prince still treats you like this. The romantic atmosphere was shattered by him. Have you looked enough? Su Luo came to her senses and curtsied. Your Highness, why is Your Highness here today? Hearing that question, he put on a patriarchal air. The divine prince mansion is mine. This prince goes wherever he pleases. Is there a problem? Just then, Chuning brought a man over, the little boy's voice chattering endlessly. Mother Manor found big sister Chuning, so she immediately curtsied. Your Highness, while the little boy didn't seem to like his father very much. Father King. She looked at his indifferent face and ordered, Chuning, make tea for the prince. But he refused bluntly. No need. Chuning, seeing the recent scene, defended In Shun. Wang Fei, don't look at how he treats you coldly. Actually, in his heart, he cares a lot about you. Last time, when the prince learned there were snakes and insects in the hibiscus courtyard, he sent a guard to the imperial physician to get medicine that very afternoon. But the little boy felt wronged. Mother, did Father King ignore Manor because Manor was playing today and didn't read? She quickly comforted her son. How could that be? Father King is just tired from handling official business. A Menting Pavilion. Meow Meow was enjoying tea at this time, but her mood was unsettled. She slammed the teacup down and called for her maid. Xiang, where the hell are you? The maid immediately appeared, stammering, this servant, in a foul mood. She took it all out on the maid. The tea is this hot. Are you trying to kill me? The maid quickly knelt down to beg. This servant knows her mistake. This servant will brew another pot for you. Suddenly, Meow Meow stopped. Wait, first call my mother over. So the servant obeyed and went to call her mother. Madam, Consort Lu requests your presence in her room. Hearing this, she was scornful. I know. As soon as she arrived, she spoke sarcastically. Yo, where did you come back from in such a temper? She quickly cried and told her everything. Mother, today I saw the prince and was about to follow him. I didn't expect the prince to enter the hibiscus courtyard and watch that Su Luo and her son play together. His gaze was even very gentle. Her mother immediately comforted her. Meow meow. In this divine prince mansion, you are just a minor consort. Only by getting pregnant now can you stabilize your position in the mansion. But Meow Meow was confused when her mother trailed off. But what? Then her mother whispered some plan into her ear. This delighted her, and she immediately called for her maid. Xiang, my sister's ill-fated son. How is Jing now? The maid quickly reported. Reporting to consort Lu, young Master Jinger has recently been in the study reading the ancient poems that the prince taught him. After hearing this, she wanted to visit Jinger. I didn't expect this nephew of mine to already know how to read ancient poems. I must go and see. 3 days passed. A man was walking and crying, sob, sob, sob. This made Su Luo worry. Manner. The little boy ran to his mother, crying his heart out. Mother, sob, 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 making her worriedly ask, what's wrong, my child? Don't cry anymore. The guard at this time respectfully said, Wang Fei. Seeing her son so wronged, she angrily questioned, why is the young heir crying? She received a reply from the guard, reporting to the princess consort. This subordinate is only responsible for relaying the message. The prince has ordered the young heir to be grounded for 3 days for the crime of disrespecting young Master Jing. After hearing this, Chunning was in disbelief. Princess consort, the young heir is so well-behaved and sensible. Besides, the two children often play and tease each other. How could he have disrespected young Master Jinger? So Su Luo did not rush to scold her son, but instead asked in a gentle, coaxing tone, and man, don't cry. Can you tell mother what happened? After he stopped crying, and man recounted sob, sob, mother and man fought with Jinger, and father punished me. She didn't understand why the two children's relationship had come to this. And man and Jinger are good friends. Why would you fight? The little boy tearfully explained the reason. Mother, it was Jinger who said father hates mother, and he also said father doesn't love man. That's why man fought with him. She finally understood everything, so she did her best to coax the little boy. A man's father loves a man the most. If a man doesn't believe it, you can ask Sister Chunning. Right, Chunning? As she spoke, Su Luo gave Chun Ing an extremely threatening look, which startled her and made her flustered. Yes, the prince loves a man the most. This incident made her think more deeply. My relationship with Inshun is usually not good, but he is in man's father. I can't destroy Inshun's image in a man's eyes because of this. After coaxing him, she teased, look, our man has cried so much he's about to become a little kitten. How can a big boy cry so easily? At this moment, Chunning spoke up indignantly. Princess consort, that Jing-er is just the child Lu Nu left behind after being violated. He was brought into the mansion to be raised by the prince since birth, but he has no blood relation to the prince at all. As soon as she finished speaking, she was warned by her mistress's gaze. Chunning. But even so, she was determined to speak her mind. Princess consort, he dares to bully our young heir now. I'm afraid it will be even worse in the future. Princess consort, you must think of a way. Su Luo couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Chunning, shut up. And so, Chunning finally fell silent. Yes, princess consort. She then called for Nanny's son. Nanny's son, come here for a moment. As soon as she arrived, her heart ached seeing a man's swollen eyes. Io, what happened to the young heir? Look at these eyes. They're all swollen from crying. She then entrusted the little boy to her care. It's nothing, just children squabbling and crying. Nanny's son, take a man to wash his face, bathe, and change his clothes. Yes, princess consort. Nanny's son accepted the order and led the little boy away. And man, you must be good. Watching a man's departing figure, Su Luo's heart clenched. In this divine prince's mansion, I only have a man and the child in my belly. I absolutely will not let them be harmed. She then went into the study to write a letter. Then she came out to apologize to Chunning. Chunning, I was a bit too harsh just now. But you must understand that in the Divine Prince's mansion, your every move is being watched. There are many things we can only suppress and swallow. Only then can we avoid giving others leverage against us. Do you understand? After hearing this, she bowed her head to show she understood. Princess consort, Chun Ing understands. Seeing her attitude made her happy. It's good that you understand. Have someone deliver this letter to the Prime Minister's manor. Yes, princess consort. The next morning at the hibiscus courtyard, Chun-Ing ran in to report. Princess consort, Madam has arrived. Hearing that her mother had come, made Su Luo overjoyed. Mother. She rushed out to express how much she missed her. Mother, Luo missed you so much. Hearing this, her mother immediately comforted her. Isn't mother here to see Luo now? Don't cry. It's not good for the baby. Then her gaze became pitying. Luo, why have you become so thin? Seeing the two of them, she said, Madam, princess consort, the sun is glaring out here. Please, both of you go inside. So she also quickly told her mother to go inside. Seeing her mother eager to talk, Mother, let's go inside quickly. Her mother reached out to support Su Luo caringly. You're 4 months pregnant now, aren't you? You need to eat more and rest well at this time. She listened to her mother and replied, Luo knows. At this moment, she prepared a cup of tea. But Su Luo walked over and gave an order. Chun-Ing, let me do it. Go and call a man here. Tell him his maternal grandmother is here to see him. Yes, princess consort. She then poured a cup of tea for her mother. Mother, please have some tea. Her mother then lifted the teacup and drank it all. Seeing her haggard complexion made her worry. Mother, you look so haggard. Is there something wrong with your health? Being cared for by her daughter, her mother smiled. Silly girl, mother is getting old. I was feeling a bit unwell some time ago, so I'm visiting late. Hearing that her mother had a health problem, Su Luo wanted to diagnose her. What's wrong, mother? Are you unwell? Let Luo check your pulse. But she was refused by her mother. No need, it's just old age. Nothing serious. Besides, it's not easy for us, mother and daughter, to meet. We should talk more. Seeing this, she then asked about her father's health. So how has father's health been recently? Her mother's gaze suddenly became evasive as she answered perfunctorily, don't worry, your father's fine. At this point, she put down her teacup. Luo, don't blame mother for nagging. This divine prince's mansion cannot compare to our own home. Things are surely complicated here. You must take good care of the child on a daily basis. It's just hard on you, Luo. Also, the harem struggles in a prince's mansion have always been fierce. You must be careful of that side consort. Knowing her mother was concerned for her, Su Luo reassured her, Mother, rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Suddenly, her mother burst into tears to think that in the future, mother won't be by your side anymore. Seeing her cry like that, her daughter gently chided her, Mother, what nonsense are you thinking of again? After calming down, her mother remembered the letter. That's right, Luo wrote a letter to call mother over. Is there something you want to talk about? It's nothing. I just haven't been back to the manor in a long time and missed mother and father. Su Luo had written that letter about an important matter, but seeing her mother's poor health, she hesitated. I wanted to ask mother and father to help me leave the prince's mansion, but looking at mother now, I'll have to wait until her health is better before I bring it up. After waiting for a while without seeing In Man, her mother grew curious. Where's In Man? Why hasn't he come? Mother wanted to see In Man for a bit before leaving. Hearing that her mother wanted to leave made her reluctant to part. Mother, it wasn't easy for you to come. Why not stay here with Luo for a few days? Her mother then explained the reason. Your father has important work, and there are still matters big and small in the manor waiting for mother to handle. Su Luo still didn't want to go, but mother, Luo can't bear for you to leave. Just then, Chun-Ing arrived with the little boy. Is Madam leaving already? She then introduced her mother to the little boy, and man, this is your maternal grandmother. Quickly, call her grandmother. A man did as his mother said and called out, Grandmother. It melted her heart. Good man, you're already so big. Soon you'll be able to protect your mother. Remember to listen to your mother and don't make her angry. Before leaving, she didn't forget to instruct Chun-Ing. Chun-Ing, you must take good care of the princess consort and this child. She assured from a distance, Madam. Rest assured. At the gate, her mother gave Su Luo some silver. Luo, what is your situation in the divine prince's mansion? Mother knows a little. I'm giving you this silver. Use it when you need it. Don't make things hard for yourself. But she was refused by her daughter. Mother, I'm living well. You take it back. Her mother insisted on giving her all the silver. Be good. Take it. This behavior made her feel a sense of unease. Mother. Before leaving, her mother's tears fell like rain. Luo, your father told me to come and say this. He said he's sorry. He's the one who has wronged you. Luo has suffered grievances. After hearing this, her heart ached. Father. Then the two of them hugged and cried, sob, sob. Su Luo stood watching the carriage move further and further away. She then turned to ask Chun-Ing, Chun-Ing, Did you feel that mother was acting a bit strange? She wasn't sure either, so she guessed perhaps she was just overly emotional from not having seen the princess consort in a long time. Time flew by, and 3 months later, Su Luo's belly had grown larger, but she still took care of Man, and Man, kick it gently, don't fall. The little boy was also very obedient to his mother. Yes, mother. During this time, she would occasionally recall the meeting with her mother. Her gaze was distant and full of worry. I wonder if mother and father are well. Father often coughs when autumn arrives. Chunning came out from the room with a cloak and advised, Princess Consort, it's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. Thinking of her father, she instructed her, Chunning, go inside and make some autumn pear paste for me to send to the old master. Yes, Princess Consort. At the same time, Xiaoying arrived at the hibiscus courtyard. Seeing her appear here made Su Luo suspicious. Isn't this a maid-for-man Ting pavilion? What is she doing at my hibiscus courtyard? As soon as she entered, she curtsied. This servant, Xiaoying, pays her respects to the princess consort. She didn't give her a pleasant look and asked, what is it? So Xiaoying quickly reported, Princess consort, my mistress ordered this servant to come and inform you. She said that the Su Manor was. Today, the entire family was beheaded. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving her unable to believe it. What? After finishing her report, she left. Princess consort, this servant was only responsible for relaying the message. If there is nothing else, this servant will take her leave. Her steps became unsteady and she staggered. Su Luo couldn't believe her entire family had been beheaded. Impossible. How could this be? Chunning ran out in concern. Princess consort, are you all right? To save the Su family, she decided to go beg Yin Shun. Yin Shun can definitely save my Su family. So she quickly told her to go with her. Chunning, quickly, help me to Yuxian Hall. And Man, suddenly left behind, called out after her mother. Su Luo immediately turned back to instruct the little boy, and Man, go find your nanny for now. Mother will be back in a little while, be good. After that, she went to Yuxian Hall and asked the guards, is the prince inside? Meow Meow also appeared at this moment. Oh, Sister Su, didn't you know? The prince went out on business today. I heard he went to act as the execution supervisor. After hearing this, a sharp pain surged in her abdomen. She turned back to confirm with the guard. Is that true? The guard could not interfere, so he replied, reporting to the princess consort, this lowly one does not know. Su Luo then left and told Chunning to prepare the horses. Chunning, quickly prepare a carriage. I want to leave the mansion. At this moment, she spoke up to remind her, sister, the prince gave orders long ago forbidding the princess consort from leaving the mansion. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death. Hearing this, she quickly stepped forward. I'd like to see who dares to touch my princess consort. So, she could only turn back. Chunning, let's go back to the hibiscus courtyard. Upon returning to the hibiscus courtyard, worried about the Su family, Su Luo's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Chunning, you hurry. Take some jewelry and the money pouch mother gave me. Find a carriage to leave the mansion. Ignore Yin Shun's order and do it right away. Yes, princess consort, Chunning will go right away. Fearing something might happen to the child in her womb, Su Luo took some medicine, quickly grabbing some perilla leaves to stabilize the pregnancy. After waiting for the leaves to soften and mix with water, Chunning had already prepared everything. Princess consort, the carriage is ready. Hearing this, she immediately stood up to leave. That's great. Let's go quickly. But just as she reached the door, she was stopped by Meow Meow. Sister, are you going out? Seeing her persistently blocking her way made Su Luo annoyed. Side consort Lu, what do you want? Even Chun-Ing couldn't hold back anymore. You are merely a lowly side consort. How dare you block the princess consort's path? Seeing her insolent words, she immediately struck out. Insolent. A mere lowly servant dares to act high and mighty with me? Guards, Chun-Ing has disobeyed the prince's order. Drag her away from me. Yes, consort Lu. Su Luo immediately stood up to protect Chun-Ing. I like to see who dares. Then she slapped Meow Meow straight across the face. Lu Meow Meow, you have committed insubordination. Do you know what crime that is? She held her face, confused. I was just following the prince's orders. How is that insubordination? She saw the wound on her face and worried. Chun-Ing. To keep her from worrying, Chun-Ing said, Princess consort, it's nothing. Chun-Ing doesn't feel any pain. At this moment, the two guards looked at each other and didn't move. So she turned and ordered, what are you standing there stunned for? Do you also want to defy the prince's command? The two guards then escorted her away, while she stayed behind, gloating triumphantly. Guards, take my sister Su back to her room. Back in her room, Su Luo began to worry. What do I do now? I'm all alone today. It's hard to call for help. If I fight force with force, I'm afraid it will harm a child. At the same time, Meow Meow's mother brought in a bowl of medicine. Princess Consort. She recognized it at a glance. It was safflower water. So she pointed directly at Meow Meow and accused her, Lu Meow Meow, you dare to plot against the prince's own flesh and blood. Aren't you afraid the prince will sentence you to death? But she was not the least bit concerned and said smugly, Oh, Su Luo, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think the prince will believe you or me? Look at the time. Why are you still putting on such a noble act here? However, if sister is willing to kneel and beg for forgiveness, Meow Meow might consider it. She held her belly to protect the child. Lu Meow Meow, I have no grudge or enmity with you. Why do you hate me so much that you must push me to my death? Hearing those words, she stood up resentfully. Achimepache, no graj, no enmity. Sister is truly a noble person who forgets things easily. The day you humiliated me in front of everyone, calling me a commoner, have you forgotten so quickly? As long as, without another word, she ordered the woman, bring the bowl of soup up. I will personally make sister drink it. Meow Meow held the bowl of medicine in her hand and stirred it. This made her angry and she threatened. How audacious. Stand down. I'm still the princess consort. Treating the princess consort like this, aren't you afraid of being beheaded? But she was not afraid at all and threatened back. Sister Su, if you don't drink this bowl of soup, this day next year will be the death anniversary of Chun-Ing and the young heir. You should think it over carefully. Sister, be a good girl and drink it quickly. If the medicine gets cold, its effects will be gone. Meow Meow kept forcing Su Luo to drink. Open your mouth. While she tried her best to resist, Lu Meow Meow, you are despicable. She didn't care and pinched her mouth shut, pouring it all in. Drink it. After drinking just a little, Su Luo forcefully knocked it away, causing the bowl of medicine to fall to the ground and shatter. This made her very unhappy. Su Luo, you really don't know what's good for you. Then Meow Meow and her mother once again used force. Drink it for me. They even used their feet to hold her down by the head and neck. Drink it. Pushed to her limit. Su Luo grabbed the woman's leg. Then she opened her mouth and bit down hard, causing the woman to kick her away in pain. Su Luo, are you a dog? Su Luo, you caused Newer to be humiliated by a group of men. You owe me for my Newer. It was all you. You even caused my Newer's death. Su Luo lay on the ground, clutching her stomach and protesting. I didn't harm Lu Nu. I didn't do anything. But Meow Meow was determined to pin the crime on her. If not you, then who? Back then, if you hadn't insisted on marrying the prince, how could your father, Prime Minister Su, have worried that his precious daughter would suffer grievances after marrying into the prince's mansion and find people to humiliate my sister? She didn't believe it and pointed straight at her. Impossible. My father would never do such a cruel and immoral thing. Lu Meow Meow, don't you dare slander my father. Finally, the mother and daughter teamed up. In short, all of this happened because of you. It's all your fault. You stole the prince. Only if you die will the prince belong to me alone. Then I will be the princess consort. Your life for my Newer's life. A life for a life is a matter of course. Su Luo sat up straight and said clearly, Lu Meow Meow, you know very well in your heart how the prince treats me. Meow Meow came forward, grabbing both her hands to confirm, of course. I have been by the prince's side for 3 years. No one understands the prince better than I do. Su Luo, just you wait for death. She watched her leave and asked a question. Lu Meow Meow, aren't you afraid of retribution? But the woman just scoffed, huh? After they all left, a dull pain started to spread. Ugh, it hurts. She then started to bleed. My child, my child. The woman hadn't left yet and saw this scene. Meow Meow, this is not good. Meow Meow turned and was shocked. She hurriedly put on a flustered act and called for a doctor. Guards, someone, quickly call a doctor. Something has happened to the princess consort. Before she could finish, the woman covered her mouth. Meow Meow, why not take this opportunity to take her life? When the prince asks, just say the princess consort found out her entire family at the prime minister's manor was executed and was so grief-stricken that she committed suicide. That will be the end of it. Knowing her mother's words made sense, she was still worried. Many servants saw us bring the princess consort back to Hibiscus Courtyard with their own eyes. When the time comes, if the prince just asks around a little, suspicion will fall on us. Hearing that explanation, the woman saw that it was also true. After all, our Meow Meow is the thoughtful one. I'll go get someone to call the doctor right away. Then she hurried off to find the doctor. Meow Meow, the doctor is here. Dr. Lu arrived. Seeing the scene, he still maintained his etiquette and bowed. Princess Consort Lu. Su Luo struggled to sit up and beg for help. Doctor, save my child. After saying that, she fainted. In the room at Hibiscus Courtyard, Dr. Lu was now making his diagnosis. Just by briefly taking her pulse, he had already discovered the cause of the bleeding was the safflower water. Seeing the look on Dr. Lu's face, Meow Meow spoke up as a reminder. Dr. Lu, you have been in our prince's mansion for over 10 years. If you want to make a stable living in this mansion, you should understand what should be said and what shouldn't be said. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing that threat, he hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. Sighed Consort Lu, this old man is just a doctor who saves people. I respectfully ask your ladyship to spare this old man. But she was determined not to let him off. Dr. Lu, you still have a wife, children, and elderly at home. If the prince returns and finds out you couldn't save the child in the princess consort's womb, how will he hold you accountable? At this point, she whispered in Dr. Lu's ear. It was so against medical ethics that he hesitated. Your ladyship, this. Just then, Yin Shun also returned. What is going on here? Seeing him, Meow Meow called out, Your Highness. Then she put on a pitiful act and recounted, Your Highness, you must look at Sister Su. Meow Meow is worried to death. Sister heard that the Su manor was going to be executed and was terrified. He turned to ask Dr. Lu, Dr. Lu, why is the princess consort like this? Immediately, he was threatened by her gaze. So he could only go against his conscience. Reporting to your highness, the princess consort is because she was so frightened that she started bleeding from below. The child in her womb could not be saved. Seeing the situation go exactly as she wished made her smug. Su Luo, the princess consort of the divine prince's mansion, can only be me. Inshin quickly moved on to question something else. Who brought this matter to the princess consort's ears? This made her worried, and she quickly put on a green tea act to accept the blame. Your highness, it is all Meow Meow's fault for not managing the servants well. Just now, I'll let sister hear about this matter. I asked your highness to punish Meow Meow, but he didn't mind. It's all right, Meow Meow, it's not your fault. Being forgiven, she hugged him tightly. Thank you, your highness. After that, Meow Meow ordered, quickly bring the person here for me. The woman also stepped forward to be present. Your highness, I will go bring that loose-lipped maid here. She then spoke up to accuse Chun-Ing. Your highness, you don't know. The little maid, Chun-Ing by sister's side, not only committed a crime, but also dared to hit me and defiantly disobeyed your command, wanting to take sister and run away for the prince's mansion. Inshun was very angry after hearing this. A little maid dares to be so presumptuous. Then she continued to play the victim. Your highness, it's one thing for Meow Meow to be slapped by that maid. Meow Meow is not angry, but that Chun-Ing showed no respect for you. So in a fit of anger, I ordered Chun-Ying's execution. As the prince's woman, Meow Meow must protect her dignity in the mansion. Xia-Ying, now covered in injuries from being beaten, was brought up. No, the woman pointed at her and explained. Your highness, your ladyship. This made Xia-Ying learn that the princess consort miscarried because of her. She was remorseful and voluntarily cut out her tongue to beg the princess consort for forgiveness. Meow Meow then pretended to be very kind and scolded the maid. Xia-Ying, I had already instructed the servants of Man-Ting Pavilion. My sister's body is weak. You absolutely could not speak of the Su Manor's matter. How could you not control your mouth? Causing such a huge disaster. If your father and mother at home knew about this, how sad would they be? At this, Xia-Ying could only look up, her face covered in tears of injustice. He was led by the nose and stood up to question her. Was it you who brought this matter to the princess consort's ears? Despite being wronged, she still nodded in admission. So Inshun immediately ordered guards drag her out and execute her. Yes, your highness. Then he turned to instruct Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, prescribe a few more sets of medicine to help the princess consort recuperate. Yes, your highness. At the prince's mansion 3 days later, a man was finally released and ran to Su Luo's side. Mother, she was still unconscious, but in her delirium, she whispered, child. Mother, father. Thinking of the scene where everyone from the Su Manor was executed by Inshun's own order. She was startled awake by the nightmare. Mother, father. At that moment, the little boy by the bed was crying his heart out. Madir, sobi. Su Luo caressed her belly, remembering her lost child and feeling guilty. Child, mother, it's all mother's fault for not being able to protect you. Having just woken up, she wanted to go beg him. Nanny, quickly follow me to Yushin Hall. I want to beg Shun to save my family. But she was stopped by Nanny Sunday Princess Consort. You have already lost one child. Please think of the young heir. But she refused to listen. Don't stop me. So the nanny sorrowfully told her the truth. Princess Consort, Prime Minister Su and his wife were beheaded 3 days ago. The charge was colluding with the enemy and treason. This news made Su Luo feel a pain, as if she were dying. Father, mother. But even so, she still want to find him. Yes, I want to find Shun. I want to ask him clearly, who exactly framed my father? After walking for just a moment, Su Luo tripped and fell right in front of Shun. And man and Nanny's son saw this and ran over. Princess Consort, are you all right, mother? She ignored herself and called out, Shun. Then she hugged his leg and begged, my Su family has been loyal for generations. Who framed my father for colluding with the enemy and committing treason? He emotionlessly ordered, take the young heir out. Yes, your highness. The little boy was forcibly carried out and struggled. I'm not going, I want mother. At this moment, Su Luo revealed the whole truth. Also, the child in my womb died because Lu Miao Miao forced me to drink safflower medicine. But he didn't believe her and insisted on having proof. Where is your proof? She cried pitifully and said, Dr. Lu can testify. Chuning can also testify. After hearing the two witnesses, Shun shouted, Enough, Su Luo. How long are you going to deceive me? Chuning was executed for helping you escape. Dead men tell no tales. Dr. Lu said you started bleeding because you suddenly heard bad news and were terrified, which is why the fetus couldn't be saved. Hearing that Chun-Ing was dead, Su Luo was stunned. Chun-Ing is dead? She couldn't understand how he could be so foolish. Shun, are you blind? While she was furious, he criticized her enough. Su Luo, you're just as hypocritical as your father. Shun took out a piece of paper written in blood. This is what Newer wrote before she died. See for yourself. She took it and read the contents. The prince and I were in love with each other. I never thought that Prime Minister Su, for the sake of his own daughter's happiness, would try to use money to make me leave the prince. Seeing that none of it was true, Su Luo questioned him, what is going on? What about this handkerchief? So he recounted everything. If Miao hadn't discovered this handkerchief among Newer's belongings, I would never have known how you and your father could be so utterly devoid of conscience. That day when I arrived at the abandoned temple at night, when he arrived, he saw Newer being assaulted by a group of thugs. Boss, someone's here. So Shin took action and dealt with all of them. Newer. He ran to help her up and apologized. Newer, I'm sorry, I was late. But she cried and said she was dirty. Shun, I'm dirty. Newer is dirty. Even if Newer was dirty, he was determined to take her home. Newer, let's go home. Before leaving the abandoned temple, he ordered, bring these men back to the mansion. Immediately, the thugs kowtowed and begged for their lives. Your Highness, spare us, my lord, spare us. At the Divine Prince's mansion that day, the wedding guests couldn't find Shun. Where's the groom? Right. We haven't even had 2 drinks with him, and he's already gone. On his wedding night, he brought her back, got clean clothes, and then a basin of hot water. Yes, your highness. Severely traumatized, she immediately struggled. Don't come here. Stay away. Don't come. Seeing this, he said, Newer, it's me, I'm Shun. Hearing the familiar name, Neuter calmed down. Shun. Then she let him hold her and comfort her. Newer, don't be afraid. Shun is here. Don't be afraid. While holding her, he silently vowed, Newer, I will definitely make those men pay the price. In the mansion's dungeon late at night, the thugs had been severely tortured and were begging. Your Highness, spare us. This humble one didn't know that woman was your Highness's person. That's right. The person who hired us didn't say this woman was connected to you. Hearing that there was someone behind it shocked Shun. He then held a weapon in his hand and interrogated them. Who is behind this? Think carefully before you speak. Seeing the weapon, the terrified thugs spilled everything. I'll talk. Then the man recounted a false story. It was the old master with the surname Su who gave us silver to do this. Your Highness, considering we were just following orders, please spare this humble one. Even though he had confessed, the man was still tortured. Spare me. He went mad and roared. Spare you? Did you think about sparing my Newer back then? Knowing who was behind it, he ordered his guards, remember, don't let them die a comfortable death. Back in the present, Su Luo still firmly asserted, no, my father would never do that. Seeing she still didn't believe him, he pulled her up, change your clothes, I'm taking you somewhere. Then, Inshun took Su Luo to the mass grave burial ground. Her face quickly turned pale as she realized this is the mass grave. He ruthlessly pushed her to the ground and delivered the news, "Your parents are buried here." On the ground were two makeshift burial mounds for her father Shuya and mother Zhang Rui. Seeing those two mounds broke her heart. "Mother, Father Luo has been unfilial. I couldn't even see you one last time." Then Su Luo understood everything. "In Shun, you condemn my entire family to death, just for one Lu Nuer." Hearing the question, he became angry. "Su Luo, that year Nuer and I were in love. Your father then spoke to his majesty and had you forcibly married to me by imperial decree. You're not unaware of this, are you?" That year, Inshun heard Lord Lu congratulate. "Congratulations, Prime Minister Su. Your daughter and the Divine Prince are truly a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven." Receiving this congratulation made him very happy. "Thank you, Lord Lu." As he was passing by, the Prime Minister stopped him. "Divine Prince, please wait." Being told to stop annoyed him. "Prime Minister Su, is there something else?" The Prime Minister, with a straight face, requested, "Divine Prince, let's talk." As soon as they reached a secluded spot, Shun commanded, "If you have something to say it quickly." Then the Prime Minister spoke threateningly. "This Prime Minister has only one daughter. After she marries into your Divine Prince's mansion, if she suffers even the slightest harm, this Prime Minister will definitely not spare you." Hearing the threat, he sneered. Is Prime Minister Su worried for his daughter? Why not just ask His Majesty to retract the marriage decree then? With that, he turned and left. Thinking about everything she had caused made Su Luo feel immense pain. "Father walked this path because of me. Vater, Luo was wrong. Luo is sorry." At the mass grave, looking at the two mounds, she questioned him. "Inshun, is this how you treat your own lifesaver? That year in Lang Valley, if I hadn't saved you, how could you be where you are today?" But in his memory, it was Nuer. So he immediately refuted her words. It was clearly Nuer who saved this prince. This prince and Nuer pledged to grow old together in Lang Valley. It was your father who tore us apart. Su Luo, are you even worthy of being Nuer substitute? After hearing this, Su Luo's gaze froze. Why? It was clearly me who saved you. Why did it become Lu Nuer? Finally, she struck at his deepest pain. Shun, no wonder your mother consort had to commit suicide. Having an ungrateful son, she must have died of shame. Hearing this, Shun tightened his grip on Su Luo's neck. "Su Luo, my mother consort's suicide was all thanks to your father." She hurriedly struggled out of his grasp. Her eyes were resolute as she denied it. "My father would not do such a thing." Shun, if you make an accusation, you must have proof. So he quickly retorted, "What proof do you want? My mother consort told me herself." Could that be false? But she resolutely refused to believe her father was such a person. Impossible. How could it be? My father is not that kind of person. Then Shun forcefully pushed her away. "Eschautit cursis, Sulwo. Your entire family are the sworn enemies of me, the Divine Prince." With only a man left, she sincerely begged, "Shun, I beg you. We are husband and wife after all. Please spare Manor and me." But he resolutely refused to let her go. "Su Luo, listen carefully. This prince will never let you go. This prince wants to torture you for this entire lifetime, to make you live a life worse than death." Finishing his words, Shun ordered, "Men, put the princess consort on the horse." He instructed the guards, "Pass down my order. Take the princess consort back to the mansion. Without my permission, she is not to take a single step out of Hibiscus Courtyard." "Yes, your highness." That evening at Hibiscus Courtyard, Su Luo brought back the memorial tablets of her family and Chuning to pay her respects. Why did things turn out this way? On the table, she placed the pear paste candy that her father loved most. She recalled his previous words, "If Shun is all you have, then give up hope." Only now did she realize how wrong she had been. "Father, I'm sorry. It was Luo who harmed everyone." If Luo had listened back then, perhaps the Su Manor would not have met such a tragic end. Su Luo remembered Shun's words. "Su Luo, my mother consort's suicide was a gift from your father." But she resolutely refused to believe it. "Since I was a child, father taught Luo to be a kind person. Luo absolutely does not believe you would cause Shun's mother consort to commit suicide. Father, mother, and Chuning, Luo misses you all." At that moment, he appeared again. When Shun saw Su Luo worshipping her parents, he became enraged. "Su Luo, you dare to worship the enemy in my Divine Prince's mansion. Are they even worthy? With that, he grabbed the memorial tablets from the table and ruthlessly threw them to the ground, while she screamed in anguish. Don't, please don't. She hugged their memorial tablets and said angrily, In Shun, this is my family. They're already gone. Why must you be so heartless? Being called heartless made him find it laughable. Me, heartless? Su Luo, if it weren't for your father doing those despicable things, how could I be as heartless as I am now? He looked at her with hatred in his heart. Su Luo, your Su manor owes me, and I will take back every single thing from you. Su Luo still wanted to clear her father's name. In Shun, my father would not do such things. Don't you dare slander my father. But he resolutely refused to believe her words. The evidence is conclusive, and you still won't admit it? Just like your father, stubborn. Only then did she admit how blind she had been. In Shun, I hate you. It's true that I was blind at first, to have fallen for someone so selfish, cold, and cruel. After hearing this, In Shun grabbed Su Luo's hand. Hate me? I won't allow you to hate me. She was already in this state, yet he still wanted to touch her, so she struggled violently. In Shun, what are you trying to do? Don't touch me. His smile turned sinister as he said bluntly, What am I doing? I want your father to see the retribution with his own eyes. And so, In Shun pushed her onto the bed, his eyes like a madman's. Tell me, if your father knew his beloved daughter was being violated before his own memorial tablet, would he be so humiliated he'd crawl out of his coffin? Unwilling to be humiliated, Su Luo slapped his face. Enraged, he ordered his guards, Men, take these memorial tablets and burn them for me. Yes, your highness. She adamantly refused and struggled with the guards. Don't. But in the end, the guards still snatched them away. Her whole body fell heavily to the ground, and she silently swore to the heavens. In Shun, I, Su Luo, cannot live under the same sky as you for the rest of my life. That day at Hibiscus Courtyard, it was raining heavily. A maidservant rushed in to report. Princess Consort, something is wrong. Princess Consort, the young heir has stabbed and injured young Master Jinger. Hearing this news, Su Luo couldn't quite believe it. What? So she quickly closed her book and hurried off to find a man. Manea, but she was stopped by the guards at the gate. Princess Consort, His Highness has ordered that you are forbidden from leaving Hibiscus Courtyard. At this point, with only the little boy left, her attitude hardened. Move aside. If anything happens to the little heir today, can you bear the consequences? At that moment, Meow Meow appeared, adding fuel to the fire. Older sister, where are you going in such a hurry? Are you going to see the young master? The little heir stabbed Jinger, and Jinger lost too much blood and fainted from shock. Su Luo didn't believe her son could do such a thing. You're lying. Manor would never do that. Hearing her confident words, she provoked. Oh, is that so? They say like mother, like son, and it seems to be true. Then she leaned close to her ear and whispered the truth. Jinger wasn't actually stabbed by the little heir. I had someone else stab him. The doctor says he lost too much blood and needs a transfusion. Hearing this, Su Luo was furious. Lu Meow Meow, what do you want to do to Manor? She feigned innocence and replied, One is the child of an unfavored person. The other is the child of my older sister. Older sister Su, who do you think His Highness will choose? Older sister Su, if you were to lose a child, it would surely be interesting. Hearing these words, Su Luo was truly filled with indignation. Lu Meow Meow. She quickly noticed the sword at the guard's waist and swiftly drew it, then held it to Meow Meow's neck, causing her face to turn pale with fear. Su Luo, what are you doing? If you kill me, His Highness won't spare you. But she showed no mercy and made a cut on her neck, making her scream in fear. Ah, Su Luo, don't. Let me go. The guards also came forward to stop her, Princess Consort, but were threatened by her. All of you, get away from me. Over at Yushuan Hall, In Shun heard the news and was furious. What? Forcing Meow Meow? In just a moment, he arrived at the scene and demanded, Su Luo, put the sword down for me. Do you not hear my command? Lower the sword now. But she ignored his threat and asked about a man. Where is Manor? Hearing her question, In Shun replied with a look of disgust. Manor is young, but has a vicious heart. Not only did he curse Jinger as a bastard, but he also dared to injure him. Disbelieving, Su Luo pressed the blade deeper. Stop talking nonsense. My Manor would absolutely not do such a thing. Finally, she said once more, "In-shun, you just need to tell me where Manor is." Meow Meow, in her grasp, begged, "Your Highness, save me. Older sister wants to kill me." Even at a time like this, he still had the mind to tell her to calm down. Su Luo, calm down a little. But Su Luo repeated irritably, "I'll ask you again, where is Manor?" Just then, a maidservant ran up to report, "Your Highness, it's not good. The little heir's bleeding won't stop. He's about to." Hearing that her son was in trouble terrified her. "Manor, where is Manor? Take me there quickly." And so, the maidservant quickly led her away. Seeing In-shun about to follow, Meow Meow immediately stopped him. "Your Highness, where are you going?" Meow Meow is so scared. Hearing this, he coaxed her with a sweet tone. "Meow Meow, this prince will be back. You should go back and change your clothes to avoid catching a cold. Take consort Lu back to her room to rest." "Yes, Your Highness." She watched his back as he followed Su Luo, furious. "In-shun, from beginning to end, you still haven't let go of that wench. But it's fine. The two children have been taken care of. Next, it's your turn, Su Luo." She quickly arrived at Manor's quarters. As soon as she ran in, she called out, "Manor." Dr. Lu, standing beside him, bowed. "Princess consort," but she only felt heartbroken seeing the wound on a man's arm. Su Luo touched the little boy's face and wondered, "Manor, why is your whole body so cold?" Just then, the little boy woke up. Mother, Manor hurts." Hearing her son's voice, she comforted him. "Good Manor, it won't hurt for much longer." Lying in bed, and Man wondered, "Mother, will I be able to see my little sister now?" She immediately denied it. "Manor, don't say such nonsense." She then turned to beg Dr. Lu. "Dr. Lu, I beg you, please save my Manor." But he seemed helpless. "Princess consort, the little heir has lost too much blood. This old man has done everything I can." Hearing this, Su Luo's pupils immediately constricted, and her heart ached sharply. How could things have turned out this way? She knelt and begged In-shun. "In-shun, I want you to uphold justice for my Manor. Manor has a pure and kind heart. He would absolutely not do such an outrageous thing." It was Lu Meow Meow. She was the one who stabbed Jinger to frame Manor. But he adamantly refused to believe her. "Su Luo, that's enough. Manor's life is what's important. Taking him back to Hibiscus Courtyard and caring for him diligently is what matters. As for whether he was framed or not, I will investigate it clearly myself." Knowing what a terrible person he was, Su Luo gave up. Forget it. She reached out and held in Man, then left without a backward glance. Outside, the rain was pouring down, and so he then gave the order, "Drag this doctor out and execute him for me." At midnight, in Hibiscus Courtyard, two maidservants, worried about Su Luo's health, advised her, "Princess consort, you've been watching over the little heir for a whole day. You should go back and rest for a bit." But she adamantly refused. "No, in case Manor wakes up and doesn't see his mother, he'll be scared." The maidservant knew what she was worried about and immediately assured her, "Please rest assured, if the little heir wakes up, I will immediately call for you. Besides, if you exhaust yourself, who will take care of the little heir?" Su Luo saw that the maidservant's words were right. "That's right. Good Manor, Mother will go cook some shrimp congee for you first, so you can have it when you wake up." After she left, the two maidservants looked at each other and sighed. Sigh. An hour passed, and she returned with the cooked food. When Manor wakes up and sees the shrimp congee, he'll surely turn into a little glutton. Then she saw several maidservants running frantically to get water. "Get water! Quickly tell people to put out the fire." Seeing this, Su Luo was curious. "Where is the fire?" and received the answer. "Princess consort, it's Hibiscus Courtyard." Hearing that the fire was at Hibiscus Courtyard, the bowl of congee in her hands quickly fell, and her whole body froze. "Manor, my Manor." She rushed back to Hibiscus Courtyard, and just like that, plunged into the fire. "Manor, Mania, Mother is here to save you." Seeing this, a maidservant hurriedly tried to stop her. "Princess consort, it's dangerous inside. You can't go in." Just then, In-shun appeared and hurriedly asked the maidservant, "Who is that? Who went in there?" and quickly received the answer. "It's the princess consort, Your Highness." Hearing it was Su Luo, he immediately grabbed a basin of water. Then he poured it all over himself, determined, "Su Luo, I won't let anything happen to you." With that, In-shun charged in. Su Luo. Inside, she was continuously searching for a Manor. Just then, a crossbeam fell, crushing her legs. He ran in and saw it was too late. Luo. Instead of running to save her, he just kept calling out Luo. His memories began to return. A shun, hurry up. And so In-shun called out loudly, "Luo, wait for me. Why, where is everyone?" He went and lifted the crossbeam off. "Luo, wake up." Doctor, call a doctor quickly for me. At Jinshuang Courtyard, the sound of Su Luo's lullaby echoed continuously. Good manner, sleep, sleep now, my child. Good manner, mother is here, good manner. Go to sleep now. Mother will go cook something delicious for manner. Manner, I love manner. Inshin appeared then, and seeing her like this, he became angry. Su Luo, what are you doing? But she shushed him. Shoo, manner is sleeping. Don't be loud, you'll wake manner up. Hearing this, a chill ran down his spine. Then he snatched the pillow from Su Luo's hands and went mad. Su Luo, how long are you going to be insane? Seeing her child snatched away, she lunged forward. Give manner back to me. But she lost her footing and fell to the ground. In Shun, having taken everything from her, now demanded she be lucid. Su Luo, snap out of it. Look clearly for me, this is not manner. Manner, he died a long time ago. With that, he coldly left, ordering the maidservants to burn all of the heir's belongings and to call a doctor to treat the injury on the princess consort's leg. When he returned, he only saw Su Luo trying to reach out, demanding, give manner back to me. Please give manner back to me. Seeing her going crazy, In Shun immediately restrained her. Su Luo, have you caused enough trouble? Manner is really dead. He's not alive anymore. Hearing this, she went numb. Then she turned and bit him. She vented all the pain of losing her child onto him. Manner is also your son. He is also your son. How can you be so heartless, cold, and unfeeling? In Shun, let's get a divorce. Hearing Su Luo ask for a divorce with her own mouth made In Shun unable to accept it. She wants to leave me? Wants a divorce? In your dreams. Even at this point, he still wanted to imprison her. The smile on her lips became pained. In Shun, the child in my womb is gone. Manor is also dead, and the entire Su Manor has been executed. Even if I, Su Luo, owed you anything, the debt is paid. After hearing her, he found it ridiculous. What a fine the debt is paid. Don't forget how you tried every possible means to enter my divine prince mansion, causing Newer and me to be separated by death. And now you want to leave so easily? Do you take my divine prince mansion for a marketplace? Su Luo, what your Su family owes me, you can never repay in your lifetime. I want you to stay in the divine prince mansion forever. I will slowly torture you until you wish you were dead. Do you understand? With that, he forcefully shoved Su Luo away, causing her to cry out in pained resentment. In Shun, I hate you. The next morning at Yushuan Hall, the guards who searched Hibiscus Courtyard still couldn't find a man. Your Highness, your subordinate has turned Hibiscus Courtyard upside down, but still hasn't found the little heir's body. After hearing this, he felt something was wrong. How could the body not be found? So he quickly ordered, you two, use all your resources to secretly investigate the little heir's whereabouts. This matter must not be known to others. To the public, just say that the little heir has been laid to rest. The two guards immediately obeyed the order. Yes, Your Highness. At this time, in Hibiscus Courtyard, Su Luo was tightly hugging a man's belongings as she fell asleep. In her dream, she kept calling for her master. Master, Luo misses you so much. Seeing this, he said caringly, Luo, Master is late. Realizing it was him, she could no longer hold back and poured out her heart. Master, Luo is homesick. Luo wants to return to Medicine King Valley. He immediately had Su Luo swallow a pill. Then, the dream quickly ended, leaving her feeling regretful. So it was just a dream? Just then, a maidservant came in to report, Princess Consort, side consort, Lu has come to pay her respects. But she flatly refused, I will not see her. Despite this, Meow Meow brazenly walked in, older sister, Manor is already dead. Are you preparing to burn clothes for Mana? Su Luo ignored her words and continued sewing, only to be asked by Meow Meow, older sister, don't you want to know how Manor was treated before he died? But seeing this indifference annoyed her. Are you even listening to me? That day, I took advantage of Jinger being asleep, found a small pair of scissors, and stabbed it into his heart. The little heir was terrified seeing so much blood. The prince asked him if he did it. The little heir cried and said it wasn't him, but what's the use? The prince doesn't even believe your words. How could he trust an unwelcome little brat? Hearing the injustices her son had suffered, she flew into a rage and cursed, Lu Meow Meow, you bitch. Seeing her reaction only made Meow Meow gloat more. Ha ha ha, you know very well how the prince treated the little heir. How pitiful the little heir is. Because older sister, he died without ever receiving his father's love. In her heart, she could only grieve, man, her mother is sorry. Meow Meow looked down with a mocking gaze. Older sister, why aren't you saying anything? The little heir is most afraid of pain. Even a small fall would make him cry. The physician cut his blood vessels. He cried so miserably then. The little heir desperately tried to escape, but he couldn't. He was caught and had his blood drawn. Older sister, did you know? The little heir kept calling for his mother, 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 hoping you would come and save him, until his last weak breath ended. He had cried until he couldn't cry anymore. But none of this matters. Older sister, you were never favored, and now you have no child. The prince will surely be even colder to you in the future. Last night, Meow Meow and the prince were still worrying over a name for our child. Older sister is the prime minister's daughter, profoundly learned. Why don't you help your younger sister name the child in my womb? Su Luo thought of the pain a man had endured. Mother, save me. A vicious look appeared in her eyes. Manner, mother will avenge you. Then she picked up the scissors and stabbed straight into her heart. Lu Meow Meow, give me back my son. I must kill you. Avenge Manner. Only now did she feel fear and beg. No, don't. But she didn't listen and stabbed straight into her stomach. All of you die. Stabbed twice. Meow Meow cried out in pain for help. Help. The guards and maidservants heard the noise and rushed in, horrified. Princess consort, side consort Lu. A guard immediately ran up to stop her, but Su Luo kept struggling. Let me go. Liu Miao Miao. D. Only now, in pain, did she fear for her child. My child, your highness, quickly save our child. After getting her revenge, Su Luo turned around. Manner, mother has finally avenged you. Then she pointed the scissors at herself and laughed maniacally. But even with revenge, and man could not return. But my child will never come back. That night at Lu Man Pavilion, Meow Meow's mother was waiting at the door for Inshun. Your Highness, you're finally back. Your Highness, the princess consort caused our Meow Meow to have a miscarriage. You must seek justice for us. As soon as he entered, Meow Meow began to make her accusations. Your Highness, it's Meow Meow's fault. I couldn't protect our child. Seeing her so agitated, he calmed her down. Meow Meow, lie down first. Even in this state, she could still fabricate a perfect story. Meow Meow was just worried that Sister Sue, having lost 2 children in a row, would do something rash, so I went to comfort her, who knew that older sister would suddenly grab a pair of scissors and stab me in the stomach. What did Meow Meow do wrong? Why would older sister want to harm Meow Meow's child? The baby is innocent. After hearing everything, Inshun was filled with rage. Su Luo, is this your way of getting revenge on me? So he drew his sword from its sheath. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct her mother, take good care of side consort Lu. As soon as he arrived at Hibiscus Courtyard, he kicked the door open. Su Luo, were you the one who injured Meow Meow? Faced with the accusation, Su Luo just calmly sewed the clothes. Seeing her so calm made him even more furious. Do you know that because of you, the child in Meow Meow's womb is gone? Hearing this, she only felt gratified. It's gone? Wonderful. Seeing Su Luo's lack of remorse made him tremble with anger. He then raised his sword high and shouted, You vicious woman. Watching the blade swing down, she just closed her eyes, awaiting death. But Inshun didn't strike, and instead began to speak harshly. Su Luo, don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you. You were once a mother yourself. How could you do something so cruel? She had nothing left now, so she wasn't afraid of death. She killed 2 of my children. I killed one of hers. That's not even fair. He still didn't know the truth behind it and staunchly defended Meow Meow. Su Luo, Manner's death has nothing to do with Meow Meow. It was an accident. Hearing this, she just found it laughable. You think I'll believe you? I advise you to just kill me now. Otherwise, for every child Lu Meow Meow conceives, I will kill that child. Hearing this, Inshun wanted to scream, Su Luo, you dare. But she cut him off. Before, I lived without caring for fame or fortune, nor did I need your concern. I only wanted to live a peaceful life with my son. But now, the Su mansion is gone. So is Manner, and the child in my womb has also left me. What do I have left now? What is there that I wouldn't dare to do? Seeing her so determined to die, his face turned pale. You. He then grabbed her arm and said softly, Su Luo, I want you to apologize to Meow Meow. But Su Luo was resolute. You want me to apologize to her? Only when I'm dead. So he reached out and choked her. Su Luo, if you insist on dying like this. Before dying, she didn't forget to utter a few venomous words. I also want to curse you to have no descendants in this life, and to not die with a whole body. If I had known marrying you would lead to this, I would have rather stayed in Medicine King Valley and lived out the rest of my life with my master. Just the thought of continuing to live with you in this mansion makes me feel nauseous. Being insulted to this extent drove him mad. Su Luo, what did you say? Say it to this prince one more time. She wasn't afraid of him and repeated it. I, Su Luo, would rather die than stay by your side for another minute, another second. As soon as Su Luo finished speaking, Inshun let go. Then, a vicious smile appeared on his face. You want to die, don't you? Fine, I will grant your wish. So he ordered a guard. Man, put the princess consort into the coffin. Hearing that she could die, Su Luo burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, no need to trouble you. I'll do it myself. Then she walked to the coffin and willingly laid down inside. Inshin thought she still wanted to live, so he gave her a chance. Su Luo, I will give you one last chance to survive. You just have to beg for forgiveness now. But Su Luo's heart was dead, and she no longer wanted to live and see his face. In your dreams, in a fit of rage, he ordered, close the coffin. A wave of overwhelming frustration rose in his heart. Luoer, you'd rather die than bow your head to me? Just then, a guard came in to report. Your Highness, the general of the left has sent word that he has an important matter to discuss with you and invites you to the general's residence immediately. Hearing this, Inshin replied, I know. You may go first. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give an instruction. This prince is going to the general's residence. If I do not return in 3 shurchun, remember to open the coffin. Yes, your highness. The coffin lid then slowly closed. Realizing she was about to be reunited with her loved ones brought her peace. This is great. This is good, too. I'm about to be reunited with my child, with my father and mother. In that darkness, waves of heat rose. A hand reached out calling mother, mother, and man, being threatened by Meow Meow, kept begging, mother, save me. The thought of her son made her face turn pale. Manea, and man was then swallowed by the flames. Mother, it hurt so much. Through the dream, Su Luo knew her son was still alive. That's Manor. Manor is outside calling for me. So she hurriedly pounded on the coffin, crying for help. Let me out. My son is calling me. On the other side, Inshun had finished his discussion and was riding back quickly. Kulip glop. Fearing something had happened to her, he spurred his horse on. 2 shurchin have passed. I must get back quickly. As soon as he returned to the mansion, he saw Meow Meow walking out, wanting to say something. Your Highness, you're finally back. Older sister, she. Seeing her hesitate, he grew anxious. What happened to the princess consort? So she told him the truth. Older sister suffocated to death in the coffin. Inshin couldn't seem to believe it was true. Dead? You're saying Su Luo is dead? No, it can't be. She quickly recounted what she had done. Sister Su is truly pitiful. Meow Meow couldn't bear it, so I had her buried first in the mansion's back garden. Your Highness, you don't need to be too heartbroken. Taking care of your health is what's important. But upon hearing she was dead, he violently shoved Meow Meow aside. Impossible. Luoer would not die. She still wanted to hold him back. Your Highness. But seeing his indifference made her even angrier. That wench is dead. Shouldn't your Highness be happy? In an empty plot in the back garden of the Divine Prince Mansion, the guard were digging up the coffin on Inshin's orders. He was too anxious to wait and urged them on. Hurry up! As the guards were lifting the coffin, he stopped them. Wait, stop! Inshin hopefully touched the coffin, hypnotizing himself. Luer, les incite luer. He then pushed the coffin lid open. Inside, Su Luo was already stiff, causing his whole body to freeze. Seeing that she was dead, Inshun began his belated repentance. Nu, Luar? Meow Meow, who was beside him, was afraid his health would suffer and tried to persuade him. Your Highness, older sister is gone. If your body collapses, what will Meow Meow do? But he paid no mind and kept calling out. Luoer, Luoer, please wake up. Please open your eyes and look at me. Inshin reached out and caressed her cheek, unwilling to accept it. Impossible, Luoer wouldn't die. He picked up her body, wanted to call a physician to examine her. Luoer, you're injured. I'll take you back to have the physician examine you, all right? Seeing him so frantic, she hastily tried to reason with him. Your Highness, older sister Su is already dead. But he wouldn't listen at all. Shut up, I forbid you to speak nonsense. Meow Meow watched this scene filled with hatred. This wench is already dead, yet she still has a hold on the prince's soul. In the middle of the night, at Hibiscus Courtyard, Inshin cried as he wiped Su Luo's body with a cloth. Luoer, you go to sleep first. For all these years, I've kept you in the mansion. When you wake up, I'll take you out to have fun, all right? Luo, from now on, we will be together. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Having said that, he bent down and kissed her. He finally noticed that her face was covered in wounds. Looking at your face full of wounds, wait for me to apply medicine and bandage them, then it won't hurt anymore. It was I who made you suffer so much. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Luo likes to be clean. Your body being wet and dirty like this must be uncomfortable. Let me change you into new clothes. Inshun quickly took out a new set of clothes. Luo, what do you think of these clothes? Luo is so beautiful. You'll surely look very beautiful in this. He then took off her clothes. Seeing the scar on her back, he froze. This scar, why is it so familiar? Immediately, memories from Wolf Valley came flooding back. The person who saved him back then was Su Luo. You're awake. Wake up. Inshin saw the person before him, looked unfamiliar, and asked, who are you? He quickly learned her identity. My name is Su Luo. Here, let me help you up. As they were walking, they realized it seemed like wolves were following them from behind. We have to run. So he told her to run first. Miss Su, you go quickly. Don't worry about me. But she was determined not to abandon him. It's all right. I have some medicinal powder on me. The wolves won't come near us. When Inshin turned back and saw a wolf lunging, he pushed Su Luo away. Get out of the way. He slashed down with a single strike. Then another wolf lunged forward, but luckily, she ran back to help. General, be careful. Just like that, she received a large wound, causing him to panic. Misu, as those memories returned, he finally knew who his benefactor was. It was Luo who had saved him. Inshun's head hurt as if it would split open. During the day in Wolf Valley, when he was about to leave, he was regretfully stopped by Su Luo. Shun, don't go. He was also heartbroken, but it was an order he had to obey. Luo, I have military orders. I must return to the capital to report. Listen, don't cry anymore. After hearing this, she wanted to be sure of one thing. Shun, will you come back to marry me then? Inshun, like a fresh-faced youth at the time, assured her. Luo, with heaven and earth as my witness, I, Inshun, will be faithful only to you for this entire life, from now until the very end. Only after hearing that vow did she stop crying. Shun, I'll wait for you. Returning to the present, he finally realized the belated truth. So I had always mistaken Lu Rower for Luo. Thus, his heart ached as if it were being cut, and tears streamed down his face. I was wrong, Luo. Due to the extreme heartache, he coughed up blood and fell down beside her. Luo, it's all my fault. It was I who caused your death. Oh, I'm in Tink Pavilion. Meow Meow returned in a towering rage, confusing her mother. What's wrong? Is that one still not dead? She threw the cloak at her mother and recounted the situation. She's dead, all right, but His Highness actually carried her corpse back to Hibiscus Courtyard. Her mother knew that, but still felt this action was correct. But you saw it clearly. That wench made it so you can never conceive in the future. If we hadn't acted this time, she confirmed the information with certainty. When I opened the coffin, that body was already cold and stiff. She's really dead. Her mother was only satisfied after hearing that assurance. It's good that she's dead. That wench caused your older sister's death. Tonight can be considered as having avenged Rower. I used to think this prince tormented Su Luo because of Rower. Only today did I learn that the hatred behind it runs even deeper. Meow Meow was stunned after hearing this. Mother, what do you mean by that? Her mother put the cloak on her and recounted everything. It is said that the prince's imperial mother was once Princess Yang of the Jing'an Kingdom. The soldiers of the Molan Kingdom invaded the Jing'an Kingdom, and at that time, the Minister of War, who was Prime Minister Su, was slow to dispatch troops to help. After the Jing'an Kingdom was conquered, Princess Yang committed suicide to follow her kingdom in death. Hearing the whole story, she couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha! In this entire divine prince mansion, no one knew that the Princess Dowager was the prince's reverse scale. No wonder the prince treated that wench with both love and hate, and even wanted to personally execute the entire Su family. Su Luo, even if I, Lu Meow Meow, can't deal with you, your fate was sealed to die a tragic death. Just then, a maidservant rushed in to report. This is bad. His Highness has fainted. As soon as Meow Meow heard, she put on her cloak. Hurry up. The next morning at Manting Pavilion, Inshun, in his daze, kept calling for Luo. Luoya. He finally woke up. Seeing him awake, she immediately put on a heartbroken expression. Your Highness, you're awake. Meow Meow has been here all along. But he paid her no mind and quickly ran off to find Su Luo, which confused her. Your Highness, where are you going? Just like that, Inshin ran with bare feet on the snow, straight to Hibiscus Courtyard. This is not good, Luo. He threw open the room's door and called out, Luoya. He only saw that the bed was empty, causing his mood to become erratic. Where's the princess consort? In-shun went to the two guards and yelled, get up. Then he began to interrogate them. Where is the princess consort? Why is she nowhere to be seen? The guards, having just woken up, were bewildered. Your Highness, the princess consort. Isn't she already dead? Hearing those words, he drew his sword. Then he mercilessly slashed one of them. The remaining guards saw this and begged, Your Highness, spare my life. This subordinate also doesn't know why he fell asleep, Your Highness. In-shun immediately issued an order. Issue the order, search the city thoroughly for me. No matter who sees the princess consort, no one is to touch her. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, you must find the princess consort. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. The frightened guard hurriedly obeyed. After giving the order, he threw away the sword in his hand. His whole body seemed to lose all strength as he fell onto the snow. He looked at his hands with a broken heart. Luo, are you cold? I haven't even changed you into new clothes yet. Why did you leave already? At the mansion's dungeon, a maidservant was brought down for interrogation. Your Highness, this servant truly doesn't know where the princess consort's body is. Even though the maidservant had said that much, he still didn't believe her. Think again. The maidservant, now terrified, cried and begged for mercy. Your Highness, please spare this servant. Sob, last night the princess consort was put into the coffin by you. This servant was afraid of being buried along with her, so I fled in the night. Your Highness, this servant knows I was wrong. Before the maidservant could finish, she was choked to death. In-shun, seeing the maidservant's value was exhausted, mercilessly choked her to death. If you know nothing, then there's no value in keeping you alive. Just then, a guard came in to report. Your Highness, as per your orders, the guards who failed their duty last night have been dealt with. Hearing this, he wondered, have you found out who stole the little heir's body? But it seemed they still hadn't found anything. Reporting to your Highness, not yet. The fact that neither Su Luo's nor a man's body could be found made him furious. A bunch of useless trash. Continue the investigation. The frightened guard replied, Yes, Your Highness. In-shun seemed to feel there was a hidden story in this matter. Manor and Luo both died one after another with no bodies found. This is too strange. Luo, Manor, where are you? Emmenting Pavilion. Miao Miao's mother relayed the information she had heard. I heard from people in the mansion that the wench's body vanished into thin air. But it seemed Miao Miao didn't believe it. Why would someone steal a corpse? A thought suddenly occurred to her mother. That wench couldn't have come back to life and run away on her own, could she? But she quickly denied it. Impossible. I saw with my own eyes that she was no longer breathing in the coffin. Just then, the doors suddenly creaked open, causing the mother and daughter to look over in fear. Seeing it was In-shun, she ran over to welcome him. Your Highness, please come inside first. He didn't want to touch her, so he pushed her hand away. No, I have something to ask you. I'll leave after I'm done. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and broke out in a cold sweat. Hey! Then they quickly regained their composure. What does Your Highness wish to ask? Is it related to older sister Su? As long as it can help Your Highness, Miao Miao will certainly not hold anything back. He quickly denied it. No. Then he wanted to verify some information. Miao Miao, where was the place I first met you in Rower? Hearing this, her face went blank with confusion. Why is Your Highness asking about this today? Do you miss my older sister? Annoyed by her long-winded way of speaking, he yelled, You just need to answer me. Only then did Miao Miao begin to recount. Miao Miao and my older sister first met Your Highness in Wolf Valley. At that time, Rower gave a warning. Miao Miao, packs of wolves often appear here at night. We have to hurry. She heard this and replied innocently, I know, older sister. Suddenly, she screamed in alarm. Ah, Miao Miao, there's a person lying over there. The person lying on the patch of grass was In-shun. The moment she saw his face, she fell for him. This man is so handsome. She bravely reached out a hand to check. He's still alive, so she quickly shook him awake. Young master, since she couldn't do anything, she told Miao Miao to come help. Miao Miao, come and help quickly. In the end, Miao Miao and my older sister were worried Your Highness would be taken away by wild beasts, so we brought Your Highness home. After hearing the story, In-shun had no doubts. It seems Miao Miao also doesn't know why I lost my memory. Having asked what he needed to, he left, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. I thought he already knew. At night in Man Ting Pavilion, Meow Meow's mother was inside, yelling, "You're so useless. You can't even hold onto a single man. After you beat that girl to death yourself, see how cold the prince is to you. He doesn't even look at your older sister. She has been dead for so many years, yet the prince still longs for her." Hearing this, she asked, "Are you telling me to go die? If I die, you won't be able to stay in the prince's mansion either." She was silently furious for not being valued. Everywhere it's always Lu Rower is good. Why don't you just die with her? Hearing that, the old woman turned back to comfort her. "Come now, I only said that so you would seize the time to coax the prince. You must know that there are many young ladies from noble families out there eyeing the position of the divine princess consort." She felt she was inferior to everyone and got angry. "That girl has been dead for 2 months." In his heart, "I'm not even as good as a dead person." As for the old woman, she was resentful. "You have no ability yourself. Why take your anger out on me?" On the afternoon of the next day at Yuxian Hall, a guard seemed to have news and rushed over. Your Highness, we found the princess consort." Inshin couldn't believe it after hearing this. "What?" He quickly strode off to check. "Leave me there quickly." At this time, another 2 months passed. At Yuxian Hall, a guard ran in and called out, "Reporting to your highness." As soon as he saw the person, he immediately asked, "Is there news of the princess consort?" The guard immediately stammered in reply, Not yet. We've searched the entire capital. Still nothing." After 5 months with still no news of Su Luo, In Shun went mad. Useless trash. The teapot was thus smashed right onto the guard's forehead, causing the guard great pain. He, now disheveled and worn out, demanded, "If she's not in the city, then go outside the city. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find my Luo. Yes, your highness, your subordinate will go search at once." At the same time, Meow Meow brought in food to comfort him. "Your highness, please calm your anger. These past few days, your highness has had no appetite. Meow Meow has brewed a nourishing tonic for your highness. Please have a taste." He seemed to have no patience at all and yelled, "Get out." But she stubbornly insisted that he eat. "Your highness, please eat a little." Meow Meow made it herself. Unexpectedly, Inshin swept everything away with his hand, then roared, "Do you not understand this prince's words? Get out." This scene immediately frightened Meow Meow. "Yes, your highness." In the afternoon, at the divine prince's mansion, the living room. As In Shun was about to step in, he suddenly paused. Then he adjusted his clothes and asked the guard, "Is what I'm wearing all right?" Hearing the question, the guard gave a forced smile and replied, "Perfect." Then he quickly walked in, his voice immediately choked up. Is that Luo? Are you still alive?" At this moment, Su Luo turned around and called out a Shun. Seeing that it was really her, he rushed to embrace her. "Luar, my Luar?" The embrace made it hard for her to breathe, so she pushed him away. "A Shun, let me go quickly. You're holding me too tight. I can't breathe." Su Luo's form of address made In Shun suspicious. "A Shun? Why did Luo suddenly call me a Shun?" But despite that, he didn't care and expressed his longing. "Look, I missed you so much." She reached out to touch his face and asked with concern, "A Shun, we haven't seen each other for just 1 year. How did you become like this?" In Shun heard the timeline and became even more suspicious. 1 year. Luo then reminded him, "Hey, Shun, didn't you say you would marry me? I waited for you in a Medicine Valley for a whole year, but you never came. Did you regret it?" Seeing that she didn't remember anything made him worried. "Luo, what's wrong with you?" Su Luo quickly waved her hands. "A Shun, what are you thinking?" He then snapped out of it, "No, it's nothing." Then he took her hand and asked with concern, "Luo, you must be tired from your journey. Are you hungry? Shall I have someone prepare some delicious food for you?" She agreed without any hesitation. "All right." Then she chuckled softly and stroked her hair with an expectant look. "Let me also taste the food at the divine prince's mansion. See how it made you so thin." In Shun held her hand tightly, silently vowing, "Luo, I will not lose you again." In the evening at Yuxian Hall, after several months of being a mess, he had finally tidied up his appearance. "Luo, you've waited a long time. Let's go eat." When Su Luo saw it was time to eat, she quickly ran out. Looking at the food on the table, she exclaimed, "Wow, what a feast." Hearing that, he showed special concern. "Are you hungry? I specially ordered the kitchen to make these. They're all your favorite dishes." Receiving his concern made Su Luo happy. "Then I won't be polite." Seeing him not picking up his chopsticks made her confused. "A Shun, are you afraid I'll run away? Why do you keep staring at me?" Inshin quickly hid his embarrassment by eating. This is delicious." Seeing that it was good, he also picked up a piece for her. "You try some too." Then, his hands moved faster than his brain as he piled all the food in her bowl. This dish is delicious. This one isn't bad either, Luo, or you eat a little more. What's wrong, Luo? Why aren't you eating? Looking at the pile of food in her bowl made her feel sick to her stomach. A shun. Are you trying to fatten me up? With that thought, Su Luo pouted sulkily. Once I'm fat and ugly, you'll have an excuse not to marry me. He gently wiped the food from her lips and coaxed her. How could that be? No matter what Luo becomes, I will still like you. Hearing that, she put food back in his bowl. You should eat more too. You're so thin. How will you be able to protect me in the future? Thank you, Luo. At the bedroom of Yuxian Hall, Inshin stayed by Su Luo's side, watching over her as she rested. Just then, a guard ran up to report, Your Highness, but was immediately warned by him with a shush. So the guard reported everything in a low voice. Your Highness, the physician has arrived. Hearing this, he dismissed the guard. I know, you may leave first. Yes, Your Highness. But before he left, there was still something Inshin wanted to know. Wait, how did you find the princess consort? The guard recalled that moment. He immediately clasped his hands and recounted, reporting to Your Highness. When we were on our way to find the princess consort, we heard a woman asking for the location of the divine prince's mansion. Upon closer look, that person was the princess consort. Only the princess consort doesn't remember. Hearing this, he cut the guard off. Words you shouldn't say are best buried deep in your stomach. Leave and tell the physician to come in. Yes, Your Highness. The physician then entered to take her pulse. There was so much noise just now. Yet Su Luo didn't wake up, all because he had drugged her. A moment ago, I put a little sleeping drug in the soup. Luo can have a good night's sleep tonight. As the man was getting up to report, In Shun spoke first. Physician, let me speak first. Physician, what is the princess consort's condition now? When asked, he immediately stated her current condition. Your Highness, the princess consort now may have suffered some kind of shock that caused her to lose her memory. After hearing this, he was in some disbelief. She lost her memory? How could this be? Then when can she remember again? The physician wasn't sure about this question either. Well, it's hard to say. It could be a few days later, or she might never recover her memories in this lifetime. However, she cannot suffer any more shocks. Otherwise, it will be harmful to her brain. Following his instructions, he immediately summoned someone. Someone come. He silently resolved in his heart. Luo, if you've lost your memory, then let's start over from the beginning. This time, I won't let you leave me again. He called everyone over to give instructions. Pass down the order. From now on, no one in the entire prince's mansion is to mention matters related to the princess consort. Revoke Lu Miao Miao's position as side consort. From now on, the prince's mansion only has Miss Su and Miss Lu. There is no divine princess consort. All of you, remember to guard your tongues. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Yes, Your Highness. Outside the city at this time, Gongsun, you order the shadow guards. In a moment, act on my command. Do not let any prisoner survive. Understood, my lord. Then the group quickly hid. From afar, a person on horseback galloped over. Go. But he was being watched by the old man, Tooba Nanfeng. You can't escape even if you run to the heavens. Nanfeng galloped over and stopped his horse. Halt. Then he gave a cunning smile. Imperial censor, you've been waiting long. Seeing this, the old man immediately urged, It's fine. Let's seize the time and quickly inspect the goods. Yes, my lord. The man immediately ordered his subordinate. Open them all up for the lord to see clearly. Yes. Afterward, he didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. The dignified imperial censor of Northern Yen, selling arms just to earn a middleman's fee, truly driven by desperation. Gongsun Yu looked at the sword blade, revealing a sinister look in his eyes. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. How could that meager salary be enough? Good stuff. Nanfeng was very pleased with the compliment. My lord is putting all his effort into revenge. Of course, I must offer good items to thank you, my lord. But he didn't expect the tip of the sword to be pointed at him. Gongsun Yu, you want to kill me to silence me. So the old man pinned a crime on him. You failed to assassinate the emperor. Used this imperial censor to frame the Su family for this crime. With this family feud, would this imperial censor keep a witness like you alive? The man only now realized his intention. Gongsun Yu, I have underestimated you, old man. Gongsun Yu quickly ordered the shadow guards. Get him for me. The other men also hurriedly formed a defensive layer for Nanfeng. Protect the great general to the death. The two sides then clashed. Suddenly, a shadow guard took advantage of Nanfeng's carelessness to attack. But fortunately, a loyal guard stepped forward to block the blow. General, go quickly. If you don't go, you will. Seeing the guard helping him, the man left to save his own life. Brothers, I'm sorry. Gongsun, you saw him trying to escape and gave chase on horseback. Go after him for me. The two sides then began a chase. After running for a while, they reached a cliff. Seeing this, the old man arrogantly challenged, Tooba Nanfeng, let's see where you can run now. Then he took out a crossbow and aimed, go to hell. Before Gongsun, you could act. Nanfeng risked his life and jumped off the cliff. Gongsun, you will not have an easy death. The old man confirmed he was dead and was satisfied. Falling from there is certain death. Returning to the Su family's residence. He came as he was asked. As soon as he entered, he saw that everything around was in ruins. He looked at the scene and promised himself, Prime Minister Su, the matter you entrusted to me, I will definitely do it well. Then he turned back and ordered, search a little more carefully. Understood, Valley Master. He went into the study alone, looking at the things on the table that still had some shape. He wanted to reach out and flip through them. But the book quickly crumbled to dust. Wiped so clean, it seems this was premeditated long ago. He picked up the piece of paper and discovered something unusual. At the same time, his subordinate reported, after a while of checking, Valley Master, no valuable evidence was found. Knowing there was nothing left, he could only return, let's go back first. At Yuxian Hall, Su Luo kept talking in her sleep. A shun. Just then, Yin Shun came in carrying a basin of water to wash her face. Luo, you're awake. She had just woken up and was blaming herself. How could I have slept like that? So he started to comfort her. Perhaps it's because Luo was tired from the journey. Su Luo then voiced her suggestion. I want to return to the Su residence quickly, so I can marry you. I plan to go back and ask my father to petition His Majesty to grant us a marriage. Hearing her mention the Su residence made him hesitate. Should I tell Luo the truth? Seeing Yinshin not answering for a while made her worried. Shun, what's wrong with you? Why are you so distracted? He quickly regained his composure and wrung out the towel. Then he helped wipe her face. Luo has just arrived in the capital city. Let me take you out for a stroll. What if you return to the Su residence and your father doesn't let you leave the house? That would be such a pity. In his heart, he made a decision. Luo can't handle any shock. For now, I can only hide it for as long as I can. Hearing this, Su Luo broke into a radiant smile and agreed, I'll listen to whatever Shun says. Yinshin took her hand and suggested, then Luo just stay at the prince's mansion for a few days first. In a few more days, I will take you back to the Su residence, all right? She agreed without any hesitation. All right. Then she finally said what she wanted to do. Luo left the capital when I was young. I only heard about the prosperity of the capital from my martial uncle. I must take these few days to see it all with my own eyes. So he immediately hugged her and decided, I'll take you. As long as Luo is happy, that's all that matters. But in her eyes now, there was only disgust for him. In the northern Yin kingdom, the capital city, Su Luo saw the magnificent capital and exclaimed, wow, Master really didn't lie to me. She ran over to grab a mask and showed it off. Shun, this is so fun. Shun, this scented sachet is so beautiful. It smells so good. Seeing this, he immediately bought all the scented sachets for her. Shopkeeper, I'll buy all of these. All right. Then Su Luo became curious again. What is that? Seeing her running so fast made Yinshin worry. Luo, slow down a bit. She picked up 2 carved figurines and compared them. This one looks like me. This one looks like you. Shun, don't you think so? Not only did he not refute it, but he also indulged her. Yes. He suddenly suggested taking her somewhere else. Luo, I'll take you to a place. At Yuxian Hall, Miao Miao heard the news that Yinshin had brought another woman back and became furious. Damn it. What is the background of this, Miss Su? On what grounds did the prince strip me of my side consort title? The maidservant who ran after her hurriedly tried to calm her down. Side consort Lu, Miss Lu, please calm your anger. Hearing the maidservant's change in address made her even more annoyed. Changing your tune so quickly. So disloyal. Before she could even enter, she was stopped by the guards. Miss Lu, the prince is not in the mansion. Please return. She seemed not to believe it. Not here? Today is a day off. How could the prince not be in the mansion? The guard, when asked, coldly replied with what he knew. This subordinate does not know, but the prince left the mansion early this morning with Miss Su. Hearing Miss Su mentioned made Miao Miao uncomfortable again. Went out with the prince? This Miss Su has already climbed over my head and stolen my man. Meanwhile, Yinshin took Su Luo into a restaurant. As soon as the food was served, She picked up a piece of fish for him. Shun, you should try this fish. It's very fresh. Seeing this, he said caringly, Luo, eat a little more. Don't rush. While they were eating, someone came to cause trouble. Little lady, come have a drink with me. The other man saw her beauty and praised, big brother's good taste. This little lady is indeed a looker. Being suddenly accosted like this made Su Luo worriedly shrink back. Who are you people? Inshun immediately stood up and warned Gongsun DM, while this prince has not yet made a move, run as far as you can. But Gongsun DM didn't care. Isn't this the divine prince? Such a big talker. Two other men, taking advantage of being drunk, acted recklessly. Who cares who he is? Little lady, don't be afraid. Come with me. I guarantee you'll have a good time. So troublesome. Let's just snatch her. He couldn't tolerate his woman being harassed, courting death. So he threw a powerful punch straight to the face. Then he even grabbed a chair and hit him relentlessly. Instantly, all three of them were dealt with in a flash. After finishing, he even growled a threat. Aren't you going to scram? He was helped away by the other two. Because of this humiliation, he turned back to warn, Inshun, you just wait. By this time, it was noon. Because of the fight just now, Su Luo worriedly hugged Inshun tightly. Shun, are you all right? He also hugged her back to comfort her. Oh, don't be afraid. It's nothing. After her worry subsided, she praised him profusely. Shun, the way you fiercely beat up those hooligans just now was so handsome. Suddenly, he touched her face, revealing his jealousy. You. Only I am allowed to touch. After hearing this, Su Luo didn't shy away at all. On the contrary, she pressed her face against Inshun's hand. Then she teased, Shun, you're jealous. You're jealous, aren't you? Being found out made him embarrassed and unable to look at her directly. That guy was harassing you. How could I just stand by and watch? The two of them held hands tightly and left. Let's go. As soon as they left the restaurant, he became worried again. You walking on the street like this is too eye-catching. I'll take you to buy some men's clothes. The waiter saw the affectionate couple and bowed. Honored guests, take care. At noon, at the Imperial Censor's residence, Gongsun Dam returned to his residence still in great pain. It hurts like hell. This Inshun is really ruthless. He was so angry his hands were shaking. His heart was burning with the fire of revenge. Inshun, you just wait for me. I will definitely humiliate your woman. I am the dignified son of the Grand Imperial Censor, yet you embarrass me in front of everyone. How am I supposed to make my way in this capital city in the future? But he couldn't act tough for more than a few seconds before being defeated by the pain. It hurts. Hearing this, the maidservant quickly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. I'm sorry. This servant knows her mistake. He paid her no mind and called for a guard. All right, Scram. You come here. Go and investigate the background of that woman with Inshun for me. Yes, young master. No matter what, Gongsun DM was still captivated by Su Luo's beauty. Who on earth is this woman? After all, her face does have some charm. Suddenly, Gongsun Yu, who had just returned, shouted, You wretched creature, which made him jump. Father. He raised his hand, wanting to slap this foolish son. Why did you go and provoke that Inshun? Being hit and scolded, he cried out, I provoked him? I'm the one who got beaten up. He sincerely advised his son, Dimmer, that Inshun is a royal relative. He's not someone you can afford to mess with. Gongsun Dam lost all patience and replied perfunctorily, I know. I'll just avoid him from now on, all right? Then Gongsun Yu worried about his wound. Dimmer, does it still hurt? But he was brushed off bluntly. So, what if it hurts? Didn't I deserve it? But in his heart, he was unreconciled. This insult, you may be able to endure it, but I can't. At noon in the outskirts of the capital city, a person walking behind him discovered something. Valley Master, it seems there's something over here. Hearing this, he looked into the distance and saw a man lying there. He ordered, it looks like a person. You all follow me over there to check. As soon as he saw the wound on Nanfeng's body, he could immediately guess a few things. An arrow wound to the abdomen. It must be from being pursued by someone. And he bent down to check. Seeing that he was still breathing, he ordered he's still alive. First, make a simple stretcher and take him back to our residence for treatment. Yes, Valley Master. As the two were carrying him as ordered, the man's arm fell, revealing a tattoo, which made him spot a clue, and he quickly stopped them. Wait. He walked over and pulled back the sleeve to get a clear look at the tattoo. Then he checked for other features. This person has the characteristic totem of the Jing'an people. His subordinate then asked, Valley Master, is there something unusual? But he answered perfunctorily, it's nothing, let's go. He recalled all the details of the case from that year. That year, it was Su Zheng who changed camps to save the Jing'an kingdom. Now, other people from the Jing'an kingdom have appeared in northern Yan. This is definitely not a coincidence. That night at Yuxian Hall, in the bedroom, Su Luo was happily admiring the things she had bought during their stroll. Just then, Yinshin appeared at the door and called in, I'm coming in. As soon as he entered, she scared him with a tiger mask roar. The sight made him smile and dote on her. Luo is so mischievous. Then he wanted her to follow him somewhere. Luo, come, follow me to this place. Su Luo didn't know where Yinshin wanted to take her, so she asked, Yinshin, where are you taking me? By then, they had already arrived. We're here. This is the place. He started counting down, 3, 2, 1, look. She also looked up in surprise. Wow, it's so beautiful. I can't believe he was willing to spend so much to organize such a magnificent fireworks display. This moved her deeply. Did you prepare this for me? He confirmed it. MHM, does Luo like it? Su Luo answered without hesitation, I love it. So Yinshin started making promises. Luo, as long as you're happy, I can do anything for you. After hearing this, her expression darkened, but she still forced a smile to continue acting. Yinshin, you treat me so well. Over at the Imperial Censor's residence, Gongsun DM was boredly playing with the snow when a guard ran in to report, Young Master, we have investigated the identity of that young lady. Hearing this, he immediately wanted to know, what is it? Tell me quickly. The guard quickly reported, she is the daughter of the late Prime Minister Su. After hearing this, he immediately remembered, is that the one who colluded with another country, plotted treason, and had his whole family executed? The guard quickly confirmed, reporting to Young Master, that is indeed the case. This made Gongsun DM even more interested. I didn't expect Yinshin to be interested in that woman, as she turns out to be the daughter of my family's enemy. Interesting. At Yinshin's study, Su Luo wanted to enter the study, but was stopped by the guards. Miss Su, the prince just left the mansion. He is temporarily not in the study. We ask that you please come back another day. Hearing this, she became furious. What? The prince isn't here, so I can't go in? No matter how much the guards tried to stop her, she was determined to go inside. Miss Su, please don't make things difficult for us subordinates. Su Luo ordered irritably, stand down. When the two guards stepped back, she put down the thing in her hand, then started searching through the stacks of books and even the drawers. Even in the flower vase, she couldn't find anything. Strange. Where did he put it? At the same time, the guard's voice was heard from outside. Your Highness, Miss Su insisted on entering the study. Your subordinates could not stop her. Hearing this, Yinshin walked in and asked, Luo, were you looking for me for something? Luo searched all over. He saw her head peeking from behind the desk and broke into a very doting smile. Then, his footsteps became stealthy. Su Luo jumped out from behind the desk. Aishin, here's a gift for you. Seeing that it was a gift from her, Yinshin was moved. Thank you, Luo. She hurriedly urged him. Hurry and try on the new clothes. Luo worked so hard to finish them. I originally wanted to give Aishin a surprise, but it was ruined. The guards wouldn't let Luo in, and it's too cold outside. As she spoke, her face flushed and she sneezed. Achoo! Seeing Su Luo had been wronged, he immediately took her hand. Luo has been wronged. Then he turned and called for the two guards. You two, get in here now. Immediately, the two guards entered as ordered. Your Highness, what are your orders? He instructed, listen up, all prohibitions of the Prince Shin residence are waived only for Miss Luo. If anyone dares to stop her, it will be considered a capital offense. The two guards, threatened by his gaze, replied trembling, yes. This subordinate understands. After dealing with the two guards, Yinshin turned back to ask, Luo, why did you want to make clothes for me? When asked, she answered shyly, Aishin treats me so well. Luo just made some clothes to repay you. So, Aishin, do you like it? He affirmed without hesitation, I like it. I like everything Luo gives me. But if Luo works so hard, my heart will ache. Next time, just let the seamstresses in the residence do it. At this time, snow had begun to fall outside the door. Su Luo turned and smiled. Aishin, it's snowing. Let's go out and play in the snow. As soon as she got outside, she took off her cloak. Wow. Yinshin walked over, picked up the cloak, and worriedly instructed. Luo, go back to your room and put on more clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold. But she didn't listen and instead coaxed him. Aishin, come play in the snow with me. He dotingly put the cloak back on her. All right, put this on before you play. Taking advantage of that moment, Su Luo stuffed a handful of snow into In-shun's clothes, making him shiver from the cold. Then he began his counterattack. Luo, you're so naughty. He crouched down again, picked up snow, and continued to throw it at her. Let's see where you can run. The two guards saw the scene and sighed in admiration. His Highness is truly doting towards Miss Su. That's right, we almost lost our lives today. After playing, Su Luo ran and hugged In-shun. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Hearing this, he patted her head. Luo, how about I build a snowman for you here? She immediately agreed. While idle, she came up with another idea. Then she forcefully shook a tree, causing all the snow on it to fall. Ha ha! Seeing him covered in snow made her even happier. Ha ha ha! Aishin has turned into a snowman. Returning to Lang Valley, the subordinate who had acted on orders returned on horseback. Giddy up. Then he quickly reported what he had investigated. Valley Master, we couldn't find any information related to that person. After hearing this, he dismissed the man. I know, you may leave. He silently judged in his heart. Even information about an ordinary person couldn't be found. This person's identity is not simple at all. Over here, Nanfeng had also woken up, but the wound on his body was still very painful. He entered the room, saw the scene, and advised, Sir, your wound has not yet healed. It would be better to lie down and rest. He saw a strange face in an unfamiliar room, so he asked, Who are you? Where am I? He replied, Medicine King Valley, BMO. This is my residence for now. Sir, you can rest assured and recuperate here. He heard his identity and couldn't believe it. You are the Medicine King? You're the one who saved me? BMO went to the stove, added firewood, and recounted, I found you on my way back from the capital. This life-saving grace made Nanfeng deeply grateful. Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. But he felt there was no need for such a grand ceremony. Saving lives and treating injuries is the duty of a physician. Sir, there is no need for such formalities. Then he asked about his identity. What is your name, sir? Why were you hit by an arrow? When asked, he answered hesitantly, My surname is Nan. I was a merchant passing through this place, unexpectedly encountered robbers, and fell off a cliff while escaping. This information seemed to make BMO a little disbelieving. Is this person really just an ill-fated merchant who wandered here from Jing'an Kingdom? After talking about himself, Nanfeng began to probe. The common folk all know that Benefactor is devoted to studying pharmacology, pays no mind to worldly affairs, and rarely goes out. I wonder why you went to the capital this time. He did not hide anything and revealed. Prime Minister Su and I have been friends for a long time. A few months ago, the entire Su family was suddenly beheaded. I've always felt there was something strange about it, so I came specially to investigate this matter. He was a bit surprised to hear this news. Benefactor and Prime Minister Su are family friends? His expression puzzled BMO. Mr. Nan also knows Prime Minister Su. At this, he replied perfunctorily, Prime Minister Su's reputation is illustrious. Of course I, Nan, have heard of him. In his heart, he dared not even think. The framed Prime Minister Su is actually an old friend of my benefactor. At noon in Yushin Hall, In-shun wanted to take Su Luo somewhere. Luo, the streets will be much quieter after the snow, but there's still a place to go that Luo will surely like. After hearing this, she was a little curious. What place is it? Unexpectedly, before taking her, he made her drink ginger soup. Luo, drink this bowl of ginger soup, and then I'll agree to take you. Without hesitation, she snatched the bowl of ginger soup from his hand, then quickly drank it all. Drink slowly, Luo. Be careful, it's hot. After finishing the bowl, Luo showed off. I'm done drinking. Let's go quickly. Seeing her beautiful face made him shyly instruct. Not yet. Luo has to change into men's clothes to go out. But she immediately cried and refused. I don't want to. Those men's clothes are so ugly. Luo wants to wear beautiful clothes. Faced with this pleading, he could only dote on her. All right, I was wrong. If Luo doesn't want to wear it, then she won't. It's time. Let's go quickly. At noon at Pincha-ju, Su Luo was brought to this place and was puzzled. A tea house? A place for drinking wellness tea. What's so new about it? In-shun didn't explain clearly and acted mysterious. Go inside and have a look and you'll know. She didn't know what it was, but still accepted. Then the two of them went in together. As soon as they entered, a waiter came out to greet them. Esteemed guests, please come inside. Su Luo was surprised to see so many people drinking tea. Wow, this place is so lively. The waiter served them enthusiastically. You two, please go ahead and sit. You can just give this cloak to me. Sir, please go have a cup of tea to warm yourself up. Hearing this, Shun handed the cloak and some silver to the waiter. Thank you. Waiter, this is your tip. Receiving the tip made the waiter happy. Young master, you are too polite. At this time, the storyteller on stage was telling a story that before the words were finished, only a loud boom was heard. In a flash, a troop of men and horses fell. The 13 Grand Protectors saw this and were scared out of their wits. To know what happens next, please wait for the next chapter. Everyone present heard this and clapped in admiration. Great, that was great. Continue. Even she really liked the stories here. The storytelling is so good. It turns out a tea house can be such an interesting place. Then the storyteller began another story. Haha, since everyone enjoyed that, this old man will tell a strange story that happened in the capital recently. All right, please continue, sir. The storyteller began to narrate. The story goes that a few months ago, the current emperor suddenly ordered the confiscation of property and beheading of the high court official, Prime Minister Su. What hidden story is there in this matter? Please listen as this old man continues slowly. Su Luo heard that story and angrily questioned him. What are you talking about? Is what you just said true? Prime Minister Su is dead? The other patrons present were a bit bewildered by her actions. Who is this young lady? This isn't a place to cause trouble. What's going on? Shun stepped forward to pull her back. Luoya, but was pushed away by Su Luo. Shin, what's going on? Was my father really beheaded by His Majesty? Hearing the question, his eyes welled up with tears. Luai, I will take you somewhere. In the afternoon, she was taken to a graveyard. Seeing the two grave mounds of her mother and father made her heartbroken. Father, mother, your daughter has come to see you. Su Luo knelt down, silently begging for their forgiveness. Luo is sorry. All I could do now is. Shun began to recount everything according to his own wishes. Because Prime Minister Su was an imperial criminal, I could only bury the bodies of the Su family here. After speaking, he knelt beside her and swore an oath. Prime Minister Su, madam, please rest assured. From now on, I, Shun, would rather betray the world than ever betray Luo. If I break this vow, may I die by 10,000 arrows piercing my heart. After hearing this, she cried even more pitifully. Shin, Luo has no home, Luo has nothing. Seeing her cry like that, his heart ached, and he comforted her. Look, you still have me. Su Luo regained her composure and asked a question. Shin, why did His Majesty have to execute my father? Then he recounted everything. Prime Minister Su assassinated His Majesty, colluded with the remnants of Jing'an Kingdom, and plotted treason, so His Majesty ordered the execution of his entire family. But she didn't believe her father would do such a thing. Impossible. My father was upright and incorruptible, an honest official, loyal and devoted to His Majesty. How could he have treasonous intentions? Someone must have framed my father. Even at this point, he still insisted her father was guilty. Luo, I know you're very upset, but Prime Minister Su's collusion and treason are supported by conclusive evidence. This is the truth. But Su Luo didn't believe it, absolutely didn't believe it. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Father, mother, Luo will definitely find out the truth of the matter and clear your names. Very quickly, half a month passed. Nanfeng had also recovered and came to knock on the door. Bai Mo opened the door. Seeing it was him, he breathed a sigh of relief. You startled me, Mr. Nan. Is there something you need from me? At this, he wanted to tell him something. Benefactor, my body is no longer in any danger. I won't trouble you anymore. Before I take my leave, I have something I must give to you. Hearing this, he invited him in. It's cold outside. Come inside and talk. Bai Mo went and got a bottle of medicine to get to Nanfeng to take with him. Sir, the arrow wound was quite deep. It will still take some time to heal. Take this medicine and use it. He reached out his hand to receive it. Thank you, benefactor, for the medicine. Then he revealed the truth about the Su residence's crime. Benefactor, the grievance of Prime Minister Su was caused by Imperial Censor Gong Sunyu. He found this a bit hard to believe. He then caught on and asked, Mr. Nan, are you from the Jing'an nation? Only then did the man tell the truth. I did not intentionally deceive you. Benefactor, I hope you can forgive me. But how did you know about this, benefactor? Bai Mo explained the reason. I recognized it from the tattoo on your hand and arm. Hearing this, the man found it a bit hard to believe. Benefactor, you already knew my identity. Why didn't you report me to the authorities? He sipped his tea and said frankly, the entire Jing'an nation was annihilated and its people fled. The actual number is unknown. You and I have no grievances or enmity, so why should I report you? But what did you mean when you said the Su residence case is related to the imperial censor? Nanfeng handed over a sealed letter. Benefactor, please keep these letters. They contain the answers you seek. However, please wait until after I have left to open them. So he took the sealed letter and waited for Nanfeng to leave. At Manting Pavilion, Miao Miao was furious for not being able to see Yin Shun for several days. His Highness has been avoiding me these past few days. What love potion did that vixen give His Highness? Her mother chided her from the side. Miao Miao, we went through so much trouble to take down Su Luo. And look at you, you can't even hold on to your own man. You even let His Highness strip you of your side consort title. What are we, mother and daughter, supposed to do now? At the same time, a maid who had gathered information ran in to report. Miss Lu, I found out. She couldn't wait and asked directly. Speak quickly. Who exactly is that Miss Su? The maid then said hesitantly, although I couldn't find out Miss Su's background, but seeing the maid struggle to speak annoyed her. Are you mute? Spit it out. The maid immediately revealed. She looks very much like the residence's deceased princess consort. After hearing this, Miao Miao couldn't believe it. Impossible. That wench was locked in a coffin and buried for several hours. How could she have survived? The maid quickly knelt and affirmed with certainty. I saw it with my own eyes. I would never dare to deceive you, Miss Lu. Then, her mother had an idea. Miao Miao, could it be that wench didn't die? But she still didn't believe it. Impossible, I don't believe it. It seems I must go see this Miss Su for myself. That night at Yushuan Hall, she brought pastries for Yin Shun, wanting to get a look at Miss Su. I don't believe someone can come back from the dead. With that thought, she entered. Your Highness, Miao Miao personally made some sweet pastries for you to try, Your Highness. At the same time, Su Luo's questioning voice came from behind the curtain. Who are you? How dare you enter His Highness's bedchamber? Seeing that it was really her terrified Miao Miao. Su Luo, a ghost. Overcome with fear, she quickly ran away, even dropping the plate of pastries in her hand. Su Luo found her reaction somewhat unexpected, usually so vicious, yet unexpectedly a coward. Lu Miao Miao, we have a long road ahead of us. Over at Lang Valley, by M.O. gave the letters he got from Nanfeng to her. I found that the grievance of Prime Minister Su is related to the imperial censor. She took the letter, opened it, and read, Imperial Censor Gong Sun Yu. Then she wondered, who is the person in this letter? And received an answer from him. A heavily injured man I happened to save, but he has already left. Gong Sun Yu has always been at odds with Prime Minister Su. We should have thought of him sooner. But he has deep connections. This letter alone is not enough to bring him down. Hearing this, Su Luo grew worried. So what should we do now? But he also seemed to find it difficult to investigate. This person is very meticulous. Getting evidence from him is indeed not an easy task. You and I have no way of approaching a high-ranking court official. If we start with the people around him, we might have a chance. At Yushuan Hall, Yin Shun had just returned and brought a maid to her. Luo, this is Dong. She is the personal maid I've arranged for you. Miss Lu. Seeing this, she happily requested, rise. Then he instructed, Dong, go pack Miss Luo's belongings and take them to Guanshu Courtyard first. Yes. Hearing that instruction, she wanted to say, Yin Shun, you are, but was cut off by him. The scenery around Guanshu Courtyard is beautiful, and there's a medicinal garden inside. Luo will definitely like it. From now on, Luo will stay by my side. I will protect you for the rest of my life. She was truly moved by those words. Aishin. Yin Shun then reiterated his worthless promise. I promised Prime Minister Su and his wife that I would take good care of you. Hearing her parents mentioned, Su Luo had something to discuss. Aishin, regarding my parents, I want to discuss something with you. Luo was unable to accompany her parents to the end. I want to observe 3 years of filial piety for them before marrying Aishin. Is that all right? He agreed without hesitation. All right, I will wait for you. Hearing these words, she burst into tears, sobbing, making him worry. What's wrong, Luo? Su Luo hooked in Shen tightly, blaming herself. Luo is so useless. I know my parents were framed by villains, but I can't clear their names. He immediately comforted her. Luo, don't cry anymore. Tell me about it. Then she recounted everything. This afternoon, Luo went to pay respects to father and mother and found a sealed letter next to the tombstone. This letter contains evidence that the imperial censor is a bribed agent of the Jing'an nation. Luo feels this is definitely related to the wrongful case of my Su residents. Inshin opened the letter and read its contents. Tuoba Nanfeng, the gentleman of Jing'an is indeed generous and trustworthy. The finished goods are not bad. I have sent someone to deliver the silver to the old place, Gong Sunyu. Then she pleaded, His Majesty the Emperor is your imperial brother, and many nobles in court are close to you. Can you help Luo investigate the imperial censor's crime of framing my father? Only you can help Luo with this. But unexpectedly, he turned away and firmly refused. Luo, let's calm down first. Do you know who sent this letter? It seems Su Luo didn't know either. I don't know, perhaps an old friend of my father's. After hearing this, In Shun walked away. This letter's origin is unknown. It's hard to believe. If someone is intentionally using you and me to frame Gong Sunyu, it cannot be allowed. And falsely accusing a court official is a major crime. Even so, she was adamant that it was the truth, but that Gong Sunyu was already at odds with my Su residents, and a Jing'an agent is associated with him. There must be more to it. Aishin, you must help me. Although he was reluctant, he still assured her, Luo, rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly. If it really is Gong Sunyu, colluding with traitors and framing a loyal subject, I will definitely not let him off. Hearing this, she was truly grateful. Thank you, Aishin. Inshin hugged her and teased, Silly girl, there's no need for thanks between you and me. Su Luo urged again, Aishin, this letter mentions Tuoba Nanfeng. He must be an important figure. Luo feels we must also investigate him clearly. He smiled and affirmed, of course. Then he led her away. All right, Luo, from now on when you leave the residence, if I'm not with you, you must stay with Donger and the guards. To avoid any accidents, you go to Guanshu Courtyard and rest first. I still have matters to attend to. I'll be back with you tonight. Okay, all right. Late at night, at the suburban Inland chamber, Inshin wrote a letter. Then he gave it to a guard, not forgetting to instruct, quickly deliver this letter to the imperial censor's residence. Also, secretly investigate the whereabouts of Tuoba Nanfeng. Yes, Your Highness. His expression darkened, unable to hide his worry. How much does Luo know after all? He sat on the chair, waiting, his face extremely gloomy. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Gong Sunyu appeared, looking puzzled. Your Highness, why did you summon this subordinate here so urgently? Is something the matter? As soon as he saw him, In Shun issued a warning. Gong Sunyu, this prince does not block your path to wealth, but there is evidence of you colluding with rogue elements of the Jing'an nation and communicating with the enemy. This prince won't be able to save you. He couldn't believe it after hearing this. Your Highness, such words cannot be spoken carelessly. So Inshin accused him, Gong Sunyu, what you and Tuoba Nanfeng are trading, this prince doesn't want to know. But you let others catch on to what you've done. You could just wait for your head to roll. Gong Sunyu immediately used their cooperation to threaten him. Your Highness, this subordinate is engaged in legitimate business. Furthermore, don't forget, we are tied together, while inwardly feeling lucky. Luckily, that fellow warned me in advance. If there's no proof now, In Shun, how can you pressure me? Come to think of it, this subordinate recalls that Tuoba Nanfeng and Your Highness's mother consort are both from the Jing'an nation. Have you never thought of taking back the Jing'an nation? Inshin couldn't listen anymore and slammed the table. Silence. This prince received a secret letter. Although this information cannot yet confirm that you are colluding with the enemy and committing treason, but someone is already investigating the matter of the Su residents. Gong Sunyu, you'd better clean up your mess quickly. If this prince hears about the Su family's reputation from someone else, neither you nor I will be able to escape. After hearing this, Gong Sunyu immediately raised his cup. Your Highness, rest assured, this subordinate will be absolutely tight-lipped. After speaking, he took a drink. Those letters have been moved. There was another matter that concerned him. Also, discipline young Master Lingwell. Hearing this, he jumped up in fear. Your Highness, my foolish son offended someone while drunk. I have already disciplined him severely. I will definitely drag him to your door to apologize another day. Hearing this, Inshin didn't want to pursue it further. Forget it. There won't be a next time. In the evening at Manting Pavilion, after seeing Su Luo meow hid in her room in fear, there's a ghost. Just then, a maid entered, wanting to say something. Miss Lu, please listen to me. Then her mother came in from outside. Yo, what's this drama about? Seeing her, the maid was relieved. Madam Lu, you're finally here. The maid then recounted everything to her. Yesterday, after Miss Lu went out the door, she was clutching herself, shouting, "There's a ghost, there's a ghost." I couldn't calm her down no matter what. After hearing this, her mother immediately asked for confirmation. "Meow meow, did you see that wench Su Luo?" She affirmed fearfully, "MHM, I saw her ghost." Hearing this, her mother pulled off her blanket. "Meow meow, that really is Su Luo, not ghost. I also met her this afternoon. Don't let yourself be scared." But even after being told this, Meow Meow was still scared. "Ah, don't come over here." Her mother couldn't take it anymore, picked up a cup of water, Meow Meow, sober up a little, and splashed it straight into her face. After being splashed with water, she finally came to her senses. Then she became furious. "Mother, that wench is still alive, and she even stole the prince's favor." Seeing her like this, her mother was relieved. "You're finally awake. The prince treats that wench like a treasure now. She has returned to the manor for revenge." "Meow meow, you must quickly think of a plan. Don't ask me to think of a plan, making it difficult for me. Whenever something happens, you just tell me to think of a plan. What plan can I possibly think of?" Suddenly, she remembered something. "Wait, when I was scared earlier, I think I heard that wench ask who I was." Her mother was a bit surprised to hear this. "She didn't recognize you?" Then she began to analyze recent events. "But now that you mention it, Mother, I recall the prince once ordered that no one was to mention the matter of the former princess consort. Could it be that wench has lost her memory?" Her mother thought that was good. As long as she truly doesn't remember the past, it's for the best. To confirm this, she wanted to test it out. "Is it true or not? I'll know once I test it. Su Luo, you want to fight me? Just you wait." Suddenly, Jinger's voice called out, "Concubine mother." Hearing her name, Meow Meow turned to look Jinger. "Jinger, why are you here?" The little boy scratched his head and said, "Concubine mother, I'm hungry." At this moment, her mother whispered in her ear, "Meow Meow, you can't get pregnant. What if you lose your position as side consort now? Why not adopt Jinger and raise him as your own? If something happens, this child might just save your life." She felt her mother's words were very reasonable. Mother is right. So she treated the little boy more kindly. "Come, Jinger, concubine mother will prepare a late-night snack for you." The next morning, in the manor's flower garden. Just then, Meow Meow appeared and exclaimed, "The plum blossoms are so beautiful today. Miss Su, do you still remember me?" Su Luo turned around when asked and replied, "Yes, I remember." Right then, she began her manipulative act. "Older sister, I'm sorry. Meow Meow was ignorant before and always went against you. You are magnanimous and don't hold grudges against petty people. Please forgive Meow Meow." She understood her intentions completely and wanted to see her act. "Let's see you perform." Then she came close to her ear and spoke some outrageous words. "Older sister, your child, Manor, died in a fire. It had nothing to do with Meow Meow." Right then, she began her manipulative act. "Older sister, I'm sorry. Meow Meow was ignorant before and always went against you. You are magnanimous and don't hold grudges against petty people. Please forgive Meow Meow." She understood her intentions completely and wanted to see her act. "Let's see you perform." Then she came close to her ear and spoke some outrageous words. "Older sister, your child, Manor, died in a fire. It had nothing to do with Meow Meow. If you resent Meow Meow in your heart, then hit me. Hit me until you're no longer angry." After hearing this, Su Luo quickly feigned alarm. "Who are you? What older sister? I, Su Luo, have never had a younger sister." Hearing those words, Meow Meow wanted to confirm again. Could it be this when she's really lost her memory? With that, she wanted to confirm one more thing. "Miss Su, where did we first meet?" She recounted at Yushuan Hall, of course. "You looked very frightened that day." Mississippi, confirming she had lost her memory, put her at ease. "It seems this wench really doesn't remember anything. I was worried over nothing." Then Su Luo saw her smile and became even more confused. "What are you smiling at, miss? Did I say something wrong?" Meow Meow didn't want to stay any longer and left. "No, not at all. I'll be leaving first. I won't disturb your pleasant mood any longer." She whispered smugly to herself, "It's better that you've lost your memory. I'll have plenty of time to deal with you later." Late at night, at the suburban Yinlin chamber, Yin Shun had written a letter. Afterwards, he moved to another room. Two guards quickly bowed, "Old master." Before entering, he didn't forget to give an order. "Without my command, no one is to enter, including Yenner." "Yes, old master." Mo was already above, monitoring Gong Sun Yu's movements. He then very carefully closed the door. So he got onto the roof and removed a tile. He was then able to observe his actions. Inside the room, Gong Sun Yu lightly turned the vase on the shelf. A mechanism was immediately activated. He took it out to check. It's still here. This evidence is still well hidden. If my dealings with Tuoba Nanfeng are exposed, with these letters in hand, Prince Shun will save me. After that, he placed it back in the box and put it back in its original place. Seeing this, Bai Mo was secretly pleased. I've finally found a clue. He then left the room, not forgetting to warn double the guards around the manor. If so much as a fly or mosquito gets inside, be prepared to be interrogated. Immediately, several guards gathered in front of the door to stand watch. He saw the scene. He then rushed out and attacked with a powder. The guards were immediately knocked unconscious. He went inside, turned the vase, and pried open the lock. He then took a letter from inside. To avoid alerting the enemy, I can only take one. After that, he tucked one letter into his clothes. Then he put the box back in its original place. Then he quickly left. At this time, the steward on his patrol saw the unconscious guards and shook them. Daring to sleep during your watch? Do you have a death wish? The guards immediately jumped up and begged, Sir, this humble one knows his mistake. This humble one won't dare to neglect his guard duty again. Then they gave the steward some silver as a bribe. Sir, you are magnanimous. Please let us humble ones off this one time. The steward put the silver away and stood up. I'll let you off today. Don't let it happen again, or you're dead for sure. Having been forgiven, the guards were respectful. Yes, thank you, sir. Afterwards, they all looked at each other and asked, how do we fall asleep? Did someone pass by? I don't remember. If you don't want to die, just act like today never happened. At Guanshu Courtyard, Inshan brought Su Luo here and didn't forget to instruct Luo, if anything is missing in this room, just ask someone at it. Just treat this as your own home. Don't be formal. She replied with a heavy heart, Luo understands. Seeing her lack of spirit made him worry. What's wrong, Luo? Is something on your mind? Su Luo then quickly recounted what happened today. Today, a young lady named Lu Miao Miao kept apologizing to me and said many strange things. He was startled to hear this. Meow meow. What did she say? She recounted what she had said. She said Luo had a child named Manor who was burned to death in a big fire. She told Luo not to hold a grudge against her. Inshun, this young lady is so strange. Who is she? Why would she say these things to me? Inshun then explained, that is Lu Miao Miao, the younger sister of the benefactor who saved my life. After my benefactor passed away, she entrusted her child, Jing'er, and her younger sister to me. Lu Miao Miao has a madness illness and sometimes speaks nonsense. You don't need to pay it any mind. Hearing this, she couldn't help but worry. A life-saving benefactor? Inshun, were you injured? He then recounted what had happened. After you and I were separated, I fainted in Lang Valley and was rescued by Lu Ruer. Don't worry, Luo, I'm fine now. After hearing this, Su Luo showed a puzzled expression. So that's how it is. But Luo has never been married, so how could I have a child? Hearing this, he frowned slightly. Then he took a sip of the tea in his hand. Why would Luo take the words of a mad person to heart? All right, it's getting late. Luo, you should rest early. But she still had one more thing to ask. Wait, Inshun. About my father's case, how is the investigation going? Hearing this, he turned back and smiled coaxingly. Luo, court affairs have been heavy recently. Besides, the imperial censor is a high-ranking and powerful official. How can it be investigated so easily? Be good, Luo. Don't overthink it. Wait until I'm done with this busy period, and I will definitely get to the bottom of it. With that, he left. The next morning at Guanshu Courtyard, Su Luo was sitting when Donger brought a cloak over. Miss Su, please put this on so you don't get cold. She thanked her, but the maid didn't think much of it. It's what this servant ought to do. Miss Su, have you heard? Last night, the prince ordered Miss Lu to be confined for 3 months. She was a bit confused after hearing this. Why was she confined? But the maid didn't seem to know either, replying to Miss Donger doesn't know either. At the inn, Bai Mo met with Su Luo again and gave her some information. I found it. She heard this and wanted to confirm. Can you be certain that it was Gong Sun Yu, along with the remnant of Jing'an Nation, Tuoba Nanfeng? He affirmed seriously and with certainty, yes. Last night, I infiltrated the Imperial Censor's manor. The correspondence between Gong Sun Yu and Tuoba Nanfeng repeatedly mentions a plot to harm Prime Minister Su. However, within this, another person is also mentioned. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be curious. There's someone else? So he pushed the letter towards her. You'll know once you read it. The letter read, Imperial Censor Gong Sun Yu wishes to conspire with this prince to frame Su Jingdue for the tutor's assassination. This prince has considered it many times and finds it feasible. In 3 days, the old prince will negotiate the details. Burn after reading. Prince Shun. Su Luo realized and became even more indignant towards Yin Shun. It was him too. During the day, at Manting Pavilion, Meow Meow, who was confined, angrily threw things around. This is infuriating. On what grounds? On what grounds does that one get to take everything from me? No, I must quickly eliminate this threat. This time, I want to directly ascend to the position of crown princess. Her mother couldn't believe what she heard. All right, Meow Meow, the prince cruelly confined you. It's best you don't act rashly for now. I'll take Jinger and move to Tianhang Hall. You stay here at Manting Pavilion for now. Suddenly, she put her arm around her shoulder. Then she whispered in her ear, wait for this period to pass. When the prince is no longer angry, it won't be too late for you to apologize. Besides, I'll think of another way. Early the next morning in the capital city, the vendors' cries echoed endlessly, selling beef here, cold persimmons, fresh persimmons, selling rouge and powder. Esteemed customer, please take a look. Gong Sun Yin was strolling when he caught sight of Su Luo standing at stall. Su Luo, to think I'd run into you today. She was asking the price of the persimmons. Shopkeeper, how much are these persimmons? He then touched her from behind. Miss Su, what a coincidence to meet you here. She recognized him at a glance. You're the one who caused the scene at the restaurant last time. Gong Sun Yin quickly introduced himself. I am Gong Sun Yin, son of the current imperial censor. Last time at the restaurant, I was drunk and didn't know you were with Prince Shun, so I was a bit offensive. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against a petty person like me. Su Luo heard this and cheerfully let it go. Young master, you spoke too harshly. In her heart, however, she took note of his identity, the son of Gong Sun Yu, Gong Sun Yin. He took this opportunity to invite her for a meal. There's no better time than the present. I'd like to invite Miss Su for tea to express my apology. I hope you can forgive me. Hearing this, she did not refuse. Very well. There was a reason for Su Luo's decisive agreement. I'll take this opportunity to get close to you. I might be able to find some evidence. Afterwards, the two of them moved to a tea house. As soon as they sat down, he admitted his fault. My first impression on you was extremely bad. Today, I will use tea as wine and drink a cup as punishment. She did not seem to mind much after hearing this. Young master, there's no need. We could say that we wouldn't have gotten to know each other if we hadn't fought. Then she immediately noticed the wound on Gong Sun Yan's forehead. Oh, is the wound on your forehead all right, young master? He hurriedly covered the wound and denied it. It's just a superficial wound. It's nothing. Su Luo played the part of an understanding woman perfectly. Prince Shun really struck hard. Young master, please don't take it to heart. Another day, Su Luo will definitely visit your residence to express my apologies. Hearing this, his face lit up with joy. Haha, the matter at the restaurant today is over. To have a flower-like beauty like Miss Su visit my residence as a guest, this young master couldn't ask for more. Inwardly, he was secretly pleased. I, Gong Sun Yin, am not the type to do such absurd things. So she raised her cup. Young master, Su Luo toasts you with tea instead of wine. All right. The more he looked at her, the more he appreciated her beauty. Truly a beauty. Yin Shun, this little lady, I must have her. At noon, in Yushin Hall. Meow Meow's mother instructed for a while, then asked again, Jinger, did you remember everything your maternal grandmother just said? Yingad confirma, Yingad remembers everything. She does this for future wealth and glory. For my sake, I should give it a try. As soon as she saw Yin Shun return, she stood up. Jinger, get up quickly. Then she hurried towards him. Your Highness, Your Highness. Then she quickly knelt and sincerely begged for forgiveness. Your Highness, it was Meow Meow who was ignorant. For rumor's sake, please spare Meow Meow this time. But Yin Shun was unmoved by her pleas. Lu Meow Meow defied an order. This prince punishing her with 3 months of confinement is already the lightest sentence. Move aside. After saying that, he left coldly. She suddenly called out loudly, Your Highness. Then, as instructed by her, Jinger cried and begged, Godfather, Jinger, Mrs. Andy, please don't lock any up, okay? Seeing the little boy's face full of tears, he walked over to comfort him. Jinger, when you do something wrong, you must be punished. No one is an exception. After speaking, he did not forget to glance at her with a warning look. If you continue to stay in the manor and don't watch your words, speaking nonsense, be careful or this prince will cut out your tongue. She was frightened by his gaze and trembled. Yes, your highness. I won't dare to do it again. At the inland chamber in the outskirts, a guard ran in to report. Reporting to your highness. After several days of secret investigation, we have finally found General Tuoba. Hearing this, Inshun let the person in. Show him in. The guard then went out and invited Nanfeng inside. This way, please. As soon as he arrived, the man clasped his hands in greeting. Tuoba Nanfeng pays his respects to your highness. Seeing him only appear now, he questioned him. General Tuoba, what happened? You were missing for several days. Nanfeng then recounted the events. I made a deal with that Gong Sun Yu. I didn't expect that old Gong Sun Yu would try to silence me. Hearing this, he became curious. How did you escape, General? So the man recounted a story contrary to the truth. Fortunately, I have a tough life. I fell from a waterfall into a river, so I managed to escape. Did your highness invite me here to talk about personal matters? Shin denied it. Of course not. The letters regarding the transaction between you and the imperial censor, how are they normally handled? Hearing the question, the man replied, these secret letters are all hidden and managed by myself. At this point, he stood up and requested, the letters have been exposed. I must ask the general to quickly investigate and find the person responsible. Nanfeng put on a righteous air and assured him, your highness, rest assured. I will go investigate immediately and see who is tired of living and dares to do such a thing. Without any suspicion, he asked another question. What are your plans, General? So Nanfeng stated his purpose. That old scoundrel Gong Sun and I are irreconcilable. I want his life. Hearing this, his expression turned grim. Then he said, General, this prince cannot act rashly. We should take our time and plan for the long term. Hearing that assurance, the man was very grateful. Thank you for your instruction, your highness. I understand. I have other matters to attend to. I won't disturb your highness any longer. Inshin watched his retreating back, worried. If these two cause trouble, it will implicate Prince Shun's manor. So he ordered his guard, secretly monitor young master Tuoba and Gong Sun Yu. If there's anything, report back to me immediately. Yes, your highness. Very quickly, 3 days later, at the main gate of Prince Shin's manor. As soon as Su Luo stepped out of the manor, she saw Gong Sun Yin there. Miss Su, we meet again. She found his appearance here a bit strange. Young Master Gong Sun, why are you here? He was about to say, of course, I was waiting for you. Suddenly, she turned to the guards and asked loudly, where is young Master Gong Sun taking me? Hearing this, the two guards immediately wanted to report to Inshun. You stand guard here. I'll go report to his highness. Inside the tavern, she sat down at the banquet table and asked, young master, why did you seek me out today? Suddenly, he asked back, that's what I should be asking you, Su Luo. You deliberately got close to this young master. What are your intentions? Su Luo quickly pulled her hand back. Young Master Gong Sun, please have some self-respect. Seeing her like this, Gong Sun Yin spoke as if he had the upper hand. Still pretending? If you weren't interested in this handsome young master, why would you come here with me? Although you are the daughter of a disgraced official, as long as you divorce Prince Shun and become this young master's concubine, I will not despise you. After hearing this, she showed her displeasure. What are you talking about? I don't understand. His hands became restless, and he tried to touch her again. That's not important. Today, it's just the two of us in this room. This young master will dote on you properly. But Su Luo did not accept it and threw the wine in her cup at his face. Gong Sun Yin, get lost. I am Prince Shin's woman. Gong Sun Yin, having wine thrown at him, was truly angry. Damn it, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. That day, Inshun publicly shamed and humiliated this young master. Today, this young master will take revenge on you. Seeing him getting closer and closer, she slapped him hard. Shameless. This enraged him to the extreme. You wretched girl, you dare to hit me? Watch how this young master will deal with you. Su Luo shouted in fear, Gong Sun Huan, stop. Prince Shin will not let you go. But he was not afraid at all. This young master won't let you go either. And you, Su Luo, you just wait for me. At this very moment, Inshin appeared and kicked him straight in the groin, causing his face to turn pale. He picked her up in his arms and left. Look after yourself. The two of them sat in the carriage on their way back to the manor. Su Luo now felt very guilty. Aishin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own. Hearing this, he wanted to ask her, Luo, what's going on? Why were you here with him? At the tavern in the afternoon, as Inshin entered, he heard a cry for help. Don't do this. Help me. He immediately witnessed the scene. He could not hold back and attacked Gong Sunyan. You basta di. Then In Shun helped her up and comforted her. It's all right, I'm here now. Asian. Immediately, he pointed directly at Su Luo and blamed her. How dare you hit me? It was clearly this Su Luo who seduced me first. Right after, his arm was grabbed. Then he received a devastating kick. Get your filthy hands off her. It made him cry out in pain. It hurts so much. In Shun, you dare to kick me. My father will not let you go. Back to the present. Su Luo explained the reason. Luo found out that Gong Sun Huang is the son of the imperial censor. So I thought about getting close to him, entering the censor's manor to see if I could gather any traces of his father, evidence of him framing my father. After hearing her, he advised that Gong Sun Twin, although a philandering young master, is not an easy person to deceive. How could he easily lead you into the manor? Hearing those words, she quickly said, I'm so sorry. Luo was just too impatient. Then she asked with some curiosity, Asian, how did you know Luo was in there? Hearing the question, he quickly explained, the guard on duty told me. Then he felt guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you. Hearing this, she snuggled into his arms and assured him, Asian, Luo won't make you worry anymore in the future. At the imperial censor's manor, Gong Sun Yin was carried back in agony. Sob, it hurts so much. A maidservant hurriedly went to call for a doctor. Quickly, go call physician Li from a manor to the young master's room right away. Also, quickly go inform the master that the young master is injured. Yes, he lay on the bed, clutching himself and wailing. Sob, it hurts. At this moment, the physician had also arrived. Physician Li is here. The physician rushed over, wanted to check his face. Young master, your face. But he was in more pain down below. Down below. When a physician lifted the blanket to look, he was horrified. At the same time, Gong Sun Yu also rushed in. What's wrong with you? The butler quickly reported the situation. Master, it was Prince Shun. He not only injured the young master, but he also kicked the young master's vital part. Lying on the bed, Gong Sun Yin could only wail, Father, it hurts so much. Seeing him in such pain pained his father. Physician Li, how are Yinner's injuries? The physician, terrified, quickly reported, replying to the master, the wound on his face is easy to deal with, but the one below, I'm afraid. Sigh. Hearing this, he understood. He could not help but shed tears. Father, Yinner hasn't even married and had children yet. What am I going to do in the future? His father hurriedly consoled him. Yinner, don't be afraid. Father will go plead with the emperor and find an imperial physician to examine you. After this grudge, he was determined. Father, I must have revenge. I must make Su Luo and In Shun pay for this. Seeing the look in his son's eyes made his father even more worried. Yinner, rest carefully for now. Father will definitely get justice for you. Then Gong Sun Yu turned back to warn the physician. Treat the young master properly for me, or I'll have your dog's life. Yes. Early the next morning, at Guanshu Courtyard, In Shun placed Su Luo on the bed, then gently lulled her to sleep. Luo had a nightmare last night. Go to sleep now. She covered her face with the blanket and replied. Just then, a guard rushed in to report, This is bad. Your Highness, the imperial censor has forced his way in. The mention of the imperial censor frightened her. Shen, Luo is scared. He hurriedly comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Then he turned and ordered the guard, take him to the guest hall to wait. Yes, Your Highness. In the morning, at the guest hall of Prince Shun's manor, Gong Sun Yu was in the main hall, his anger flaring up. At that moment, In Shun also appeared. As soon as he entered, he questioned with a cold face, Imperial Censor, what brings you to my manor? He quickly stood up and criticized, Prince Shun, my worthless son was in the wrong, but you shouldn't have taken his manhood. He, however, felt he was not in the wrong. Your son was drunk and spoke offensively to my woman before. That this prince did not punish him was to give the Imperial Censor face. But this time, this prince saw with my own eyes your son trying to humiliate my woman. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu quickly reined in his attitude. Yes, my worthless son was at fault first, Your Highness. I naturally wouldn't dare to offend you. However, the main culprit, Su Luo, I must take her away today to give our Gong Sun family an answer. Hearing that he wanted to take Su Luo away made In Shun angry. How dare you? He was not afraid of him at all and threatened back. In Shun, don't forget how Prime Minister Su died before. If I can't get revenge for my son, don't you expect to live in peace either. Being threatened like this, he stood up. Are you threatening me? Just then, Gong Sun Yu came closer and sincerely advised, Your Highness, don't ruin the cooperative relationship between us over a mere woman. But he was resolute about not letting her go. No one is to touch Su Luo. Whoever touches her, I'll take their life. You're no exception. He became furious upon hearing this. Fine, don't you regret this? After saying his piece, he left. As for In Shun, he gave an order in annoyance. Quickly find Tuoba Nanfeng and bring him here. This prince wants to see him tonight. Yes, your highness. In the morning at Guanshu courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Luo sitting huddled in a corner. Luoya. Hearing his voice, she looked up and called out, Aishin. Then she jumped off the bed and ran to hug him tightly. Aishin, Luo is so scared, afraid she was cold. Inshun picked her up and asked caringly, did Luo have a nightmare again? Sununtai lo atafirmadite, munmosa. So he placed her on the bed to lull her sleep. Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect Luo. But she was still not at ease. Aishin, lie down with Luo. Only then can Luo sleep. Hearing that request, he did not refuse. All right. Inshun quickly laid down beside her to soothe her. She finally fell into a peaceful sleep. Only after seeing she was sound asleep did he quietly leave. At night in the Yinlin chamber, Nanfeng was summoned and was puzzled. Your Highness, why have you summoned me? Inshun did not beat around the bush and asked directly, General, you want to eliminate Gong Sun Yu. What is the plan? The man then revealed the current situation, replying to Your Highness, the plan is still being formulated. The only thing I'm not at ease about is my honor. Hearing this, he gave his assurance, General, rest assured. This prince will definitely arrange for the young master's future well-being. I will absolutely not go back on my word. Receiving this assurance, the man was relieved. Thank you, Your Highness. Then Inshin asked about the leaked letter. The spy who leaked the letter, has the general investigated? Immediately, Nanfeng had someone come out to take the blame. The mole was unexpectedly Zhudu Lu, who has followed me for many years. I've already killed him. To protect my benefactor completely, I could only find someone to take the blame as a cover. But he did understand one thing. But why would he do that? The man then offered a perfect excuse. I've investigated. He took advantage of my absence, wanting to establish his own faction, so he used the secret letter to cause chaos. He didn't investigate further, but instructed, although the mole has been eliminated, the general must also increase security in the future. Here, in 3 days, act according to this. The content on the paper made the man overjoyed. Excellent. Thank you, Your Highness, for proposing such a brilliant plan. Then the paper was quickly burned. All the officials went to the morning court. Your subject greets Your Majesty. Your younger brother greets Your Majesty. The emperor of the central northern Yan nation, Yan Zheng, bid all his subjects to rise. Then Gong Sun Yu immediately stepped forward to make his accusation. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. My worthless son merely offended the daughter of a traitorous official, yet the prince severely injured him, leaving him unconscious, and cruelly cut off my Gong Sun family's lineage. Yan Zheng then asked In Shun to confirm, is what the imperial censor said true? At this point, In Shun recounted the whole story. Your Majesty, Su Luo is not the daughter of a traitorous official. She is your younger brother's princess consort. Gong Sun Yin disrespected your younger brother's princess consort. How could your younger brother endure this anger? That is why I acted as I did. Hearing this, Yin Zheng immediately pointed straight at In Shun and yelled, how do we usually teach you? Do not be impulsive when you act. Do not be reckless. Why can't you get it through your head? Being lectured like that, he just replied nonchalantly, Your Majesty's teachings are absolutely right. Gong Sun, you still wanted to argue. Your Majesty, it is true that my worthless son was in the wrong first, but there was no need to beat him to this extent. Besides, just a month ago the prince reported that the princess consort was missing. How has another princess consort appeared now? I only ask Your Majesty to punish Su Luo severely and give the imperial censor's manner a just resolution. And so, Yin Zheng wanted to know about that rumor. Younger brother, the princess consort mentioned by the imperial censor. How do you explain it? In Shun immediately fabricated a reason. This is a little game between me and my princess consort. I had the princess consort pretend to be missing and then return to the manor as a farewell to our honeymoon month. The other officials heard this and discussed it among themselves. Oh my, the more Yin Zheng heard, the more unbelievable it seemed. Nonsense. Why are you acting like such an immature child? Treating the young master is the urgent matter now. Eunuch Li, quickly go and summon the imperial physician to treat the young master. Yes, but it seemed Gongsun Yu was still unwilling to give up. Your Majesty, the daughter of the Su clan was left behind by the rebellious traitor Su Jingwei. Before he could finish, Inshin cut him off. Your Majesty, the princess consort did not participate in the rebellion at the time, and your Majesty has already shown clemency. In today's matter, the one at fault is not the princess consort. I implore your Majesty to judge clearly. Gongsun Yu is still very stubborn with his reasoning. But your Majesty, Yin'er is the only heir of my Gongsun family. This matter cannot just end like this. After hearing those accusations and defenses for a while, Yin Zheng stood up and declared his verdict. This matter is in the past, so do not mention it again. Anyone who dares to mention it again will follow the traitorous official to the underworld. We are tired. Court is dismissed. Seeing that he could not get justice for Gongsun, Yin made him resentful. Your Majesty, in the Imperial Garden, Yin Shun was walking when he came across Yin Zheng, so he quickly bowed. Thank you for earlier, Imperial brother. Hearing this, he advised, you should also cause less trouble for your Imperial brother. Stop making a mess everywhere. However, what is this about the princess consort going missing? Inshun immediately explained evasively. When the Su Manor's assets were confiscated, the princess consort, not understanding the situation, begged your younger brother to plead with you, Imperial brother. Your younger brother did not agree. In a fit of anger, the princess consort left the manor. Now that she has thought it through, she has returned. Hearing this, Yinzheng also understood Su Luo's feelings. You supervised the interrogation of her father. The princess consort might have some resentment in her heart. You should also be more tolerant. Hearing this, he replied, your younger brother understands. Thank you for your instruction, Imperial brother. On top of that, Yin Zheng added coldly, also, as for the Imperial censor, you should handle him as you see fit. Make him quiet down a bit. Inshin knew he had received his consent and was secretly pleased. Your younger brother understands. During the day at Guanshu Courtyard, Inshin returned after attending court. A maid saw him and bowed. Your Highness, he, in turn, inquired, has Miss Su woken up yet? The maid hurriedly reported, replying to your Highness, the young miss had nightmares all last night. She only managed to sleep peacefully for a while this morning and just woke up a moment ago. After hearing this, Inshun told the maid to withdraw. You may leave first. He then went to her side and called out, Luoya. Seeing Inshin appear, Su Luo put on a pitiful expression. Aishin, I'm sorry. It's all Luoer's fault. Luoer has caused you trouble. Did Gongsun Yu and the Emperor make things difficult for you? He sat down beside her and cared for her gently. No, they didn't. Luoer, don't cry. Even if the sky falls, Aishin will be here to hold it up for you. But she was still very worried. But I heard the servants say that Luoer cut off the Gongsun family's lineage. They will definitely not let Luoer go. Luoer is scared. He quickly pulled her into his arms and soothed her. Don't be scared. As long as Aishin is here, no one will dare to touch Luoer. Luoer has gotten much thinner recently. How about Aishin takes you to eat something? Hearing that assurance, she felt more at ease. In the evening at Inshun's manor, Gongsun Yu heard the news that someone had been found who could cure Gongsun Yin and rushed over. Your Highness, someone said you found a person who can treat my worthless son. Is it true? Hearing that question, Inshun said smugly, Humph, your son is indeed the Imperial censor's weak spot. At this moment, he realized he had been tricked. Inshun, you played me, but he didn't care. If this prince hadn't said that, how could the Imperial censor have come to see this prince so quickly? Gongsun Yu roared in anger. Prince Shun, what on earth do you want? He took out several letters from his person. Gongsun Yu, you played a good game of chess. This prince was almost fooled as well. He took the letters and read through them. Then he questioned angrily the grudge between you and Tuoba Nanfeng. Why did you have to harm Prime Minister Su? Hearing this, he just found it ridiculous. Inshun, you were the one who recommended that Tuoba Nanfeng to me. How would I know his identity? Besides, you want to avenge your mother. It's not impossible that this was a scheme between you and Tuoba Nanfeng, and I ended up getting implicated. Prince Shun, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. If something happens to me, don't you dream of escaping either. Inshun pushed Gongsun Yu's hand away with a smug look. Gongsun Yu, I'm afraid you've made a wrong move. This prince will now give you two choices. 1. This prince will report to the emperor that you colluded with the Jing'an nation to frame Prime Minister Su, resulting in the execution of your 9 familial imperial generations. 2. You report to the emperor yourself. Confess your guilt frankly, and this prince can guarantee the lives of your entire family. But he tore up the letters in his hand. Haha, how ridiculous. You want to convict this old man based on a few letters? Who knows if these are real or fake? Besides, when we eliminated Su Zhengwei before, it was also by forging letters and finding false witnesses, wouldn't you say, Your Highness? Inshin seemed to have prepared everything. Truly stubborn until the bitter end. Then, Inshin called for the person outside. Kumin, seeing Tuoba Nanfeng appear, startled him. You're not dead? The man then spoke mockingly. Gong Sun Yu, you didn't expect this, did you? The heavens have eyes, and spare my life. Seeing that all was lost, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, even if you stand up to expose me, you won't survive either. Killing the king is a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the clan. But Nanfeng had anticipated everything. The imperial censor is overthinking it. How can a stateless person like me have 9 generations of clan? By standing here, I have long made peace with death. With sufficient evidence, In Shun then accused Gong Sun Yu. Now that there are witnesses and material evidence, and the weapons you hid have also been confiscated by the Ministry of Justice, do you still not confess your guilt? Being pushed into this corner filled him with hatred. In Shun, at midnight, in In Shun's manor, Miao Miao's mother entered her room, but she mistook her for In Shun. Is that you, Your Highness? As soon as she entered, she immediately showed concern. Miao Miao, why did you suddenly catch a cold? Seeing it wasn't him made her angry. Why is it you? Seeing her attitude, her mother was also speechless. If not me, who else could it be? Miao Miao got out of bed in a fit of anger. For the past few days, besides the person who brings my meals, no one has come to visit me. If we don't think of a way, I'll die of boredom here before that little wench dies. Her mother then recounted the recent events. Miao Miao, don't you know what has happened in the manor recently? Even if your mother had a way, she wouldn't dare to act. Miao Miao was curious. What happened? She took out a plate of meat and recounted everything. That little wench somehow seduced the imperial censor's son and was almost violated. The prince got angry and took away that brat's manhood, and it even caused a commotion at the imperial court. After hearing this, Miao Miao was indignant. That little wench biting the hand that feeds her. And yet the prince turned against the imperial censor for her sake. Her mother quickly comforted her. Be patient for a few more days. After this matter blows over, mother will ask the prince to forgive you and lift your confinement. With her hatred surging, she swore to herself, Su Luo, just wait until I get out, you'll see. At midnight in the capital, Tuoba Nanfeng quickly disguised himself as an assassin. After identifying the target, he began to scatter flyers. The flyers fell all over the streets. The next morning on the street, people picked them up to read. Seeing the news on it, they were a bit incredulous. Heavens, I can't believe the imperial censor colluded with the remnants of Jing'an Nation. Everyone look, the letter also says the imperial censor and Tuoba Nanfeng framed Prime Minister Su. This matter must have reached the emperor's ears. Let's wait for a good show. Early in the morning at court, Yan Zheng was furious when he learned everything. Gong Sun Yu, you are truly audacious. Gong Sun Yu took off his official robe, extremely frightened as he confessed. Your Majesty, your humble servant knows his crime. What is written on the paper is all true. The other ministers, upon hearing this, looked at him with contempt. Prime Minister Su was framed. Finally, someone has cleared Prime Minister Su's name. Seeing this scene, In Shun smirked smugly. Gong Sun Yu, this is the consequence of threatening me. Then Yin Zheng commanded again. Continue. So Gong Sun Yu stammered and continued the story. It was your foolish servant who, for profit, colluded with the traitor to sell weapons to Tuoba Nanfeng. Tuoba Nanfeng's assassination attempt on Your Majesty failed. He used the contraband to bribe and threaten your humble servant. I had no choice but to frame Prime Minister Su with him. Upon hearing this, a minister immediately stepped forward. Reporting to Your Majesty, Gong Sun Yu colluded with rebels, plotted against a high-ranking court official, and embezzled contraband. His crimes are compounded. He should have his 9 generations of kin executed as a warning to others. Gong Sun Yu rushed forward to beg the emperor to spare his family. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with my family. They know nothing. I beg Your Majesty to spare their lives. At this moment, Shin spoke up. Your Majesty, your younger brother has something to say. Hearing this, Zheng allowed him to speak. So he began to steer the conversation. Gongsun Yu sold court contraband only for financial gain, with no intention to harm anyone. He plotted against the prime minister only because he was threatened by others. Today, I speak out rashly for a personal reason as well. Your younger brother has already ended the Gongsun family's lineage. Guaranteeing their lives today can be considered compensation. I hope your Majesty will show mercy and spare his family members from the death penalty. After hearing this, Zheng thought for a moment. Then he asked for the opinions of the other ministers. What do you beloved ministers think? After discussing, they all agreed. I have no objection. I follow your lead. He then made his decision. Very well. Prince Shun, hear my command. I order you to capture the Jing'an nation remnant, Tuoba, Nanfeng, within 3 days and confiscate all the weapons hidden by Gongsun. Shin quickly accepted the order. Your servant obeys. The eunuch then read the imperial edict issued by Zheng. The criminal Gongsun Yu, for colluding with rebels, plotting against a court official, and embezzling contraband, is guilty and must be punished with death, to be executed on a chosen day. All assets of the imperial censor's manor are to be confiscated. Gongsun Yin is to be exiled to the borderlands. Seeing that his clan was not exterminated, Gongsun Yu is very grateful. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, Prince Shun. Then the eunuch took out another edict and joyfully announced, posthumously ennoble the late Prime Minister Su as the Marquis who protects Northern Yin, and ennoble Su Luo as Princess Yong'an. Immediately, the ministers knelt down. His Majesty is wise and brilliant. At night, in the prince's manor, the servant girls excitedly gossiped among themselves. To celebrate Miss Su becoming a princess and General Su's name being cleared, our prince has specially invited the most famous opera troupe in the capital. Hearing this, that maid was a bit incredulous. Is it the Xianxing troupe? Then we are in for a treat today. Because the Su family's name was cleared, a grand banquet was held. On the stage was the opera troupe. I only admire his virtue, and thus blessings are bestowed. Beside her, Shun continuously poured wine for Su Luo. He then raised his wine cup. To celebrate today's good news, to congratulate my Luo on having her name cleared and becoming Princess Yong'an. She replied, somewhat distracted, thank you, Shin. Seeing that she seemed unhappy worried him. Does Luo have something on her mind? Su Luo's eyes darkened as she expressed her wish. Luo wants to go home. Since Luo came to the prince's manor, she has never been home. Now that the culprit who plotted against the Su family has been caught, Luo just wants to place her father's memorial tablet back in the ancestral hall. Hearing this, Shin hugged her tightly to comfort her. Don't cry anymore. If Luo misses home, then let's go back. Tomorrow morning, Shin will go back with Luo. Hearing this, her mood brightened. That night at the Manting Pavilion, the sound of opera singing echoed everywhere. Oh, the fragrance of flowers welcomes the painted chamber. Verdant green fills the room. Meow Meow heard the opera singing and was curious. What day is it today? Why have they even invited an opera troupe? At that moment, a maid brought her food. Miss Lu, your dinner. Seeing the maid didn't answer her question, she asked again. Hey, I'm asking you, what's happening outside that's so festive? The maid then replied cheerfully, Miss Su's name has been cleared, and the emperor has specially ennobled her as Princess Yong'an. The prince invited the opera troupe to celebrate. Meow Meow couldn't believe this news. What, Princess Yong'an? The maid affirmed, that's right. In her heart, she gloated. Serve her right. Who told her to be so arrogant usually? Her face turned pale, still unable to believe it. How could this be? With that, the maid handed her food to another maid. Your master's meal. Take it. Miss Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing the maid's attitude made her furious. You. Immediately, the maid beside her brought the food over. Miss Lu, have something to eat first. But she was so angered by the news that she had no appetite. Eat what? On what grounds? On what grounds does that little wench get to ride on my head? Is that old woman going to wait until that little wench becomes the princess consort before she gets me out? The next morning at the Su residence, Shin personally brought Su Luo back to the Su family home. Luo, be careful your step. She quickly pushed open the doors of the Su residence. As soon as she looked inside, she couldn't accept it. How did it become like this? He quickly stepped forward to comfort her. I'm sorry, Luar. I've been busy with official duties lately and neglected the Prime Minister's residence. I'll send people to clean it up right away. But she didn't want that. No need. It's Luo's home. It's better if Luo tidies it up herself. Then Su Luo went to her room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw that everything was in ruins, so she quickly went in to clean up. It seemed she had discovered something. Her painting was still intact. Looking at the painting, Su Luo couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Father, mother, Luo, and my younger brother, why did you all leave Luo behind? He was afraid she would fall ill from grief, so he sincerely advised her. Luo, if Prime Minister Su and his wife saw you like this, they would be upset too. Prime Minister Su's name has been cleared. Luo should tell them this good news. Hearing this, Su Luo gritted her teeth in indignation. Right, I must tell my father. At the ancestral hall of the Prime Minister's residence, she stood outside while he was inside. Asian, outsiders are not allowed in the family's ancestral hall. You wait for Luo here. Hearing this, Shun accepted. All right, then he handed the things in his hand to her. She went into the ancestral hall and cleared away all the cobwebs, then used a cloth to wipe every corner clean and then wiped the memorial tablets. After cleaning up, Su Luo lit the incense. Watching the incense smoke fill the ancestral hall, she knelt down and cried in mourning. Father, mother, Luo has brought you home. Luo misses you all so much. Rest assured, Luo is doing well now. If you two need anything, you must remember to visit Luo in her dreams. In her heart, she seethed with indignation for the unavenged feud. Father, the people who framed you, Luo will definitely catch them all. I will absolutely not let them get away with it. One afternoon, she met with Su Bai again to discuss matters. He then spoke reproachfully. Luo, that Gongsun, Yin is notoriously lecherous in the capital. How could you put yourself in danger without discussing it with me first? If something unexpected had really happened, how could I face your deceased parents? Faced with that reproach, Su Luo didn't feel she was wrong. If not for that, how could she have made Gong Sun Yu and Shun turn against each other so quickly? Besides, Shun's hero saving the damsel was also part of my plan. Master, you don't need to worry about Luo. Luo has her own calculations. Subai immediately retorted. Calculations? Luo, do you know that the risk you took was being humiliated by Gong Sun Yin? But even so, she was still very stubborn. If I don't take risks, when will I ever get my revenge? He finally softened his tone, wanted to make her understand. Lo, you want revenge. I, your master, may not stop you, but you must agree with me not to act on your own and put yourself in danger. It seemed those words no longer reached her ears. Danger? For the past 4 years, has there been a day when Luo wasn't in an abyss? Knowing that Su Luo was in great pain, Su Bai comforted her. Lord, from now on, I, your master, will not let you suffer even the slightest grievance again. She knew his words were true and trusted him completely. Then he remembered something and told Su Luo, recently I've been investigating Shun's memory loss and Lu Ruer being harmed. Hearing this, she found it laughable. It's truly a cruel joke of fate. It was wrong from the very beginning. Master, thank you for saving Luo that day. On the day she was in so much pain it felt like falling into a deep abyss, it was also Su Bai who reached out to help her. Luo. In her heart now, there was only his presence. Luo. At that time, she woke up from a nightmare, panting. He was by her side, holding her hand, calling repeatedly. At that time, Su Luo couldn't believe she was still alive. Master, Luo isn't dead? Luo is still alive? Seeing her like this, Su Bai reassured her. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Back then, she was so devastated after losing everything. Master, the Su residence is gone. Luo's child is also gone. Knowing she was heartbroken, he stayed by her side. Go on and cry. It will be much better after you let it all out. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, at Su Bai's house, Su Luo had recovered a little and was helped outside. Come, Luo, be careful. It's rare for it to be sunny today. Luo, come out and bask in the sun so your body can recover quickly. She sat down and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Master, there is something Luo wants to ask you. He seemed to know what she wanted to ask. Luo wants to ask how Master knew when something had happened to Luo and how I was able to save you from Shun's hands, right? She affirmed, Then Su Bai slowly recounted, 1/2 month ago, I received a letter from your father. In the letter, he instructed me that I must take care of you. I sensed that something was wrong and rushed to the Prime Minister's residence, but I was a step too late. After that, I entered the prince's residence and took the opportunity while you were fast asleep to feed you a suspended animation poison. I originally wanted to wait for the drug to take effect, use your feigned death to get you out of the prince's residence, but I didn't expect Inshun to bury you alive in a coffin. By the time I arrived at Kam Swang Courtyard to save you, you had already suffered a great deal. Then I saw an unconscious Inshun being hurriedly taken away by a woman, and I took that opportunity to get you out of the prince's residence. Luo, it's all in the past now. After you've recovered from your injuries, Master will take you back to Medicine King Valley, away from this place of suffering. But Su Luo didn't want to run away like that. Master, Luo doesn't want to go back to Medicine King Valley. So he inquired about her intentions. Then what does Luo plan to do? It seemed her hatred was too deep, so she was determined to get revenge no matter what. Master, Luo wants to stay in the capital. I want to find out the truth from my father and return to the prince's residence for revenge. Subai was afraid Su Luo would be in danger, so he didn't agree. No, Master will not let you go back there to suffer. Knowing it would be dangerous, she was determined to go. Father died unjustly. The Su residence's entire property was confiscated. Luo was humiliated in the prince's residence and lost everything. Luo is not willing to leave like this. Finally, he stood up and asked again, Luo, have you really decided you want revenge? Her eyes were firm as she spoke with a voice full of certainty. Yes, Master. Luo knows Master is worried about my safety, but I must get my revenge. He no longer hesitated and decided to join forces with her. Luo, if you have decided, then I, your master, will get revenge with you. Hearing those words, she was truly moved. Master, at Kwanung Courtyard, a maidservant following behind Su Luo asked, It's been so long since we had a sunny day. Donger, I'll take the princess's blanket out to sun-dry, okay? Just then, Meow Meow's mother appeared and called out, Princess. This old servant pays her respects to the princess. Seeing her, she pretended not to know. Who are you? So the woman introduced herself. Princess, I am Lu Meow Meow's mother. That day, Meow Meow was ignorant and barged into the princess's residence. I begged the princess to forgive her and to put in a few good words with the prince to lift Meow Meow's confinement. After listening, she asked again to confirm. You mean that weak and sickly young lady? Hearing her daughter being called sickly left the woman speechless. Sickly? Then Su Luo recounted what Inshun had said. The prince told me about Miss Lu. The young lady is truly pitiful. She's gone mad in her old age. Although unwilling, the woman could only go along with it. Yes, the prince is right. A suspicion began to rise in her heart. Does this little wench really not remember anything? The prince even told such a lie. If I don't get rid of you, I'm afraid my good days are coming to an end. So she decided to lend a hand. Since Madam has made the request, this princess will help you. I hope Madam will keep a close watch on her in the future and not let her speak such nonsense. Hearing that, the woman was truly grateful. Many thanks, Princess. Please accept this small gift as a token of my gratitude. Seeing this, she accepted it. No need to be so polite. Donger, put away. On the surface, she said this, but in her heart, she was already scheming. You're the one who came knocking on my door, so don't blame me for being impolite. At night, at Kwanung Courtyard, Inshun returned and called out Luo. Then he brought Su Luo's favorite pastries. I brought some of your favorite pastries. Come and have a taste. Hearing this, she ran over. Wow, thank you, Aishin. He opened the package, revealing pristine white pastries. These are all made by the most famous pastry shop in the capital. Here, let me feed you. As soon as she took a bite, she praised it endlessly. It's so delicious. Seeing Su Luo in such a mood made him very happy. If Luo likes it, I'll bring them to you often in the future. Taking this opportunity, she asked about Meow Meow. Aishin, did you confine Miss Lu? Inshin didn't think she would know about this, so he broke into a sweat explaining. I was afraid her tuberculosis would frighten you. After hearing this, Su Luo burst out laughing. Then she puffed out her chest and asserted, Luo is not that weak. She is also sick, so we should care for her. Besides, if she's locked up in the house all the time, her health will become very poor. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, pulling her forcefully onto his lap. If Luo has spoken, I will naturally agree. She reached out and took a piece of pastry, wanting to feed it to him. Aishin, you have a bite too. He gently took a bite. Then he told her to go to bed. Luo, it's gotten dark. You should rest early too. After saying his piece, Inshun left. Only then did Su Luo reveal her disgusted expression. She swept all the pastries off the table. At Lu Meow Meow's residence. When Meow Meow saw him arrive, she happily ran over. Your Highness, you've finally come to visit me. But before she could even touch him, he dodged aside. causing her to fall hard onto the floor. Inshin looked down at her and warned, "This prince came to warn you. If you don't behave yourself in the future and cause trouble with your words, then that you won't need to stay in this prince's residence anymore." Hearing these words, Meow Meow hurriedly got up and confessed her feelings. "Your Highness, Meow Meow truly likes your Highness, but are you really so heartless and biased?" He was a heartless person, so he didn't care. "Before, because of my amnesia, I recognized your older sister as the one who saved me in Lang Valley and made all sorts of promises with me. Now that my memory has been restored, the one I, In Shun, have loved from beginning to end is Su Luo alone. As for you, I have never had any feelings." Hearing those unfaithful words, tears streamed down her face. At this, she vented her anger on him. "In Shun, you say you love Su Luo, but you killed Su Luo's entire family and pushed Su Luo into a coffin, yet you say you love her. So this is what your love is like." Being criticized made him angry. "Shut up. Have you forgotten something? Anyone in this residence who dares to speak a word of the past, I'll make them wish they were dead." Meow Meow just found him ridiculous. "Ha ha ha. In Shun, your mother died because of Su Luo's father. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Between you and Su Luo is a deep-seated, immense hatred." Hearing the words deep-seated hatred, the strength in his hand increased. Her hand was squeezed so tightly it was painful. Inshin didn't want to touch her anymore, so he flung her away. Then he warned in a stern voice, "Lu Meow Meow, if you don't want to die right now, then take that rotten business to your grave forever. Otherwise." Just then, Jinger appeared calling, "Annie, Annie." Seeing the little boy appear, he finally let go. He didn't forget to point straight at her face and warn, "Today, out of respect for Lu Ruer who once saved me, I'll spare your life. Taking good care of Jinger is your greatest use right now." Seeing him leave, the little boy came in and asked Annie what happened. Filled with hatred, Meow Meow hugged Jinger tightly. "It's nothing, Jinger." In her heart, she seethed with resentment. "In Shun, I want to chop your Su Luo into 1,000 pieces to vent my anger." In the morning at Quan, Thursday courtyard, In Shun came to Su Luo's side first thing in the morning. "Luoer, don't scare me. You're fine. Why did you suddenly fall ill?" But it seemed she didn't know what was wrong either. "I don't know why, but lately I've been feeling like my body has no strength. I probably didn't rest well. Until today." As she spoke, her throat began to hurt again. Cough, cough. Seeing her like this made him feel heartbroken. "It's okay, Luoer. The imperial physician is on his way." Seeing the imperial physician still hadn't arrived made him angry, and he yelled, "Imperial physician, why isn't the imperial physician here yet?" Just then, the imperial physician appeared. "Your Highness, Princess." Seeing the imperial physician, In Shun urged, "Quick, quick, see what's wrong with the princess." The imperial physician placed his hand to take her pulse. Then he began to inquire, "What has the princess eaten recently?" Su Luo just answered nothing. Seeing the imperial physician not specifying the illness made him anxious. "Imperial physician Zhang, what on earth is wrong with Luoer?" Only then did the imperial physician give his diagnosis. "Your Highness, the princess is not ill. She has been poisoned." Both he and the maidservant couldn't quite believe it upon hearing this. "Poisoned? Luoer is poisoned. Can it be cured?" The imperial physician immediately identified the substance she was poisoned with. "Your Highness, the poison the princess has been afflicted with is likely inchleaf powder. This poison isn't overwhelmingly potent, but if it is not expelled from the body in time, it will eventually penetrate the internal organs. Even if Hua Tuo were reborn, he would not be able to save her. Fortunately, it was discovered early. I will first use needles to block the meridians, so there should be no major issues." Hearing she could be saved, In Shun was relieved. "Thank you, Imperial Physician Zhang. But first, a few things need to be prepared. I will take my leave to prepare them first, and then I will perform acupuncture on the princess." After the Imperial Physician left, he turned to reprimand the maidservant. "Donger, what exactly happened? Why was the princess poisoned?" But the maidservant clearly knew nothing. "Your Highness, Donger doesn't know. Besides her 3 meals, the princess enjoys eating sweet pastries. There was nothing unusual. How could she have been poisoned?" He immediately gave an order. "Someone, take all the food and utensils the princess has used for inspection." "Yes, Your Highness." After giving the order, In Shun turned back to ask her, "Luoer, think carefully. Besides those things, have you come into contact with anything else?" Hearing this, she was a little confused. Other things. Just then, the maidservant remembered something. That's right, Donna remembers now. A few days ago, Miss Lu's mother came to plead for her and gifted a set of clothes to the princess. Could it be? So he ordered, "Quickly, take that set of clothes for inspection." "Yes, this servant will go at once." For some reason, Su Luo started coughing continuously. Cough, cough. It pained his heart. "Luo, are you still feeling unwell?" But she kept coughing, finding it hard to answer. Cough, 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 cough. He brought some soup over. "Here, drink some soup." The maidservant quickly brought the clothes. "Your Highness, this is the set of clothes." Seeing it, Inshin ordered, "Quickly, give it to the imperial physician for inspection." "Yes, Your Highness." The imperial physician then inserted a silver needle. Seeing the silver needle turn black, the imperial physician's face darkened. "Indeed, there's poison." Hearing there was poison, he said nothing and simply ordered, "Bring Madame Lu here." Early in the morning at Quan Courtyard, Meow Meow's mother was brought over, not understanding what was happening. "Your Highness, what is the matter?" She looked at the clothes on the ground with confusion. "Why are these clothes thrown on the ground? Doesn't the princess like these clothes?" "This old woman will bring another set another day." At this, Inshin became angry and interrogated her. "Still feigning ignorance here? Did you put the poison on these clothes?" Hearing there was poison in the clothes made her face turn pale. Poison. She hurriedly knelt down. She immediately cried out that she was wronged. "Your Highness, I've been wronged. This old woman never put anything in these clothes. Someone else must have put the poison there." Su Luo found her cries of injustice ridiculous. "Wronged? I have only just arrived at the prince's residence and have never had any dealings with an old woman like you. Why would you use such a vicious method? Are you trying to kill me?" Her whole body trembling, she explained, "Your Highness, Princess, this old woman gave these clothes to curry favor with the princess so that Meow Meow could be released from her confinement sooner. How could this old woman be so foolish as to poison them and bring disaster upon myself? This girl doesn't act like someone with amnesia at all. I can only grit my teeth and swallow today's disaster." She became more and more aggressive as she spoke. "Now that the evidence is conclusive, do you dare to deny it? I wasted my kindness pleading for you, yet you harbor such a vicious heart." Immediately, she admitted her fault and begged, "Princess, this old woman knows she was wrong. I beg you to spare this old woman." But Su Luo didn't want her to touch her. "Let go of my hand. This princess was nearly killed. You're still holding my hand. Are you planning to poison me again?" "Inshun, this matter, how will you handle it?" Hearing her question, he gave her full authority to decide. "How does Luo wish to handle this?" Su Luo's expression immediately turned vicious as she delivered her verdict. "Daring to poison and harm a princess, in my opinion, she should be executed on the spot." Hearing her brutal solution made him suspicious. Why has Luo's temperament changed so drastically these past few days? As for her, she couldn't believe it. "This little vixen wants me dead." Just then, Meow Meow rushed in. "Your Highness." Seeing this, her mother signaled to her. "What are you doing here? Go back quickly, Meow Meow." She silently cursed in her heart. "You fool, you can't do anything by coming here. If you provoke this girl, you'll be kicked out of the residence, and you'll never have a chance to turn things around in this lifetime." At this, she knelt and pleaded. "Your Highness, Meow Meow begs you, for the sake of Tinger, who is still young and needs someone to look after him, please forgive my mother this time." But Inshin would not let it go so easily. "Meow Meow, you should know, your mother must bear the consequences of her own actions." Even Su Luo spoke up smugly. "If I forgive your mother at your request, what prestige would this princess have left in this residence?" She cried heartbreakingly, "Princess, my mother is over 50 years old. Please be magnanimous and spare my mother from the death penalty." Hearing this, Su Luo had an idea. "Miss Lu, if you are truly filial to your mother, why don't you die in your old mother's place? How about it?" Hearing those words, he turned to her with suspicion. She clearly has amnesia, so why does she harbor such great enmity towards this mother and daughter? The mother, desperate to live, clasped her hands and begged, "Your Highness, for the sake of Ruer who once saved your life, please spare this old woman." Even she pleaded desperately, "Please, Ruer has been filial since childhood. If she saw the person she loves treating her mother like this, she would surely be heartbroken. Your Highness, please spare this old woman." Meow Meow also went closer to help her mother up. "Your Highness, Princess, my mother knows she was wrong. I beg you both to spare her." But Su Luo absolutely refused. This princess was nearly killed by you, and you still dare to beg for forgiveness. After saying this, she turned to look at In Shun, crying pitifully. Finally, In Shun made the final decision. Today, in consideration of Lu Ruer's kindness to this prince, I will spare you the death penalty. Guards, drag Madame Lu down and give her 30 strokes of the cane, and expel her from the prince's residence. Immediately, 2 guards stepped forward to drag the mother and daughter out, but the mother still pleaded desperately. Your Highness, let this old woman stay in the residence. Seeing this result, Su Luo was satisfied. Serves you right. Soon, the next morning arrived at Quan Thursday Courtyard. At this time, a few maidservants were gossiping. Have you heard? Before dawn, the prince personally went to the kitchen to brew medicine for Miss Su. Wow, I've never seen the prince care for someone like this. Miss Su is truly fortunate. Meanwhile, In Shun brought the medicine to Su Luo's bedside for her to drink. Good Luo, it's time to drink your medicine. But she didn't want to drink it. I don't want to. Seeing this, his face froze. What's wrong? Who made Luo angry? She immediately shouted out the person who made her upset. It's you, In Shun. Why did you spare Madame Lu from the death penalty when Lu Ruer was mentioned? Hearing this, In Shun hurriedly explained. Luo, Madame Lu poisoned you, a crime truly deserving of death. It was only because her daughter, Lu Ruer, once did me a favor that I gave Madame Lu a lighter punishment. Madame Lu has already been punished. Don't be angry anymore, Luo. After you drink your medicine, how about In Shun takes you for a stroll around town? But she didn't want to. No. Every time Luo goes out, there's an entourage following. It's not comfortable to go anywhere. So how can I be in the mood to have fun? So he started to coax her with a condition. As long as Luo drinks the medicine, In Shun will agree not to bring an entourage. She quickly asked back, really? He looked at her with a gentle gaze and confirmed, really. But after just one spoonful, she couldn't stand it. It's too bitter. He patiently stayed by her side, feeding her spoon by spoon. Bitter medicine cures illness. You have to drink the medicine to get well quickly. I'll have some honey. While eating, she wondered, In Shun, don't you have official duties to handle today? She immediately received an answer. I took the day off to take care of Luo. Be good. Have another sip. Luo has been so well behaved in the residence lately. I will assign a few more maids to keep Luo company. Su Luo heard this and didn't refuse. Okay. After she finished the medicine, he helped her lie down. Luo, you must be tired. Lie down and rest now. I'll bring you some stewed soup later. In Shun tucked her in, watching as she fell soundly asleep. And only then did he leave. But Su Luo was only pretending to be asleep. Everything that happened today was orchestrated by her. This old fox couldn't sit still after all. She delivered herself to my door so quickly. All you dogs who harm my family, if I don't make you pay the price, I, Su Luo, will not be able to die in peace. At Man Ting Pavilion in the afternoon, Meow Meow saw her mother finish packing and hand her a vial of medicine. Take this bottle of medicine with you. Your wounds will heal quickly. After this incident, she realized, Meow Meow, that girl is definitely faking her amnesia. She's clearly here for revenge. After I leave, you'll be all alone. What will you do? But she didn't think it was a bad thing. Isn't that even better? That girl made such a big show of harming us. Do you think In Shun won't see through it? As long as I'm still in the residence, we can coordinate from the inside and outside. Are you afraid that girl won't expose herself? Before leaving, she carefully reminded her again. In any case, you should still be careful. I will sooner or later get justice for this injustice. Mother is leaving now. Remember to take care of yourself. She watched her mother leave. She silently vowed in her heart, In Shun, I will definitely make you taste the pain of losing the one you love. Soon, the next morning arrived. In Meow Meow's room, several centipedes appeared, crawling around. They crawled onto her hand and crawled all over the bed. Just then, her hand touched one, so she picked it up to look. What is this? She was immediately terrified, recoiling and calling for help. Someone, get away. Someone come quickly. At the same time, Su Luo opened the door and walked in. But she didn't know and kept screaming, Centipedes! There are centipedes! Seeing the scene, she provoked her. It seems Miss Lu is frightened by insects. Seeing her made her wary. What is this girl doing here? Su Luo explained her reason for coming. Centipedes are afraid of chickens. It's quite fitting for this princess to give this gift today, isn't it? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the chickens in. Don't let these insects hurt Miss Lu. Yes, princess. Then, the maidservant released the chickens to eat the insects. Seeing the insects cleared away, Meow Meow stood up angrily and questioned her. What did you come here for? Did you release these centipedes? Suddenly being accused, she used her authority to oppress her. You audacious commoner! How dare you slander this princess? Do you think you have too long to live? Knowing her lowly status, she quickly humbled herself. My apologies, princess. This commoner was frightened by the insects and momentarily forgot her manners. I still beg for the princess's forgiveness. At this point, Su Luo explained a reason for her presence. This princess came today for 2 reasons. 1, to bring a chicken for Miss Lu's nourishment, as it has been half a month since she has eaten well, and 2, to find a famous doctor to cure your madness. Hearing that she was called mad made Meow Meow furious. She then bluntly exposed everything. Enough, Su Luo, stop pretending in front of me. You haven't lost your memory at all. But Su Luo refused to admit it. Miss Lu, why are you spouting such nonsense? It seems your madness really needs to be looked at and treated. She started to poke at the pain of Su Luo's lost child again. Su Luo, your manner misses you very much. If he knew his mother had forgotten him, he would be heartbroken, wouldn't he? Seeing her disrespectful mouth mention her son, Su Luo couldn't help but act. Lu Meow Meow, this princess was testing you, yet you repeatedly tried to harm me and ruin my innocence. Have you no shame? At that moment, Shun also appeared. Your Highness, why are you here? Thinking she had the upper hand, she became very smug. Su Luo, today I will let His Highness see your true face. With that thought, she pretended to be pushed down. Aya. At this moment, Su Luo loudly said for him to hear, Aya, Miss Lu, why are you so careless? As Su Luo just touched her, she was forcefully pushed away by Meow Meow. Don't touch me. Just then, he caught sight of that scene. Lu Meow Meow, what are you doing? Shun ran over to help her up and asked, Luo, are you alright? Meow Meow on the other side, thinking she still had his support, called out, Your Highness. When Su Luo got up, she said Luo is fine. Shun said Miss Lu is mad. Luo happens to know a little about medicine and wanted to check on Miss Lu's illness. But for some reason, Miss Lu was dead set against letting me take her pulse, and she fell while struggling. Seeing the tables turn, she became very angry. What? This little wench is so cunning. Just wait until I have you in my grasp. I will take your life. Incite Pavilion. Shun, without distinguishing right from wrong, spoke up in her defense. Lu Meow Meow, the princess personally came to treat you, yet you don't know what's good for you. Meow Meow still wanted to explain. Your Highness, Su. The princess didn't at all. At this point, Su Luo quickly cut her off. Shun, since Miss Lu is ungrateful, we shouldn't stay here and be an eyesore to her. He then issued a warning. Lu Meow Meow, if you dare to offend the princess again, then get out of this Prince Shun's manor. Luo, let's go. As she left, she didn't forget to look back with a provocative gaze. Lu Meow Meow, our days ahead are long. This made her angry. Su Luo, if I don't chop you into 100 pieces, Lu Meow Meow, swear I will not give up. As soon as she got outside, she wondered, why did Shun come to Man-Ting Pavilion today? Hearing her question, Shun quickly replied, I brought some fruit preserves for Luo to try. The servants said you went to Man-Ting Pavilion early this morning. I was afraid Lu Meow Meow's madness would act up and you would get hurt, so I came over. Seeing herself being cared for like this made her grateful. Thank you, Shun. Meanwhile, in another place, Bayamo arrived at that house and asked the little boy, Little friend, what is your name? When asked, the little boy replied, Nyo, who are you? He also introduced himself. My name is Bayamo. I'm a friend of your father. May I ask if your parents are home? At present, Nyo's mother's inside the house, coughing continuously. Cough, cough, cough. Nyo runs in from outside to announce, Mother, my father's friend is here. Mother, Nyo will chop some firewood to exchange for money to buy medicine for you. Hearing this, Bayamo suggested, I know a little about medicine. May I examine the madam? She agreed without hesitation. Then I'll have to trouble you, young master. Then he extended his hand to take her pulse and diagnosed her illness. Madam has a wind-cold illness. Left untreated for a long time, the wind-cold will worsen. I will prescribe medicine for you, madam. It will disperse the cold qi, and you will recover in half a month. Receiving these words made her grateful. Thank you, young master. It's just... Cough, cough. Knowing what she was worried about, he assured her, Madam need not worry. I will not charge any money. I will bring the medicine over in a little while. Nyo, hearing this, was a little curious. Why is he so kind? Not wanting the boy to hear more, she instructed, "Nyokov, go feed the goats first." When the boy left, she immediately turned to ask, "Young master, who are you really? My husband, Ashung, is no longer here, but I know he couldn't have had such a noble friend." Being exposed, Bayamo also told the truth. "Madam, please forgive me. I only came to ask you about some matters." In the capital, you must have heard about the late Prime Minister Su's case being cleared. Previously, someone framed the Prime Minister for hiring a culprit to rape an innocent woman. Today, I'm secretly investigating this matter. Hearing this made her confused. Old Master Su of the Su Manor, Bayamo explained the whole situation. "This matter has been traced to your husband. If Madam knows something and does not cooperate, the consequences need not be said." After hearing this, she hurriedly begged, "My lord, Ashung would absolutely not dare to do such a thing." Seeing her so worried, he assured her, "Madam, rest assured, we will find out the truth. Madam only needs to tell me who your husband met before he died, and if his actions were unusual in any way." Hearing the question, she didn't understand. What was unusual about his normal behavior? But then she suddenly remembered. Thinking carefully, his actions before he died were indeed unusual. That night, Ashung came home. Flashback to 4 years ago. While she was coughing nonstop, Ashung saw her. "Wife, your cough has gotten worse." So he cheerfully took the medicine to brew it. "I'll go brew the medicine for you, wife." Then he also placed a bag of pastries on the table. "These pastries, wife, remember to eat them." Seeing pastries for the first time, she was truly startled. "Ashung, where did you get the silver to buy these things?" Ashung sat down beside her and explained, "Today an old master from the Su Manor offered 50 taels of silver for me to take on a private job. This is just the deposit. He said that after the job is finished tomorrow night, he will give me the rest of the silver." Saying that, he gave all the silver to her. "Here, keep this money to buy medicine for yourself." Hearing such a large amount of silver made her unable to believe it. "What kind of job pays you 50 taels? If the money isn't clean, we can't take it." But he assured her at the time, "It's the Su Manor. They're a rich family, so of course they're a bit generous. Don't you worry." As she recounted this, her tears fell. Who would have thought that the next evening I would hear the news of Ashung's tragic death? After hearing everything, Bayamo had a question. "Madam, why didn't you report it to the authorities at that time?" So she explained the reason. "I was bedridden for a long time, and Nyo was still young. Besides, I didn't even know who the culprit was, so how could I report it to the authorities?" Seeing that things had reached a dead end, he couldn't help but think, could it be that nothing can be found about the framing of Prime Minister Su? At this point, she wondered, "Sir, did my Ashung really die tragically after violating a good woman?" He wasn't sure. It's very likely. However, the one who paid to bribe Ashung is the real culprit behind the scenes. Hearing everything, she cried and blamed herself. Ashung must have been bewitched by those 50 taels of silver. "It's all my illness, my body that implicated Ashung." Seeing her crying so much, Bayamo took out a handkerchief and offered it to her. Then he changed the subject. "Madam, who else did Ashung usually associate with?" Hearing the question, she only gave a vague answer. Just a few friends he worked with. He wanted to investigate every single detail. "Then can you tell me where Shung worked?" She then recalled, "I think he worked with some boatmen under the bridge." Learning everything made him feel very grateful. "Thank you, madam." Time flies, and 3 days later, Su Luo then came to meet Mo with a confused look. "Master, I saw the purple firework and came here quickly. What is so urgent?" He then recounted what he had investigated. "Luo, the matter of Lu Ruer being violated that you wanted to investigate now has results." After hearing this, she wanted to know who was behind it. "Who is it?" He quickly took out a portrait. "This is a portrait drawn based on a verbal description. Do you know this person?" As soon as she saw the person in the painting, she recognized them. "It's her." "Master, for the things in here, we need witnesses. We must send people to secretly protect them well." Bayamo gently sipped his tea and affirmed, "Luor, rest assured, it has been properly arranged." "Luor, what are your plans next?" "Currently, there's one last thing she must do. Manor, I want to get real evidence of Lu Miao framing Manor." Hearing this, he was curious. "So do you have any clues?" Su Luo quickly recounted everything from that time. Dr. Lu of the Prince's Manor concealed the truth with Lu Miao and caused Manor's death, and was later executed by Inshun. Although I want to clear Manor's name, I don't have any clues. Hearing this, he felt it was very difficult. "That's a bit difficult. How about we start investigating from Dr. Lu?" Su Luo is now gradually becoming discouraged. "That's the only way. The sky has darkened. Luo must quickly return to the prince's manor. Otherwise, it would be bad if Shun becomes suspicious. Mo just followed Su Luo like that. Only when she returned did he leave. She arrived at the side door of Prince Shan's manor and was greeted by a guard. "Princess, you have returned." Su Luo, seeing this, wondered, "Has the prince returned?" Reporting to the princess, "The prince returned to the manor a long time ago." He watched her retreating back and hoped, "Luo, master only wishes for you to live a peaceful life." Then, Mo quickly left. At Quan Shu courtyard, she went to this place as soon as she returned, cheerfully calling out a Shun. The scene in the room made her confused. "What is this?" Shun ran over and hugged Su Luo tightly, chiding her. "It's so late. Where did you go? You made me worry sick." She then explained, "A Shun, it was too chaotic in the manor, so Luo went out for a relaxing walk." Then she also brought back a jade pendant. "Look, this is a gift for a Shun." Receiving the gift, he relaxed his guard. "Luo, don't come back so late next time. You must be especially careful about your safety without guards accompanying you." I know." He turned back to warn the maidservant, "Take good care of the princess. If anything happens, you will be held accountable." "Dismissed." "Yes, your highness." The pardoned maidservant hurried away. She was confused at this point. A Shun is something that matters so late at night? Shun quickly explained, "Luo, I have some business to attend to and need to be away for a few days. I came to let you know before I leave." After hearing this, she asked, "A Shun has to go out? When will you be back?" Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct, "While a Shun is not here, Luo must take good care of herself. You're not allowed to run around." Su Luo looked at him with a determined gaze. "Rest assured, Luo will absolutely be good and wait here for a Shun to return. I won't go anywhere." Then a guard ran in to report, "Your Highness, the horses are ready. It's time to depart." Before leaving, he kissed her on the forehead. Then he didn't forget to remind her, "Remember to think of me." As soon as he got outside, the guard wished him well. "Your Highness, please travel safely." Before he left, he instructed, "If the princess leaves the manor, follow her secretly and ensure her safety." "Yes, your highness." Late at night, in the outskirts, Shun asked the person opposite him, "Have you thought it through?" and received a firm answer from Bo Huan. "Your highness, my father's assassination attempt on the emperor is indeed a capital crime. You were ordered to capture the criminal. I don't blame you, but I must be the one to kill that person." After hearing this, he agreed. "All right, since your mind is made up, I will not stop you. Be careful on this trip. I will also inform my subordinates." He received the approval and bowed. "Thank you, your highness." Then he rode away on his horse. Giddy up. That night, in the outskirts of the capital, the guards and the prisoner were sleeping like the dead. Taking that opportunity, Sun Yin got the key to unlock his shackles. Mo in the shadows wanted to make a move on him. "Escaping will only make you die faster, I'm afraid." Seeing that he had escaped made him gleeful. "I would rather die than be exiled to the desolate, cold frontier." So he wanted to strike. "Then let me send you to your death." At that moment, Sun Yin was terrified to see the person in front of him wanting to kill him. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Bo Huan pointed the tip of his sword at him and said clearly, "You should ask your beheaded father. The son pays for the father's debt." Hearing this, he immediately knelt and begged, "It was all my father's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Please spare me." But he wouldn't let him off so easily. "Spare you? It's not that easy." Knowing he couldn't escape, he cried for help. "Help me." But he rushed forward. "Go to hell." And just like that, stab him to death with one strike. "Father, I have avenged you. I promised you I would definitely live a good life." Mo, who had been hiding behind the bushes and observing, was curious. "Who is this person? It's a pity I couldn't kill that Gong Sun Yin with my own hands." At Meow Meow's residence, she was sleeping in bed when she heard a creepy sound and woke up. "What's that sound?" Just then, the window opened with a gust of wind, making her feel relieved. "Phew, it's just the wind." But Meow Meow saw something. That is, before her eyes were two paper effigies. The appearance of the effigies scared her. "You? Who are you?" Just then, the child paper effigy started to moan. "Concubine Lu, Manor. Manor's hand hurts so much." Hearing it was Man made her scared. Manor. It turns out the person behind this was Su Luo. Why would she want to harm Manor? Overcome with fear, she hurriedly tried to negotiate. "Manor, concubine. Concubine was wrong. Whatever you need, concubine will burn for you. Don't come looking for concubine." Beside it, the female effigy also spoke. Little sister, you've made big sister suffer so much." It turns out it was all her disguising her voice. "You ruined your big sister's innocence and framed Prime Minister Su. We were all miserably harmed by you. Out of fear, she quickly begged, "Big sister, little sister was wrong. It was foolish of little sister to take advantage of you being weak after childbirth, to feed you safflower. Big sister, please forgive little sister." After hearing everything, she gritted her teeth in anger. Lu Ruer was tragically killed by Lu Miao Miao, who fed her safflower. "Inshun, you blame me for Lu Ruer's death. How ironic." While she was still scared and shooing them away, Don't come over here. "Big sister, it was Su Luo's fault. Don't look for me." At this moment, Su Luo also appeared and exposed her. "What are you looking for this princess for?" "To take you to the dungeon." Seeing her, she was stunned. "Su Luo, it's you. You dare to trick me." But her arm was quickly grabbed by her. Then she shouted loudly, "Lu Miao Miao, are you scared now?" Only then was she completely sure of her suspicion. "Su Luo, what do you want? Why did you pretend to have lost your memory?" She forcefully pushed her down and stated her purpose. "What do I want? I want to see you slowly lose everything you love, to be tormented to death." After hearing this, Miao Miao threatened, "Su Luo, you dare. Aren't you afraid? I'll tell His Highness that you're faking your amnesia." But Su Luo paid no mind at all. "How ridiculous. Do you think His Highness will listen to you? Right now, the entire Prince Shun's manor listens to this princess. What can you do to me?" After saying that, she left, leaving her alone and resentful, frantically tearing the paper effigies. At Chishi village, the subordinate reported, "Valley Master, this is the place." That person walked up and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home?" Immediately, a woman came out and opened the door. "You two are?" Biamo then asked, "Madam, may I ask if this is the home of physician Lu from Prince Shun's manor?" She affirmed yes. Hearing that, he introduced himself. "I am Biamo, entrusted by another to investigate the death of the young heir of Prince Shun's manor." Hearing this, she invited him in. "Young Master Bai, please come in and talk." Before entering, he instructed his subordinate, "You wait outside." "Yes, young master." Inside the room, Biamo took the initiative to ask, "Madam Lu, why did you suddenly move back to your hometown?" And received the answer, "If it weren't for our lives, who would want to come back to live in this poor place?" After hearing this, he couldn't understand. "Madam Lu, what do you mean by that?" She brought tea and offered it to him. "Young master, please have some tea." That night, as soon as he came home, he packed our things, wanting us to leave the capital. I asked him the reason, but he wouldn't say. In my heart, I knew something must have happened, so I didn't dare to ask much. He gave me a letter, repeatedly telling me to keep it safe. At that time, Dr. Lu had instructed very carefully, "This letter can prove my and the young heir's innocence, madam. You must keep it safe." After that, he was taken away by people from Prince Shun's manor and never returned. Seeing her crying so heartbrokenly, Biamo immediately comforted her. "Madam Lu, don't be too sad. You should take care of your health." "So where is that letter now? Could you let me take a look?" Hearing the letter mentioned, she went to get it. "Young master, wait a moment, I'll go get it." "Young master Bai, you must seek justice for my husband and clear his name." He opened the letter and was truly indignant. Then he asked her again to confirm, "Madam Lu, have you read this letter?" She quickly replied, "No, when he was alive, he instructed that it was evidence and not to be opened." So, Biamo spoke up, "Could this letter be entrusted to me for safekeeping?" Hearing this, she also felt at ease in trusting it to him. "I believe you, sir, can definitely clear my husband's name for me." When everything was settled, he bowed. "I've troubled you today. If needed, may I invite Madam Lu to be a witness?" For the sake of clearing her husband's name, she assured him, "I am willing to do my utmost for you, sir." Meanwhile, Miao Miao was waiting on a road that In Shun would pass. In Shun is returning to the manor today. I must quickly expose her before In Shun meets that little wench. Just then, In Shun returned. She ran to stop him. "Your Highness." Then she held his hand tightly. "Your Highness, Miao Miao has something to report." He seemed to have no patience and was annoyed. "If there's anything, say it tomorrow." She immediately mentioned Su Luo. "It's about the princess." Hearing Luoer mentioned, he turned to ask, "What's wrong with Luoer?" Miao Miao then reminded him, "Your Highness, have you really not noticed that something is wrong with the princess?" But In Shun didn't want to guess her meaning. "If you have something to say it directly." So she blurted everything out. "Your Highness, Miao Miao suspects that the princess never lost her memory at all." He was startled to hear this. Miao Miao then recounted everything. "As soon as you left, the princess came to Man Ting Pavilion in the middle of the night, pretending to be my sister to scare me." He found this a bit hard to believe. "What? Luar pretended to be Luar?" Then she cried, pitifully and said that she suffered all kinds of torture and indifference in Prince Shun's manner before, and her heart is full of resentment towards your highness. Your highness, the princess declared that her return to the manor this time is for revenge. But Shun didn't believe it. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? With tears streaming down her face, she confirmed that everything she said was true. Your highness, Meow Meow is not talking nonsense. He then demanded proof from her. Lu Meow Meow, does anyone witness what you just said? When it came to witnesses, she was speechless. Then she grabbed his hand firmly. Your highness, Meow Meow indeed cannot produce evidence right now, but every single word Meow Meow said is true. Speaking as if it were true, without any proof, annoyed him. Humph. Lu Meow Meow, your mother was expelled from the manor for intentionally trying to kill Luo, and now you dare to maliciously slander Luo. If it weren't for Jing needing your care, I would have taken your life right now. Meow Meow cried and begged. Your highness, you must believe Meow Meow. Annoyed, Shun ordered, go back to Man Ting Pavilion. Don't let me see you. He then watched her retreating back, and a suspicion began to rise. Luo, are you really, as she said, back for revenge? Just then, Su Luo appeared. Shun, why are you standing at the door and not coming in? Hearing her voice, his expression changed. Luo, have you been standing there long? He couldn't help but worry, wondering how much of the previous conversation Luo had heard. Shun walked over to explain. Just now, Lu Meow Meow had something to see me about, so I spoke with her here for a bit. After hearing this, she wondered, what did she want to see Shun about? So he made up a reason. Perhaps her illness has relapsed. She was just spouting some nonsense. Su Luo probed further. So what did that Meow Meow say? Finally, he decided to tell her everything, she said. She said Luo wants to get revenge on her and me. After hearing this, she was a little incredulous. What? How did she know I was going to get revenge? Shun became flustered upon hearing that. Luo, what revenge do you want to take on Lu Meow Meow? At this, Su Luo turned away and spoke innocently. This princess saw that she was pitiful and also sick, but not only was she not moved, she even wanted to plot against me. Humph. Hearing this, he was relieved again. Plot? What is Luo talking about? As the two walked side by side, he asked casually, the night Shun was away on business, did Luo go to Man Ting Pavilion? Hearing this, she seemed a little confused. Man Ting Pavilion? That little lady doesn't welcome Luo. Why would Luo go there? Upon hearing this, he frowned. Could it be that Lu Meow Meow was maliciously slandering her? Just then, Su Luo spoke up with a reminder. Shun, where there are women, there is much gossip. That young lady has been rude and offensive to me many times. Isn't it because she has taken a fancy to you? Shun hurriedly explained. Shun is afraid that Lu Meow Meow might hurt Luo. But she didn't see it that way. I'm a princess. Who would dare to harm me? He went along with her. Yes, you are a princess. No one would dare to harm you. However, just in case, Luo should still not get too close to Lu Meow Meow. After hearing this, she replied, At midnight in Yuxian Hall. As soon as Shun returned, he asked the guard, that night, when this prince went out on business, was there any movement or anything unusual at Man Ting Pavilion? The guard quickly reported back, reporting to your highness, the wind was strong that night, and everyone in the manor went to bed early. We heard nothing unusual. He immediately asked again, did the princess go to Man Ting Pavilion? The guard bowed his head and replied, I never saw her. So he then gave an order, go, and summon the maidservant from Guanshu Courtyard. Yes, your highness. He didn't forget to add, don't let the princess know. Understood. When a maidservant arrived, Shun asked directly, this prince asks you, has the princess left Guanshu Courtyard these past few days? He immediately received an answer, reporting to your highness. The princess goes to sleep very early and has never left the courtyard at night. After hearing everything, he dismissed the maidservant. You may leave. Yes, your highness. Unable to investigate further for now, he could only resign himself to it. Regardless of whether Luo has lost her memory or not, as long as she is willing to stay by my side, that's all that matters. The next afternoon, at Shaoxiang Pavilion, Su Luo went to see by Mo again to recount everything. Master, after you show me the painting, I took advantage of Shun not being home to scare Lu Meow Meow. I didn't expect to hear with my own ears Lu Meow Meow admit to killing Lu Ruer. Hearing this, he became angry. Luo, aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy by doing that? but she was sure of everything before she dared to act. Rest assured, master, I used bewitching incense on the maidservant Dong. I only made my move when the night watch guards left. However, master, regarding the matter of Lu Miao killing Lu Ruer, I'll have to trouble you to continue investigating. Hearing this, he agreed, I will send people to investigate. There's one more thing. Gongsun Yin was killed on his way to exile, but hearing this, she grew curious, but what? So he recounted the events seriously. It's just that someone else was also involved in killing him, and their identity is currently unknown. After hearing this, she didn't seem concerned. His father made enemies everywhere in the imperial court. Countless people would want to take his life. It doesn't matter who killed him. It's good that he's dead. All right, master, how is the investigation into physician Lu's matter going? As soon as she asked, she got an answer. There are results with solid evidence. Seeing that everything was perfect made Su Luo happy. The trap is set. When is it time for the prey to walk into it? Before they began, Bai Mo immediately instructed, when dealing with him, Luo'er must be careful. Luo'er, last time you told me to have someone follow Lu Miao's mother, and we've indeed just discovered something. The child of Lu Miao that was killed was someone else's child. Hearing this, Su Luo found things getting more and more amusing. This is getting more and more interesting. Just then, there was a knock on the door, startling both of them inside. At this moment, Bai Mo went to the door and called out, "Who is it?" It turned out to be the tavern waiter. "Esteemed guest, I'm here to deliver the wine." He then quickly brought the wine up. "Esteemed guest, the wine you ordered has arrived. Please enjoy, you too." Seeing Su Luo pour wine, made by Mo confused. "Luo'er, since when do you drink?" She gave a radiant smile and answered, "Since today." "Master, Luo'er toasts you. May our revenge be successful." But he stopped her. "Luo'er, drinking is bad for your health." But she didn't care. "It's fine. The drinking is just for baiting the fish." At Guanshu courtyard, a maidservant hurriedly ran out to greet Su Luo. "Princess, you're back." "Princess, did you drink wine?" "Tipsy," she replied. "Just a few small cups. No need to make a fuss." The maidservant immediately supported her inside. "Donger will help the princess back to her room to rest for a bit. Then I'll cook you a bowl of sobering soup." "All right. It's just that if the princess has something troubling her, she still needs to take care of her health and not drink too much." At Lu Miao's residence, Miao arrived and knocked on the door. "Mother, open the door for me." Hearing this, her mother came out, overjoyed. "My good daughter, you've finally come. That gambler came looking for me for money again. How can we possibly manage in our current situation?" But it seemed she was also in dire straits at the moment. "What am I supposed to do? Wasn't it you who came up with this idea? To have me seduce him and get pregnant, then lie that it was Inshin's child? If you hadn't thought of that scheme, would we have so many problems today? Besides, he's only asking for money. Just give it to him. And me? If I'm the slightest bit careless in the prince's manner, I could lose my life." Hearing this, her mother was horrified. "What? Is that little vixen causing trouble for you again?" She then recounted everything. "Do you think I'm having a good time? That little wench has power now. Do you think she will simply let me go? That fool Inshan trusts her completely without the slightest suspicion. If I don't eliminate her, sooner or later I will die at her hands." Even so, the situation is still very unpredictable now. But now the entire prince's manor is under her control. Trying to kill her inside the manor is probably impossible. But at this point, her plan became even more sinister. As long as she still wants revenge, she will reveal a weakness. "I, Lu Miao, am no pushover. I heard that little wench often leaves the manor alone. You follow her, see what places she has gone to, and who she has met. I don't believe she keeps leaving the manor just to relieve her boredom." With that, Miao took off her jade bracelet and gave it to her mother to pawn. "Take this and pawn it for some silver to send him away first. If he remains so insatiably greedy, we'll think of another way." At night in the courtyard, the maidservants grew worried, seeing that Su Luo still hadn't returned. "It's so late. Why hasn't the princess returned to the manor yet? Right? We must quickly inform the prince." Inshan, who had just returned, heard this and grew worried. "What's wrong with Luo?" Seeing him, the two maidservants stammered, Your Highness." Then one maidservant quickly recounted. While the princess was ill, she was probably feeling suffocated in the manor. After she fully recovered, she has been going out frequently these past few days. But today, she has not been seen back at the manor since this afternoon. The servants from the courtyard went out to search, but couldn't find her. Hearing this, he became furious. What are you still standing there for? Continue searching. If anything happens to Luo, none of you will live. Hearing this, the two maidservants quickly bowed their heads. Yes, yes, your highness, this servant will go search right away. Inshun pointed in other directions. Men, go search quickly. Except for the guards on duty, everyone else, follow me out of the manor to find the princess. Immediately, right now. Yes, your highness. His eyes became grave with worry. Luo, nothing can happen to you. I can't live without you. After that, everyone from the prince's manor went out to search for Su Luo. They continuously called out on the streets, "Princess!" He pointed in another direction. You take a few men and check the places the princess usually goes. Then he also took out her portrait to ask around. Have you ever seen this young lady? But no one had. No. Inshun looked around, searching. Luo, where are you? Just then, a guard pointed ahead. Your highness, that's the princess. At that moment, a completely drunk Su Luo was returning. Seeing her, he felt more at ease. Luo, it's Luo. He rushed over to her side. He immediately asked with concern, Luo, where did you run off to? Why are you drinking so much so late at night? She acted confused. Who are you? Then she pushed him away forcefully. Let go. Hick, the wine is all gone. After taking a drink, Su Luo quickly recognized him. Oh, so it's a shun. Come on, let's go drinking. Luo's treat today. Seeing her like this, Inshun couldn't understand. Since when does Luo drink? Why has she been so unusual lately? Suddenly, he swept her up into his arms. Then he agreed to drink with her. All right, let's go home and drink. At Guanshu courtyard, Su Luo woke up and held her head. My head hurts so much. He sat beside her and advised, Luo, you're not allowed to drink anymore. At the same time, a maidservant brought in the sobering soup. Your highness, the sobering soup is ready. This servant specially added some sedatives to help us sleep. Hearing this, he gave another order, go bring a basin of water. Understood. Then, while feeding her, he gently coaxed, Good Luo, be obedient. Drink the sobering soup. After a good sleep, your head won't hurt anymore. She also opened her mouth to drink. Then she fell asleep. When a maidservant brought the water in, Your highness, Inshun told her, put it down. This prince has something to ask you, and you must tell the truth. Yes. Then he asked directly, these past few days, has the princess done anything unusual? After hearing this, the maidservant replied, unusual? That would be tonight. Previously, the princess always returned to the manor before your highness. Thankfully, the princess is safe and sound tonight. Hearing this, he was a bit incredulous. You're saying Luo goes out drinking every day? The frightened maidservant quickly replied, reporting to your highness. It's true that there were a few times the princess returned with the smell of alcohol on her, but she was never as drunk as today. This servant has tried to advise her. Early in the morning at Guanshu courtyard, Inshun arrived, bringing Jinger with him. Then he went to the bedside and asked, Luo, does your head still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Seeing her, the little boy spoke up, Annie Sue, I heard you were sick. Jinger, an adoptive father, came to visit you. Hearing this, Su Luo replied, thank you, Jinger. The kite in your hand is very beautiful. Being praised, the little boy showed off. This is the kite that Manor gave to Jinger. Jinger thought Annie Sue would definitely be happy to see Manor's kite. Hearing this, she was confused. Manor? Who is Manor? Seeing that she remembered nothing, Inshun was a little heartbroken. Luo, do you really not remember our child? Ying out an expectionate, Monnat? Monerish Ying Erish childhood best friend. After listening, she didn't understand. Then where is that child? Who is his mother? In her heart, she knew this was clearly his intention. Inshun, you're testing me. Let's see how you answer. At this, Inshun's face turned pale. Then Jinger smiled and looked at him. Annie Sue, Manor's mother is you. He immediately told the little boy to leave. Jinger, go down and play with Big Sister Dong. Being sent away like that while talking made the little boy unhappy. Yes, adoptive father. After Jinger left, Su Luo spoke up in confusion. Ashun, why did Jinger say, I am Mana? Inshun did not explain. Children don't understand things. They just talk nonsense. Luo, I still have things to do. You should rest. After saying that, he left, his heart a tangled mess. Luo, forgive my avoidance. I don't hope for you to remember those unhappy memories. She watches retreating back with a triumphant smile. Inshun, for years of humiliation, it's time to pay it back. In the morning at Yuxian, the imperial study, In Shun questioned a guard. This prince asks you, at that time in the capital, when you found the princess, did you notice anything? Were there any suspicious people nearby? But it seemed the guard hadn't noticed anything. Reporting to your highness, at that time, your subordinate only found it suspicious that the princess, after leaving the manor for 2 months, suddenly appeared in the capital. How could she forget the location of Prince Shun's manor? At that time, I was only focused on the difficulty of finally finding the princess and didn't pay attention to anyone else. Hearing this, he became annoyed and ordered. This prince commands you to go to the place where the princess was found, secretly investigate her whereabouts during the time she was missing, where she was, who she was with. This prince wants to know everything. The guard, intimidated by his demeanor, replied, "Understood, Your Highness." At Furong Courtyard the next morning, Su Luo recalled memories of this place with Chun Ing and In Man. Young lady, come fly kites with manner. Little air, run a bit slower. Thinking the two were still alive, she ran forward, spreading her arms, wanting to hug them both tightly. Manner, Chun Ing. But it was all just her imagination. It made her heart ache. This cage imprisoned me for 4 years, and even took my manner away. Suddenly, Su Luo's foot hit something. Looking down, she saw it was Manner's ball. She immediately blamed herself. It's mother's fault, all mother's fault for not being able to protect Manner. Just then, a maidservant's voice called out, "Princess, princess." Hearing the voice, she knew, they're here. The maidservant saw the gate of Furong Courtyard was open and wondered. The gate is open. Could the princess be inside? So the maidservant ran over and shouted loudly, "Princess, princess, why have you come here?" Seeing the ball in her hand made the maidservant suspicious. Could this be the little heir's old toy? Su Luo dropped the ball from her hand and explained, "I was just wandering around. Let's go back." The maidservant was happy to hear that. The princess is wet from the rain. Donger will take you back for a hot bath to warm up at Yuxian Hall. The maidservant came to report on Su Luo's recent situation. Your Highness, this servant has followed your instructions to pay attention to the princess's recent actions, and indeed discovered that the princess's actions are abnormal. In Shun grew worried upon hearing this. What is abnormal? The maidservant recounted everything. The princess is always waiting alone in the burnt-down Furong Courtyard. She also hugs the little heir's things, which she got from who knows where, and cries. Hearing this, his face immediately turned pale. Luo, she. When did she regain her memory? Then he calmly asked again, "Is there anything else?" Continue. The maidservant quickly added a few more things. Also, recently the princess has been eating much less. Hearing this, he ordered without hesitation, "Go invite all the famous chefs in the capital to make snacks for Luo, if it's still the same. Then have a physician take a look. You are dismissed. Continue to observe the princess." "Yes, Your Highness." When he was alone again, he wondered, "Luo, will you forgive me?" A guard entered from outside. Then he reported everything. "Your Highness, this subordinate has something to report." In Shun heard this and commanded, "Speak." The guard began to recount everything. "Your Highness, this subordinate has investigated. When the princess arrived, there was another person with her." Hearing the guard stammering through the story annoyed him. "Who? What is there to stammer about? Speak quickly." The guard finally spoke truthfully with a young man. Just hearing it was a man made him unable to hold back. "A young man? Are you sure about your investigation?" The guard affirmed that what he said was accurate. "Your Highness, the princess once saved a small merchant. That merchant has a deep impression of the princess and that man. He also said that man wore purple clothes and was very intimate with the princess." At this point, In Shun immediately thought of someone. Could this person be Bai Mo of Medicine King Valley? In the afternoon at Zue Xiang Lu, Miao Miao's mother stood at the door, constantly looking around. Bai Mo saw Su Luo kept looking out the door and was curious. "Luo, what are you looking at?" She just smiled faintly and revealed the situation. "I didn't expect the fish to take the bait so quickly." He then asked about something else. "How are things at the prince's manor?" She seemed to have everything planned out. "Master, rest assured, everything is within my grasp. Things going so smoothly has made In Shun suspicious of me." Hearing this, he stood up worriedly. "Luo, the person who made In Shun lose his memory back then. I have found him." Su Luo found this a bit hard to believe. She hurriedly ran over to ask his identity. "Where is he? Why did he do it?" And received an answer from Bai Mo. "That person will only arrive in the capital in half a month. Luo, At that time, you can ask him yourself, and you will know. After that, she closed the door. But in his heart, he had a question, Luo, if In Shun hadn't lost his memory in the beginning, and you two still ended up where you are today, have you ever thought? But before he could finish, she cut him off. No, what's the point of thinking about these things now? He also understood that Su Luo currently hated him very much. Master is just afraid that Luo is forcing herself too much. She immediately changed the subject. That's right. How did Master find that person? Bai Mo then recounted everything that day. When everything was settled, she left. The waiter immediately ran out to say, "Farewell, esteemed guest, take care." The woman outside had finally been waiting long enough. That little wench is finally out. Inside for half a day, there's definitely something wrong. After that, she stepped into the establishment and was immediately greeted by the waiter. "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I ask if the esteemed guest is here to eat or to rent a room?" But she just wanted to ask a little something. "Little brother, I just want to ask around a bit. What did the young lady who just left come here for?" The waiter heard the question and replied, "Madam, coming to our Zue Xiang Lu is naturally for drinking." But she didn't believe it. She drank alone? Was there anyone else? The waiter lost his patience and shooed her away. "Get out. Don't interfere with our business." She absolutely refused to give up. "Little brother, that young lady is a new concubine my master just took in. He's afraid she's going out to find other men. So he sent me to follow her. Please help me out." Upon receiving the silver, the waiter's mood immediately brightened. "Oh my, your master is truly generous." Then he recounted seriously, "In that case, that woman does indeed often come to rent a room with a man. As for whether that man is your master, I don't know." She wanted to confirm again, "You saw it with your own eyes?" The waiter guaranteed it was the absolute truth. "How can I make up this kind of thing?" "That day, I went up to deliver wine. Those two were so nervous. You tell me, what kind of husband and wife acts like that?" Hearing this, she was overjoyed. "Then, little brother, can you tell me which room they meet in?" Immediately, the waiter showed a greedy expression again. "This well." 3 days later, one morning at Madame Lu's place, seeing that Meow Meow still hadn't arrived made her worried. "This child, it's the appointed time. Why isn't she here yet?" But right after she saw Meow Meow, "You're here." She saw her mother in such a panic and was confused. "What? So panicked? What happened?" Her mother urgently hurried her inside. "Let's go inside and talk." As soon as they were inside, she looked around and closed the door. Then she recounted everything she had investigated. "Meow Meow, on the road today, I saw that when Su Luo sneaking in a Zue Xiang Lu." She heard this and was a bit confused. So what? Her mother continued the story. "After she left, I went in to ask around and found out that Winch often meets with another man at Zue Xiang Lu." Meow Meow quickly understood the meaning in her mother's words. Mother is saying she's having an affair with someone outside. Her mother confirmed it. "That's right. It cost me quite a bit of money for that waiter to tell me. Boo-hoo, my silver." "What? Let's tell the prince about this and let the prince deal with her." But she was stopped by her daughter. "No, this wench is not as easy to deal with as before. I'm afraid, even if we say it, the prince won't believe it." Hearing this, her mother didn't know what to do next. "Then what do you say we should do? We can't let this opportunity slip by." She quickly thought of a way. Seeing is believing. "Mother, continue to follow her. Remember not to alert the enemy. We'll find a chance to catch her red-handed. This is our last chance to turn the tables." Her mother immediately agreed to everything Meow Meow said. "Meow Meow, I'll listen to you." The dignified princess of Northern Yin caught having an affair with another man. If this news gets out, I'm afraid she'll be drowned by public criticism. Let's see how that In Shun protects her then. Just thinking about it is delightful. She was also looking forward to that day. "In Shun, you casually trampled on my love. Now your Su Luo is treating you the same way. How will you treat her?" Returning to Prince Shun's manor, Meow Meow returned in a cheerful mood. Then she stopped abruptly. Before her was Su Luo. "Isn't this Miss Lu who loves to tattle? I haven't even gone out, and I run into you. What bad luck." She grew angry upon hearing these words. "This wench, let's see how many more days you can be arrogant." Although unwilling, she still had a curtsy. "Greetings, princess." She began to speak mockingly. "You're ill, but instead of staying in the manor, you go out. If your illness acts up and tarnishes the manor's reputation, can you bear the consequences?" Meow Meow was not to be outdone and retorted, "Princess, His Highness ordered Meow Meow to take care of Jinger. Recently, Jinger has been clamoring for fruit pastries, so Meow Meow went out." She threatened, "It had better be so. If this princess finds out you went out to meet another man, I will definitely drown you in the river." After hearing this, she hurriedly affirmed, Meow Meow has always known her place. How could I do such a filthy thing? After saying that, she walked past Su Luo. In her heart, she silently vowed, I will make you taste what it's like to be drowned in the river. Very quickly, half a month passed. In the morning at Madame Lu's residence, Meow Meow was there and asked again, Mother, did you see clearly? Her mother affirmed, I'm telling the truth. That wench and that man were intimate, deeply in love, clearly seducing a man. Hearing these words, she was certain, I wonder how that heartless man will feel when he sees the state of the person he loves. Then she asked about the timeline for the meeting. So when would they meet? Her mother replied that, according to her observation for the past half-month, they would meet tomorrow at the hour of the monkey at Zui Xianglu. A sinister look appeared in her eyes. Excellent. My chance to turn the tables has come. As long as Yinshan sees it with his own eyes, that girl won't be able to explain herself even if she had 10 mouths. Her mother was also excited, waiting for that moment. That's right. What man can tolerate his woman being unfaithful, let alone a prince? There's no more time now, so Meow Meow left. All right, that girl keeps a very tight watch on me. I can't be out for too long. Mother, you just get ready. I will bring Yinshan over tomorrow. Yinshan, you've trampled on my true feelings for that woman time and time again. Tomorrow, I will let you know who is truly sincere with you. That evening at Prince Shun's manor, Yinshan wanted to surprise Su Luo, so he blindfolded her and led her away. Luo, tonight I will give you a surprise. He then led her to the heart of the lake pavilion and reminisced about old times. Luo, do you remember? The two of us have experienced many firsts here. Luo was the first woman besides my royal mother to feed me kanji. The first woman I taught archery to. The woman I swore to hold hands with until our teeth fall out and our hair turns white. But Su Luo no longer cared about those things now. So what? Weren't you the one who harmed me? Last month, when he removed the blindfold, he made another promise. Luo, in the future, we will have even more firsts. When the blindfold was completely removed, she could see the full view of the place. Luo, do you like it? She immediately asked back. Yinshan explained, this is what I prepared for you. Luo has a faint, unchanging scent of narcissus flowers on her. She must really like this flower. After hearing this, Su Luo sighed softly. Yinshan is so thoughtful. But in her heart, she sneered. The narcissus flower is the flower manner wish for me to have all my heart's desires. Suddenly, he knelt down. Then he held up a bouquet of narcissus flowers and proposed to her. Luo, let me take care of you for this lifetime and the next. Will you be my princess consort? He was afraid she would refuse, so he was very anxious. I didn't cherish you before. Now that heaven has given me a second chance, I must seize it this time. But Su Luo only sneered inwardly. Your princess consort was already buried alive by your own hands. Have you forgotten? Yinshan was now getting anxious. Luo, I know you have to mourn your parent for 3 years, but I can't wait. Luo, please agree to marry me. Luo, I know you've recovered your memory. As long as you don't leave me, it doesn't matter if you resent me or hate me. Hearing these words, she felt a sense of triumph. Yinshan, this time, it's you who is begging me, Su Luo. Seeing her not answering for a long time made him sick with worry. Luo, what else do you have to consider? Finally, she took the bouquet of narcissus flowers. All right, I agree. What a pity. If I had known today was a special day, I would have dressed up beautifully. Hearing these words, he was a little incredulous. Luo, you agreed? Wonderful. Overjoyed, he lifted her into the air. Then he kept repeating, Luo agreed to marry me. Su Luo didn't want to get dizzy and requested, Shun, put me down. You're making me dizzy with all this spinning. The moment he put her down, he began a new vow. Luo, in this life, if I, Yinshan, ever fail you, I will die by 10,000 arrows piercing my heart. Shun, I believe you. She said that, but in her heart, she was gloating. Yinshan, you gave me a gift today. Tomorrow, I will return the favor with a grand gift. The next afternoon, in the study, Yinshan was looking at the account books when he heard Meow Meow's voice from outside. Your Highness, it's Meow Meow. I have something to report to you. The guard outside immediately stopped her. Lady Lu, please don't make things difficult for this lowly one. Annoyed by the noise outside, he snapped, what's all the noise about? Seeing him, the guard immediately reported, Your Highness, Lady Lu is trying to force her way in. At this moment, she spoke up to frame Su Luo. Your Highness, the princess is at Zui Xianglu with another man. Hearing her being insulted, he immediately struck out. How dare you insult the princess? Throw this girl out of the manor. Clutching the wound on her face, she asserted firmly, "Your Highness, what Meow Meow said is true. My mother has been following the princess for half a month and really saw her meeting with another man. How would Meow Meow dare to speak nonsense without proof?" Seeing the certainty on her face, Inshin couldn't believe it. "How could this be? Just last night, Luo'er agreed to be my wife. I don't believe it." She knelt and begged, "Your Highness, you'll know if it's true or false if you just go and see. If Meow Meow has misunderstood the princess, it won't be too late for you to punish Meow Meow then." In the afternoon at Zue Xianglu, the waiter greeted the arriving guests. "Welcome, esteemed guests." At this moment, Inshun and Meow Meow burst into the room. They only saw two people sitting leisurely, while her mother was tied up tightly beside them. This made her unable to understand what was happening. When he wanted to pull Su Luo away, she broke free and questioned him. "Home, Inshun, you caused the deaths of all my loved ones. What home do I have left? Also, I never lost my memory. I, Su Luo, have endured for so long for this very day." He still wanted to explain. "Luo'er, it's all a misunderstanding. It was my mistake to have mistaken Lu Nuni for you. I hope you can forgive me." But Su Luo didn't care and introduced by Mo to everyone. "I forgot to introduce him. This is by Mo, my master. As for the affair that Lu Meow Meow spoke of, bring the person in." Then the guards quickly pushed a man in. "Get in there." The moment she saw him, her face turned pale. "Didn't I give him money and tell him to leave?" The man knelt on the ground and immediately confessed all his crimes. "It was her. This woman seduced me. The shameless girl." She walked over and demanded, "Who is the father of the child in Lu Meow Meow's belly? Who drugged Inshun with an aphrodisiac?" Finally, the mother confessed everything. "The child in Meow Meow's belly is not the prince's. But Meow Meow loves the prince very much, but the prince never had eyes for Meow Meow. So she told Chun Chao to drug the prince. Unexpectedly, it failed, which only led to the prince getting drunk in his room. She claimed that she conceived the prince's child that night. After hearing this, Meow Meow immediately ran over and questioned her. "Mother, how could you speak such nonsense?" Hearing everything, she sneered contemptuously. Isn't this exactly like the time you framed me for having an affair with someone else at Prince Shin's manor?" She rushed over to beg for forgiveness. "Your Highness, it's not like that. Please believe Meow Meow." But he had lost his patience and kicked her straight. "This girl, get lost." Her mother then continued, "And this time, it was also Meow Meow who sent me to secretly follow you and then bring the prince." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by her daughter. "Princess, there must be a misunderstanding in this." But her mother wouldn't shut up. "Meow Meow did all of it. It has nothing to do with me." "Princess, I've said what I should say. Please give me the antidote quickly." After hearing the confession, Su Luo retorted, "Nothing to do with you? You wanted to ruin my innocence, cause the deaths of Chun Ing and my unborn child, and harm Manor. You still dare to say it has nothing to do with you? Don't you want the antidote anymore?" Even at this point, she still claimed her innocence. "Princess, Meow Meow is wronged. Meow Meow doesn't know anything. Physician Lu is dead. As long as I deny it, what can you do to me?" Knowing she wouldn't admit it, Mo stood up and presented a letter as evidence left by Imperial Physician Lu. "This letter was written by Physician Lu the first time you threatened him. What you did is all written very clearly on it." Meow Meow couldn't believe there was still this trump card. "What? There's still something like this?" Then Inshun took the letter. He looked at the contents, which read, "Princess Shun, I am a physician and should save people, but I was threatened by Consort Lu with the safety of my family to conceal the matter of the prince being drugged by Consort Lu. I write this letter hoping that one day the truth can be exposed. Submitted by Lu Yen." After reading the letter, his eyes darkened. "You killed the child in Luo'er's womb." Her mother hastily denied it. "Your Highness, the little heir was harmed by Lu Meow Meow. It was she who deliberately injured Jinger to frame the little heir. Also, the princess's miscarriage was caused by Lu Meow Meow using safflower. These are all things she forced Physician Lu to do. It has nothing to do with me." Accused, she went mad and grabbed her mother's hair. "Shut up. You were clearly the one who did it. Why are you pushing it all on me now?" Su Luo shouted angrily, "Stop it." But the mother and daughter kept struggling. "I am innocent. I'm the innocent one." At this moment, Inshin finally realized a belated truth. So everything Luo'er said was true. It was me. It was me who never believed her. He then forced her mother to tell him everything. "Speak. What else do you know?" Her mother then revealed everything. "Xiaoying, and also Chunning. Lu Miao Miao knew Chunning was helping the princess leave the manor, so she sent someone to kill Chunning. Princess, I can't take it anymore. Please spare me. Give me the antidote quickly. Hearing this, Su Luo just sneered. Oof, spare you? Who will spare manor and my unborn child? And Chunning? At this moment, In Shun drew his sword and said, Did you steal Manor's body? Biamo seemed to know the truth about Manor, but couldn't say it. Luoer, Master cannot tell you the truth right now. Hearing this, Su Luo grabbed his shirt tightly and questioned him. Inshin, what do you mean by that? Manor in that fire. Her mother had done all sorts of evil things, but this was the one thing she didn't know. Your Highness, the young master's death was Lu Miao Miao's doing. It has nothing to do with this old woman. I don't know anything about stealing the body that you mentioned. Seeing her mother's betrayal made her furious. Weren't you the one who set the fire? To avenge your precious daughter. You weren't satisfied with burning the heir, so you even stole the heir's body to feed to the dogs. You've done so many wicked things, and now that everything is exposed, you want to clear your own name? Her mother broke out in a sweat, trying to explain. Your Highness, Lu Miao Miao is talking nonsense. She's framing me. But before she could say more, In Shun, in his rage, stabbed her straight through. Watching her die, her daughter was satisfied. You damned old woman. This time, let's see how you'll sling mud at me. The thought of Manor brought tears to Su Luo's eyes. Manea, my poor Manea. Miao Miao ran over to clear her name. Your Highness, Miao Miao is wronged. My mother hated the princess. All of this was her plan. If Miao Miao dared to disobey, she would be beaten to death. Hearing this, she became furious. At this point, Lu Miao Miao still dares to make excuses? Wronged? Lu Miao Miao, in the beginning, you hired someone to humiliate Lu Nu Ni and frame my father. This is the proof. She still refused to admit it. I didn't do such a thing. At this time, Bai Mo turned and requested, bring in the witness. The person is here. Take a look and see who it was you ordered to do the job. At this moment, that person's eyes scanned the room, then pointed her out. It was her. That day, she came looking for my brothers, saying she wanted to give my brothers beautiful women and money. At that time, she came and said, this is the deposit. General Su said that after the job is done, you won't be treated poorly. With such a good deal, we happily agreed. Unfortunately, I had a stomachache that day, so I didn't go. After that, I heard my brothers all died tragically, so I didn't dare to speak up until this young masterby came looking for me. The more Inshin listened, the more he couldn't bear it. Lu Miao Miao, until now, I only cared for you because of what I owed your older sister. I never expected you to be so venomous, to be so cruel to your own sister, and even frame Prime Minister Su. Having reached this point, she no longer cared about anything. Cared for me. Inshun, what exactly am I, Lu Miao Miao, in your eyes? The shadow of Lu Nu Ni, a substitute. I've been in Prince Shun's manor for 4 years, living day and night under the shadows of Lu Nu Ni and Su Luo. Is my love so worthless? If I can't have you, then no one else can even dream of it. Hearing these words, Su Luo truly felt disgusted. Lu Miao Miao, for the sake of Inshun, you even killed your own sister. Inshun's face darkened as he asked again, did you kill Nuni? Hearing that form of address made her jealous. Nuni, I truly admire my older sister. Even now, your highness is still so intimate with her. It's just a pity. He didn't want to say more. Lu Miao Miao, she was your biological sister, and you still laid hand on her? Hearing this, she only found it ridiculous. What biological sister? I clearly met you first, but she insisted on competing with me, so don't blame this younger sister. After my sister gave birth, I used these hands to feed her a bowl of highly nourishing medicine. Before she died, my sister kept calling out, Ashan, Ashan. It was so noisy. Inshin didn't want to listen anymore and struck this crazy woman. At this moment, Miao Miao spoke up and asked, Inshin, do you dare swear that you married Su Luo without any selfish motives? Hearing this question, he froze. Then she said it outright. Didn't you take me as a concubine because you wanted to use my hand to get revenge? You avenged your mother consort. You framed Su Luo with another man. You silenced her without investigation, punishing your own wife. Inshan, did you think I couldn't see through it? You framed Prime Minister Su for colluding with the enemy in treason, causing the Su manor to be beheaded. If the execution supervisor hadn't ordered Su Luo to be confined to the manor, how would I have had the chance to harm the child in her womb? Hearing that things had gone too far, he gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Miao Miao. But he was stopped by Su Luo, who stepped forward. Inshun, let her speak. And so, the sword in his hand fell. Then he pleaded with all his heart, Luoer, please believe me, I absolutely did not want to harm you and our child. At this moment, Meow Meow interrupted. Su Luo, you might not believe it if I say it, but ever since you entered the prince's manor, I've admired you very much. The prince's gaze was always drawn to you. Even though I was a side consort, even when I was pregnant with the prince's child, he never once touched me. Su Luo, tell me, should I not hate you? To make you two suffer so much you wouldn't want to live, I didn't hesitate to use my own child as a bargaining chip. Ha ha ha, in the end I won. You two can never be together. Inshen personally placed the Su Luo he loved most into a coffin. Ha ha ha. The more she listened, the more her heart ached until she couldn't breathe. Baimo came to her side to comfort her. Luoer, it's all right, Master is here. Thanks to him, she felt somewhat comforted. I'm Yufine. Finally, he pointed straight at her face and said, Lu Meow Meow, I must have been blind to have taken you in. After hearing this, she just sighed. Su Luo, you have great fortune. You didn't even die from that. When he heard this, he turned and asked him directly, was it you who took Luoer away? Baimo then spoke truthfully. If I hadn't given Luoer a feigned death potion beforehand, Luoer would have long been killed by you. Seizing this opportunity, Meow Meow picked up the sword. Then she became determined to kill Su Luo no matter what. Su Luo, you must die today. Su Luo was too slow to react and was terrified. Fortunately, she was protected by Mo Luoer. Inshen grabbed the blade, his face dark. You dare to harm her. With that, he kicked her away. With tears and snot all over her face, she couldn't understand. Why? Inshen, why are you treating me like this? He showed no mercy and ordered, men, take this wench back to the manor. I want her to live a life worse than death. Then she was dragged away by the guards. Inshen, I hate you. Now, only the three of them were left facing each other. Even at this point, Inshen shamelessly begged for a chance. Luoer, I know I am not without blame for your father's death. Can you give me a chance? But Su Luo said no. Bring in Nanny Wu. After that, Nanny Wu was brought in. She was Princess Nya of the Jing'an Kingdom. Seeing the three of them, she bowed. Nanny Wu pays her respects to the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley. Inshen didn't understand why she was here. You are? Nanny Wu who took care of Luoer. She took out a jade pendant from her clothes. Shun, it's me, Nya. I am your little aunt. He reached out and took the jade pendant. His mind was in turmoil. Nya, little aunt? She hurriedly admitted her fault. Shun, it was Little Ant's mistake. Little Ant has wronged you. He didn't understand why she was saying this. Little Ant, what do you mean by that? What exactly happened? She then honestly recounted everything. Shun, 5 years ago, after the Jing'an Kingdom was destroyed, your little ant fled all the way. On the road, I was saved by the former Valley Master. From then on, I changed my name and stayed in the valley as a cleaning nanny. Until that day 5 years ago, the Valley Master noticed that Miss Su had not returned to the valley for a long time and ordered people to search for her. When I found Miss Su, it was right when you two were parting, having pledged your lives to each other. I saw that Inshen was dispirited after learning Miss Su's identity, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. How could my sister's son be with the daughter of an enemy? I took advantage of Miss Su's trust in me, so I had a lot of freedom. I prepared a lavish meal and put a sleeping drug in the wine. After you two drank the wine and passed out, I gave Shun an amnesia potion. Then I left Shun at the valley entrance. After applying wolf repellent medicine, I hurried back home. After Miss Su woke up, I was worried she would be suspicious, so I told her the wine was strong and made her drunk. I also told her that you had left Wolf Valley for the capital city. After hearing this, Inshen couldn't believe it. The person who caused my amnesia was actually you. Then Mo continued the story. After I saved Luoer and learned about your amnesia, I recalled all the people I sent to find Luoer that year. Only Nanny Wu found you too. Your separation was known only to Nanny Wu, which made me suspicious of her identity. Then she continued speaking. That day, the Valley Master sent someone to find me. At that time, he took the initiative to ask, Princess Nya, I haven't addressed you incorrectly, have I? Seeing that he knew her identity made her worried. How do you know my identity? At this point, Mo revealed the truth. Before my master died, he told me your identity and instructed me to take care of you. It's just that there's one thing I don't understand now. When Luoer and Inshen were separated, you were the only one there. Afterwards, Inshen lost his memory. How do you explain this? After hearing this, she hurriedly said bluntly, Su Luo and Inshen have a deep-seated hatred between them. How could I let a Shun marry the daughter of his enemy as his princess consort? He placed 2 letters on the table. Here are 2 letters. Please read them. After reading the contents of the letters, she couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could this be? Shun, it's all my fault. It was my fault for wrongly blaming Miss Sue. Your mother consort was not killed by Prime Minister Sue. It's been 15 years. We have hated the wrong person for 15 years. The more Shun listened, the more he couldn't believe it. How could this be? Impossible. Where did this letter come from? Before my mother consort died, she clearly told me that it was Su Zhengrue who destroyed our family. Bai Mo immediately stepped forward to refute. Prime Minister, Su was afraid of you. Before he died, he entrusted Luo to me and gave this secret order and this handwritten letter to me. Shun, whether you believe it or not, this is the truth of the matter. Suddenly, Bai Mo stopped. Knowing what he was worried about, Su Luo spoke up. Master, don't mind me. Please continue. He continued the story. The letter clearly states that the Jing'an kingdom was invaded by the Molan kingdom. The emperor summoned all the ministers to discuss. Prime Minister Su and other high officials proposed to rescue the Jing'an kingdom. During the debate, the emperor suggested dismissing the court. After listening, she continued with a pained heart. Shun, it was a secret order from the emperor ordering my father to oppose rescuing the Jing'an kingdom. With the Jing'an kingdom destroyed, the Northern Yan kingdom only needed to negotiate with the Molan kingdom, turn it into a vassal state, and could then unify the world. Behind you, Prince Shun, there would be nothing left to rely on. It was all the emperor's conspiracy. No matter what was said, Shun still refused to believe it. Royal brother, how could it be? She repeated painfully, wanting him to remember it forever. Shun, remember that your enemy is the current emperor, your closest relative, not my father. Master, let's go. Seeing that she wanted to leave, he hurriedly tried to stop her. Luo, don't go. But his hand could no longer grasp hers, so he could only plead earnestly. Luo, although Prime Minister Su was harmed by the current emperor, I must also take responsibility. Rest assured, I will definitely not go back on what I promised you. On the side, Bai Mo put a cloak on her and said, let's go. Now only Shun was left. He also understood one thing clearly. Luo, I know we can no longer go back. I hope that you can live happily from now on. The 2 of them then walked together on the snow. Su Luo shouted down below, Father, Mother, Manor, Chunning, Luo has avenged you all. You can rest in peace now. Suddenly, her heart ached again. Father, Mother. Knowing she was sad, he came to her side to soothe her. Luo, if you're upset, just cry. But she was very calm now. Master, thank you for everything you've done for Luo. After hearing this, Bai Mo chided her lovingly. Silly girl, as long as you are safe and sound, Master regrets nothing he has done. Luo, if you want to leave, Master will not stop you. However, Luo, you must remember, Medicine King Valley will forever be your home. After saying goodbye, she rode away on a horse. Master, take care. He stood from afar, watching her go, calling out silently in his heart, Luo. At the manor's dungeon, miserable screams could be heard. Shun was also there. Your Highness. He stepped into the dungeon without hesitation. Seeing him, a guard bowed. Your Highness. Meow Meow saw him and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Shun, if I'm not mistaken, that Su Luo and Bai Mo have already fled far away. He quickly snatched the leather whip from the guard's hand, then struck her directly. This wench, you want to anger this prince, so I'll grant you a quick death. It won't be that easy. The guard trembled watching the scene. Even though her body was covered in injuries, she still challenged him loudly. Shun, I beg you to kill me. But he wouldn't let her off so easily. You want to die? It won't be that easy. Then he pressed a hot brand onto her, causing her to faint from the pain. After the torture, Shun left, not forgetting to instruct, wake her up, keep her alive, and torment her slowly. Understood, Your Highness. The guard then threw a basin of water in Meow Meow's face and continued to whip her relentlessly. Now, she had to endure hellish physical pain. On New Year's Eve, Zheng held a banquet to celebrate the unification of Northern Yan. Today marks the 10th year of Northern Yan's unification. May Northern Yan have favorable winds and rains, prosperity, and everlasting peace. Immediately, all the ministers spoke in unison. May Northern Yan have favorable winds and rains, prosperity, and everlasting peace. We wish Your Majesty good health. Shun also raised a cup. Your subject and younger brother wishes Your Majesty peace, success, and a mind free from worries. Hearing this, he was genuinely pleased. Shun, you are thoughtful. At this moment, a minister spoke up. Your Majesty, your subject has heard that a dance troupe has recently arrived. I have specially invited them to provide entertainment. Hearing this, he immediately gave his approval. The performance then quickly began. Watching the dance, the ministers were very pleased. Not bad, not bad. But he remained somber. All of this was exchanged for my mother consort's death. After Zheng got drunk, he was helped back by him. I still want a drink. Imperial brother, I will help you back to your chambers. Seeing it was him, he asked, Is that you, Shun? Where's Eunuch Qin? He replied, Your subject and younger brother does not know. I have not seen Eunuch Qin tonight. He quickly remembered, look at my memory. I'll let him go home for the new year. So, Shun helped Zheng inside step by step. Imperial brother, be careful. As soon as he sat down, he confessed everything. Shun, you were clever since childhood. Imperial father often praised you in front of us ministers, giving all his favor to you. But I was sent to the Molan kingdom as a hostage. He didn't listen and took off the imperial robe. Imperial brother, you are drunk. Lie down and rest. I will have someone bring you sobriety soup. In his drunken state, he poured out his heart. I was jealous. I was hateful. I was afraid the Jing'an kingdom would make you emperor. Only with consort dead could I be at ease. Hearing everything, Shun was enraged. Is the throne that important to you? That was my mother consort. But Zheng was already fast asleep. Only then could I be at ease. Annoyed, he threw him down. Despicable. Then he went out and called for the maids. The emperor is drunk. Hurry in and attend to him. Hearing this, the two maids rushed in. Your Highness, please calm your anger. We servants will go in right away. Afterwards, Shun took Jing'er to a temple. The abbot was puzzled to see him. I have long admired Prince Shun. May I ask what brings you to this humble temple? He then entrusted the little boy to him. I wish to entrust this child to Abbot Hui Xin. I hope the abbot will grant my request. The abbot agreed upon hearing this. To meet is fate. This old monk will certainly take care of him with all my heart. Hearing those words, he said, Jing'er, thank the abbot. The little boy quickly clasped his hands. Jing'er thanks Abu Ridan. Then he looked up at him with expectant eyes. Adoptive father, will you visit Jing'er often? He merely fell silent at the question. Then, without answering, he said, Go on. Jing'er followed the abbot, looking back reluctantly. In the mountains outside the city, Shun had gathered his soldiers to rebel. You have followed this prince for many years and are all elite soldiers. Today, this prince is starting a rebellion for a personal vendetta. This journey will be more perilous than safe. If anyone does not wish to join, you may leave now. This prince will absolutely not stop you. Immediately, the commanders spoke in unison. Your subordinates swear to follow Prince Shun to the death. Very quickly, 3 years passed. Shun finally broke into the city fortress. He looked up at Zheng and said, Zheng, you are the one who caused the death of my family. I, Shun, have plotted for 3 years and have finally waited for this day. After hearing this, he wanted to give him a chance. Shun, as long as you lay down your weapons, I can spare your life for the sake of our brotherhood. But Shun would not agree even in death. You speak of brotherhood with me? You should know that because of you, I sought revenge on the wrong person. I hated the wrong person, and it led to the deaths of my 2 children. In your heart, there is only the throne. For your own self-interest, you would stop at nothing. I would rather not have an imperial brother like you. After hearing this, Zheng decided, fine. If you're so lost in your obsession and determined to seek death, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zheng raised the sword in his hand. Shun's soldiers also formed a defensive line to protect their prince. So, he gave the order to fire the arrows. Countless arrows were then launched. In another peaceful place, man had actually survived and was offering tea to Mo father. Have some tea. Father, when will we find mother? But he didn't seem to know either. Father doesn't know either. As long as we don't give up, we will definitely find her. Hearing this, the little boy was also determined. Manor will not give up. Just then, the waiter finished preparing 2 bowls of noodles. Sirs, your noodles are here. As soon as the noodles were set down, he said, Hurry up and eat, you little glutton. At that moment, 2 men at the next table were chatting. I heard there's a famous female physician in Lu Town giving free consultations. That's right, she's both kind and beautiful. Hearing this, Mo became suspicious. Could it be Luo? In Lu Town, Su Luo was giving free medical consultations to the poor. Old sir, your cold has gotten much better. Continue to take this prescription, and you will recover soon. The old man was truly grateful. Thank you, Miss Su. You are a living bodhisattva. The people in line behind her were gossiping. Something big happened in the capital. I heard some Prince Shin started a rebellion and failed. He was pierced by 10,000 arrows and died a tragic death. That's right. Not long after, the emperor also passed away. I heard the Prince of Jin succeeded the throne. I don't know if it's true or false. After hearing this, she put an end to her hatred. Inshun, we are over. Then she focused on treating patients again. Next, the woman who had just sat down began to chatter. I heard you're from the capital, so you must have heard of Prince Shin's manor. Oh my, after that Prince Shin died, his assets were confiscated and they found 2 mad women. After hearing this, Su Luo guessed it was Lu Miao Miao. After the examination, she gave her conclusion, "Congratulations, madam. You are with child." The woman rubbed her belly, unable to believe it. I'm with child. I'm finally having a child. Thank you, Miss Su. Seeing others have children made Su Luo's mood sink. If my child were still alive, he would probably be this big by now. At this time, in the back mountains of Lu Town, as she was heading back, she heard a familiar voice call out, Luo-er. Luo-er, it's really you. Su Luo never expected to see Bai Mo again. Master, why are you here? Then she looked down at Een Man beside him and asked, Master, who is this child? He looks so familiar. If Manor were still alive, he would probably be this big. He then explained, I've been looking for you for a year. I heard there was a famous female physician in Lu Town, so I came to find you. Manor, quickly, call her mother. Su Luo couldn't believe this child was Manor. Bai Mo quickly recounted, that day, I infiltrated Prince Shun's manor, originally wanting to take you all with me. But Manor was very weak at the time, so I could only take him first. Manor's injuries were severe. I hid it from you, because I didn't want to give you hope only to have you fall into despair. After Manor recovered, I brought him a look for you. Today, we are finally reunited. Imam looked up to confirm, Father, is this my mother? Her eyes filled with tears. Manea. Then, mother and son embraced tightly. Mother, Manor, my child, back at the battle, when Een Zheng raised his sword and ordered the arrows to be fired. While Een Shun was trying to defend himself, he was pierced through the heart by an arrow. Blood began to trickle from his mouth. Before he died, he had many things he wanted to say to Su Luo. Luar, aim, Suri. I have to go first. The happiest moments of my life were meeting you, knowing you, and loving you in Gu Village. But when we parted, I knew your identity, yet you were the daughter of the enemy who killed my mother. I used Nanny Wu's wine to try to forget this, but it unexpectedly turned into a huge mistake. Prime Minister Su requested the emperor to decree a marriage between you and me. Forced into a corner, I could only accept the order to marry my enemy. From the moment you entered the manor, I tormented you, but gradually I found my gaze uncontrollably drawn to you. To remain firm in my thoughts of revenge, I allowed Lu Miao Miao to harm you and make things difficult for you, until the entire Su family was executed when you lost our children one by one. Seeing you jump into the sea of fire to save Manor, I hated myself so much at that moment. I clearly loved you so much, yet I did things to harm you. I didn't love Lu Nu Ni, nor did I love Lu Miao Miao. They were just pawns for my revenge. But I forgot the person I should never have forgotten. Luo-er, to me, you're more important than life itself. I just wanted you by my side, but you wanted to leave. To make you bow your head and beg me, I ordered you to be locked in a coffin. In truth, I only wanted to scare you, as long as you bowed your head, but Luar, aim, Suri. It was all my fault. It was I who pushed you into a corner time and time again. After learning the truth, I knew we could no longer be together. The only thing I could do was avenge the things I had done for the Su family and for my mother. Lu Miao Miao became the first person I took revenge on. After the guards in the manor punished her during the day, at night, I sent people to make her life a living hell. I wanted her to taste all the suffering in this world as a sacrifice for my dead child. As for Jinger, the child is innocent, so I sent him to a temple. With everything prepared, I wanted to perish together with our enemy. Luo-er, I hope we have a next life. I will no longer have hatred, only holding your hand until we grow old. Luo-er, I love you.